they've done that, they could walk much further.
They're storming them.
Both the players manages to trade one out, but by the long.
When you and rank down is being so effective going up against
In here, losing most of the gunfights. And look at this, start kind of holding down both teams.
Those final seconds. Now early rotations needed for NB.
Defensive test on it.
common resolutions.
第一时间就还打，就变成说他是算半职业队伍吧。我们所说的铁板烧的黑名选手，因为他点在选手仓库跟我们的点内。
Hello, soldiers, and welcome to the show. This is Call of Duty Mobile Garena Regional Qualifiers. The road to World Championship is here. Whether it's a sneak peek of Garena Masters 4 or a retelling of Garena Masters 3, we have three of the best teams in Garena Call of Duty Mobile paving their way on the world stage. I am Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Joining me right now is Cali Gaming, and later with the one and only Mustachio AJ, us three will be your casters, bringing the hottest action to your screens for today. So you better be watching because the game is on.
Yeah, it's live and exclusive at Garena Call of Duty Mobile. So it's Championship Sunday, peeps, and today's gonna get more freaky. Everything that can go wrong could go wrong, and anything that could go right for these three remaining teams that we have. Expect the unexpected. Today's the day we find out who will represent the Garena region in the CODM World Championship 2022, where all the best teams around the world got us to compete for that $2 million prize pool. And well, what we have in here right now is AMT, Blacklist International Ultimate, and Smart Omega, who is down there on that lower bracket. A lot of things could go and just happen in the blink of an eye, so you better not miss the competition. And as we look at the brackets of the competition, we are going to be seeing the final day today, and we are gonna crown and we are gonna see who will represent Garena on that stage 5. And looking at the playoff brackets in here, you know, Neptune, Smart Omega did back-to-back best of 5s in that lower bracket, being the underdog in a game where they've been always outridden. They always find a way to shine. And well, the Omega shots continue in here as they are down there the bottom bracket. But on that upper bracket, Blacklist Ultimate and Almighty, you know, that's the rematch of that Eastern Finals 2021.
Yeah, I mean, they usually take the long road to go into the finals, and this is their chance right now to move in and step into that grand finals. Later on, we're going to find out who will be against them once we found out who will be winning and losing the fight as well between Blacklist International Ultimate going against Almighty from Singapore. And these teams, I mean, the history of these teams are not that recent. From long before, these teams has been battling it out, and the most recent that they have is not only on the group stages, but the bigger stage was from Garena Masters. And this is where Blacklist International Ultimate got 3-1 against Almighty. Now, with this battle up front, we are going to see if this will be redemption of Almighty between this team of Blacklist Ultimate.
And this is going to be the second time or the third time these two squads who are going to be out there in the major stage and on the playoffs specifically. So it's been always Blacklist Ultimate that's been winning this matchup. So Almighty now has the opportunity to be able to take these Kings down. And I mean, they've taken the back-to-back Garena champs already on that upper bracket semifinals, taking them down in 4 maps. And I mean, they might have the better odds to win this competition on that upper bracket final so long as they meet specific conditions inside the game. And well, they just got to be continuously provide more control in that control where they're currently undefeated 8-0. So they just got to convert what they've been doing ever since the group stage started and just continue to get that fight to happen against Blacklist Ultimate on the Respawns. And now, as we move in through this upper bracket, what you see on screen is Blacklist Ultimate. They got Japan, AG, Thin, Skurd, FDX. This team have shown some life. AG stepping up huge yesterday, or that day one, and well, he was just top fragging out there, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, AG is something else. He will not be backing down in there. And one guy that this team is dependent on is Jabin. The moment that he gets those, starts pulling the trigger, everyone else follows. Though we've seen some great stride being done by AG, Tin, Skurd, and FDX, but Jabin is one of the key factors that can really change the tides into the favor of Blacklist Ultimate. And well, that is one thing that Almighty really don't want to happen. They need to be smart in taking down Jabin in most of the gunfights because, like I mentioned, like this guy changes the game.
He is that key player, you know. If this guy plays great, his team plays great, but what they face is going to be the mightiest opponent of them all. It's going to be Almighty, Incendio, Jebpro, Shut Up, Irfan J, and Heaven. And well, this team has been uncontrollable in control, staying undefeated, 8-0 in that map win-loss, and it seems to continue here at this playoffs day number 3. And Heaven, you know, has been scoring 45 bombs in every Respawn gameplay he picks, and you're guaranteed to see him pull up with a lot of more kills in today's series. And while he continues to be that way, Incendio showed some life, especially for this team, you know, after struggling to get some gunfights in former events. He has been able to transcend his performance and has been able to continuously provide this team a lot of sort of firepower in every aspects of the game, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, this guy really turned on this team into a different level every time that he provided those guidance with the rest of the team. And they have been popping off. They have been giving it great strides in here. And not only that control, I mean, if you give the hill to Irfan J, he's the super soaker of this team. On every hard point that they have, he has the most 2.5 minutes average for every hard point that he steps into. Like, this guy, I would say, not only the clutch king, but also the king of the hill. But as we see, the maps and bans right now, starting off at the bottom, Blacklist Ultimate takes out Annihilator as well as Hacienda, wherein Almighty takes out Purifier and Take Off. And these are the maps that they will be playing off. Hardpoint Slums will be the starting point. And I would say this is one of the best map that these teams can play into because so far they understand how to work with the spawns.
They just do themselves a good favor by giving us a good fight in this map number 1. You know, Slums Hardpoint is where this team's been truly successful at the most. But looking at the map bans, you know, Hacienda and Takeoff is going to be taken away. So Blacklist, they're really not having it at that Hacienda map, especially in hardpoints. Same thing for AMT on that hardpoint Takeoff. So good thing that they banned their weaknesses in here. And now what we got is their best cards to win their best of 5 series. For now, for Blacklist, you know, they did pick that map number 1 Slums Hardpoint, but at their SND, at that map number 5, it's going to be Raid SND. Actually, their best map overall in that game mode. And well, take a look at the map picked by AMT. Firing range SND, totally gonna be working to their advantage. That dual snipe setup with Shut Up and Heaven popping off is going to be the dagger there if Blacklist will not be able to find an answer to. And well, again, as far as it goes, we might see a potential map number 5 in here. But if you're Almighty, you would want to control that Summit game mode. That Summit control is going to be much important for this team to win this series. And of course, claim the first seat at the stage 5. But it's not going to be that easy as we are prepared to load up on Slums Hardpoint. Again, P1 is going to be located at that mid-map. P2, P3, P4 are all going to be one-sided, so you better not miss on those anchor position, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. The anchor is has a heck of a work to be done right now, controlling where he will be as well as where he can guide the spawns of the team. these anchors really need to make it work at this point. And as we can see, they are prepared right now. They're showing off that they are in the lobby. They are ready to go for the fight, and they are ready for this battle. Blacklist Ultimate and Almighty. The battle of champions, the battle of kings, and the battle for that world stage is about to begin in a few.
A lot of adrenaline is gonna kick in for these two teams, and this map number 1 could just be going down to that wire, you know. Well, this is the best map pick set, so you gotta prepare for those adaptabilities that these teams are gonna put in the matchup itself. And as we kickstart and load in at this Slums Hardpoint, KSP is going to prove a huge point in that close range engagement. But that Peacekeeper, I tell you, move that to P2 into that fountain spawns could be the useful take for you to hold down the anchor position. And now we get to start the first game, upper bracket final. Winner gets the spot on the stage 5 and play the championship game. AMT start to kick things off, winning their gunfights at that mid-map.
Yes, and the mid-map, they converge. But from earlier, we saw them. I'm seeing a similar approach on how they are getting in. One of each team right now has went into the bottom, while the rest are heading in towards Memorial and Garage. And right now, it is Almighty taking all those points. But here comes the ingress being done by Blacklist Ultimate to take over that statue. But it is not working because Almighty has been taking them out. Good rotation from them, as well as anchor control coming from this team in yellow. But here comes the full push of Blacklist Ultimate from Garage, and they will be taking over for 12 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this final 10 seconds should guarantee them a 24-25 on that scoreboard. And now if you're AMT, you set up the early gameplay, and you gotta make sure you stand at the attacks that is gonna be lined up by Blacklist. For now, they are gonna be into the junkyard with number 5 instead of using that Peacekeeper. So long range wise, this team are good to go. Blacklist has to force their way in here by closing down the gap and maybe use that smoke grenade. So that's what they're trying to do, slowly taking the attacks. But surely now they do penetrate the attack in here at the back. AG gonna find one huge gunfight, and now the pinch play is gonna come true, and they bully out AMT in that 15 seconds of action. Efficient wise, they're going to get it, but AMT is gonna respond back with having gonna be inside a point with 4 kills now already. Blacklist just comes in there with the trade, but AMT still spawning on the right side. Unlimited reinforcements for now.
Yeah, Incendio made that work to back out into Arches to give them a chance to go in for the spawn. But the spawn will be good, but the hold will be better for Blacklist Ultimate right now. No one's faltering that easily, but the 3-man engagement going through all the openings will break it for Almighty. 45. The lead that has that Almighty right now against 40 that's being taken by Blacklist Ultimate. We'll have to see early rotations coming from Almighty once again, and Blacklist will be left with the scrap points. Good rotation as well as anchor's spawn being hold by Incendio right now onto the fountain. The rest of the teams right now making that rotation to cut Blacklist in their fields.
Now, right, the number 5 instead is holding up a very vital point in here for AMT. He has to control that fountain spawns to give his team that spawn, but now he gets bullied out, and Blacklist International Ultimate about to play onto the garage. They might attack right through laundries as well. They're using that smokes to cover down the grounds and, of course, hide the way where they're gonna go to. And, well, if you're AMT, just gotta use that power positions correctly. And now, great start for Irfan J, lining up this shot. Jeffro follows up with a huge 3 kills, and, well, huge sort of team effort in here right now. Heaven, you know, he's gonna score a 40 on you if you give him ongoing, and right now in the speed 3 already has 11 kills.
Jeff Pro play has made them take those scores in there. There's no noobs here, only Jeff Pro. It's a good way for Irfan J as well to hold that fountain spawn, and everyone will be taken down. Heaven, on the other hand, will be traded, and here comes the Brady. Will be hitting one. And there goes FDX as well. Now, we have been in this next spawn and we'll be popping off in a few seconds. A fountain right now being held by 2 of the members of Almighty, but one goes down in there. This guy in 3. Tin doing the work at this point.
Yeah, AMT not in a good position right now, spawning deep away from the point. And Blacklist, this should guarantee them more time and more reinforcements coming into that garage, but shut up now. Creating that ingress, just needs to maintain the attacks right through fountains, but will not go through that, and that could be the error. That could cause AMT to get taken away from this map, and it's P4 as well. Well, Blacklist International Ultimate has just been so good at just taking over, playing for map control at this P4, but AMT, they just fight with their gunfights, and well, it did give them some chances to contest inside a point, but not really to the point where they might be able to hold for long. And well, they still got that lead, but giving away a lot of points for Blacklist is going to cost them the game later on if they do have a match is very close. And well, as we add P4, it's guaranteed to be a 10-point lead in here for the boys of AMT. And well, Heaven already in 13 kills, but a couple of players stepping up here for AMT, you know. Irfan J with 16, Jeff Pro with 14, and Shot Up with 18. Right now, it's a total team effort that they are putting it out there in the battlefield. And right now, Blacklist actually having a rough time trying to get the attacks to line up, but FDX gonna be there early for that brick spawns, but Shot Up there for the cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, working as a team right now is a motto by ALMGHTY. And as you can see, the spelling of ALMGHTY, there's no I in ALMGHTY for this team. There is no solo. They just work in here together, blocking out that statue and taking it over. 122 to 93, the scores, and Blacklist Ultimate being blacked out, being turned out on their approach onto this hill. And with 22 seconds, there might be the ingress that Blacklist is waiting for, but they are still being put down by ALMGHTY.
Yeah, 15 seconds left in here, and if you're Blacklist International Ultimate, you gotta make your way right through the right side of that minimap where the P2 actually opens up. And well, Shut Up now routing around the back, gets that huge 2 kills. And well, AMT, they win their early rotation, so that should spawn a team on the right. Heaven now, couple of shots coming through, gonna miss the shot, FDX with a takedown. And well, Blacklist just gonna need to find a way to maybe try to break spawns in here first. Maybe the attacks lining up the junkyard should be the first priority, but they're gonna storm in the hill individually, and now they're gonna drop the gravity vortex as well. We're in, it's not gonna find any kills whatsoever, and AMT now finally able to get the spawn trap enabled in here. 95 to 152, largest lead that we have, and AMT is pulling away.
And pulling away so hard, for so long into the lead right now, and they are still at it. Skirt right now going in for that push, but has to reload by being taken out. But a good footwork coming from Skirt, cleaning this up. But unfortunately, Irfan J went in against them. But still, there is potential for them to take over. 3 members of Blacklist will be taking this hill right now. The remaining 16 seconds would be a chance for them to turn it around. But they are still taken down by the one and only Heaven.
Yeah, Heaven's got 24 in this game, but he's not actually the top frogger for AMT. It's been Shot Up, just lining up the attacks, cutting the cross, and holding up power positions in the matchup. 28 kills for that guy himself. And P3 is going to be an important heal for Blacklist as they open up the response. They came up empty as they try to work. They get shot down. And AMT got the favorable spawns. They got the hardpoint hold. And now the first 10 seconds would be a victory for this team. And Heaven, Shot Up, Incendio just getting all of the kills in the kill feed. That's 6 in a row. Can they get it to 7? There it goes. Every player from Blacklist gone down. They can't seem to find an answer. That's 10 in a row in the kill feed. And AMT continues to grow the hold and grow the hardpoint points as well.
Yes, ALMGHTY right now, though they get a good hold in there, it is Blacklist Ultimate who was able to push through into this hill. But unfortunate for them, early rotations already being done onto fountains, preparing their way into garage right now. And 2 members will be heading in towards that hill as well. It's a 1v1 right now on junkyard, and Heaven wins that for the scrap points. Rotations needs to be done by Blacklist Ultimate right now, not towards junkyard, but towards garage. But it will be a good push. AG and FDX, the duo, make it work.
Yeah, this is actually the best heal that Blacklist can accumulate all the time. They just gotta use their operators and their gunfights here wisely. Now Scared trying to open things up for this team at the garage, but still will not find any answers to the problem that's being lined up by AMT. Huge operator investments by this squad out there. And take a look at Heaven right now. He is now trying to take the lead and in charge of the matchup here. Already got 33 with Shot Up with 36 kills in the matchup. They are combining for, what, 60 or 70 kills already in the match. Only the 2 of them gonna go and get that. And well, final 30 seconds left. This is going to be much needed by Blacklist to come back into this game, and they're doing great so far at just standing their ground. But the flood now going in for AMT. They will be breaking the hill for the second time, and that's been the gunfights. It's been able to be won over by AMT, most of it, and now, well, it's been translating to that points, Neptune.
Yeah, the points right now is in a lead. Only less than 30 points needed. Jeff Pro and Heaven will be cleaning up house. No one will be going through, and the spawns will still be dire for Blacklist. Ultimate preparation is being done into statues right now, and that has been made possible by the one and only Incendio as he prepared the spawns in there for Almighty. But here comes the all-out push by Blacklist Ultimate. No one will be beating him in here because they really need it this hard. They need to catch up in the points. Hardpoint will be very hard for them, very difficult to catch up. But Blacklist International Ultimate trying to make it work. This is the time for them to turn it on, to bring in the fire against Almighty, but Almighty still prevails.
Yeah, look at the gunfight department, man. AMT's got 4 players with 30 plus kills, and that's the gunfight that's really been won over by AMT, man. It's not always about Heaven. Shut Up continuing to light up the show with 41 kills, and Heaven already reaching his kills per game limit. 42 in the matchup, guaranteed to get a little bit more than that as they continue to punish down Blacklist one at a time. And every time Blacklist players falls, it makes the push, it makes the attacks a little bit harder, and now they gotta stand their ground. AMT, a chance to win this hard point in this next hill. Only a little bit more points, 11 points to be exact. They just gotta hold their ground, and Heaven will be jumping in the bombs. 45, make that 46. The hard point opens up initially. AMT is gonna be inside the hill, and Heaven just turning it up one by one. And now we end it. AMT, a total team effort, 250 to 177. First, it was Shut Up. At the end, it was the Heaven show. 48 kills, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, once you have Heaven on that door, there's no knocking on Heaven's door, and Shut Up will be shutting you up, not letting you talk and take those points as well. This combination of the team as well as a lead by Incendio, like giving them the best anchor in this position, in this fight. He has been taking the anchor spot early into the games, even before the rotation is being done, and this is how critical the anchors are. As you can see, the MVP right now, Heaven, 46 in the kills, followed by Jeff Pro. Because of the time that he has spent into those hills, this guy really king of the hill at this point.
Yeah, he's been detrimental here for AMT, especially on that objective, but he also backs it up with extreme gunfights. You know, the 33 kills is not to be underestimating with. And well, we had the game where we had the first initial hard points very back and forth, but it was AMT's chance with that second set of hard points that where we did see them chain that P2 to P3. And although they did get bullied at P4, they were able to get a huge contest, and that's where Blacklist had a rough time because every time they spawn deep away from the hill, and it's a long walk, and all those time that were accumulated by AMT, all the walking that Blacklist Ultimate really did was the de facto. And well, we have the first game done. You have your first MVP on this upper bracket finals. Heaven with that 46 kills, and he continues to be that hardpoint respawn player that this team needs. His last game, he scored 51. Now he scores 46. And all of the matches that he had on this group stage and this playoffs combined gives him a 46.85 kills per game. And well, that's quite impressive. You know, consistency is the name of the game for Heaven, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, he's just really a slayer in there. The only devil in Heaven that cannot be put down that easily. 250 to 177, that is the scores right now for our first fight. But as you can see, there's still more chances, 4 more chances for Blacklist Ultimate to get back on the horse. But with Almighty starting it off, the motivation as well as momentum is already theirs. But as we slow it down, the pace on Search and Destroy, firing range, as we can see as the past, this is one of the map as well as mode we're in. Blacklist Ultimate from this group stages up to the playoffs might have great advantage.
Oh well, it's gonna be the cards are going to be favoring Almighty on this map number 2, and it's the task for Blacklist International Ultimate to stop that. they have to avoid, of course, losing this S&D because that gives AMT that 2-0 in the overall series. And well, this is actually one of their keys to victories, you know, on their last match up against WDC Frieslat, where they had a rough time in the hard points, but they make up for it on these search and destroys. It's going to be the retakes on the defending sides where Blacklist should be able to get in here, but it's not going to be that easy, you know. Double snipe setup from the opposing ends, it's not going to be that friendly, so they just gotta be prepared for what's going to be up ahead. Maybe look forward to their move 10 steps or maybe 100 steps ahead, you know, just to predict where AMT might land their shots. Well, although they don't have the double snipe setup, FDX is going to be that key role and that vital player in taking those first bloods. He had one game where he scored 20 kills in one S&D. So he's that lethal sniper that this team needs going up against ALMGHTY.
Yeah, I mean, Javen can also take in a sniper, but they need a little bit of counter for the double sniper setup that can be done by ALMGHTY. But we'll have to see what will be the turning point of this game. Will it be this search and destroy to balance it off on a 1-1, or will ALMGHTY keep the momentum that they have right now at this point? Because so far, when we look at it from the past, there are great hopes for both teams, but most of the time, Blacklist Ultimate comes up on top. But this time, this is a chance for ALMGHTY to bring it and turn around to their favor on this battle. But let's talk about Search and Destroy right now. I mean, we mostly talked about the first blood, and that initiates the game, even the engagement. And when we look at the first blood, though, there is a quite lead in there from Incendio taking the first blood for Search and Destroy. There is a combination as well of Team and FDX that makes deadly for Blacklist Ultimate.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know, I have to really emphasize how Blacklist Ultimates, although they might always get those first deaths, actually Scared is one of that first that trader, you know. I don't know if that's a thing, but for me that's a thing, because of course there will be times where the first blood could go in the hands of Shut Up, maybe, and well, Scared always makes up for it by making sure that the game is equalized in numbers and make sure things are going to get tied up and equal when they try to play for those retakes or on the attacking side. And well, Blacklist Ultimate, again, they have to really rely on FDX in here, but also for Scared. These two players combined from the stage of the playoffs, they had combined 54 kills. Just these two alone. That's how little they are in this game. So if AMT's got Shut Up in heaven, a solid S&D performance from Scared and FDX should do the trick there. So they just gotta work with their strategies and execute it and not be distracted from what might just happen in the game itself.
Yeah, and what worries me about these teams, because we've seen them so many times in so many broadcasts, that they are already taking position, especially with the classic map that we have on firing range, and they might have a read already on the position that can be taken. Early initiation by the snipers against those big threats for the team can be a defining factor for each round. We'll have to find out how will that work right now. There will be a little bit of waiting time right now as we are preparing the server as well as the game for this match of Search and Destroy. But for those of you who aren't here, if you are looking for great fights, go ahead and watch this stream. If you have your friends not yet watching, go ahead and mention them in the comment section or invite them in. Whether you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, make sure that you have your eyes peeled, because these teams will bring a different story to what you already know from before, because Blacklist International Ultimate as well as ALMGHTY have had these grudges between these teams, and this is where we retell who is going to win the fight. Probably a retelling of the story from the past, but we'll have to find out what else can be offered by both of ALMGHTY and Blacklist Ultimate.
And well, you know, speaking of history for this squad, Sinir, the last time that AMT won a championship was last year at Garena Regional Qualifiers 2021. And right now, they look like their former selves, you know, have been popping off, getting these initial engagements to happen, and Shut Up being that momentarily piece that this team actually needs. But then again, we move into a map where it's going to be the dual sniper setup. And well, I'm not exactly sure how will AMT play this one out with the way Blacklist International Ultimate has been playing in this fiery range map alone? Because looking at what the statistics states in here on paper, Blacklist Ultimate has a 75 win rate percentage, winning 6 maps in this 6 maps in this game mode and 2 lost in it. So it really says a lot what this team can do it out there. While Almighty is a shaky 60%, that still doesn't remove the fact that this team has been kicking and of course fighting for their games.
Yeah, I mean, for Blacklist Ultimate, the struggle that they have, especially on this specific map and mode, is against ABC Esports, wherein we saw an overtime right now. And ABC Esports is a tough team as well. Though they were taken out already from that match, they are from this final stage of the Garena regional qualifiers. There's still a team that brings in a lot of heat, but because of the heat that we are waiting for, the excitement that will be happening, hopefully you stay with us because we are going for a quick break and we will come back. Continuation of the battle of Blacklist Ultimate and Almighty after the break. Welcome back, soldiers, and this is the show, Garena Call of Duty Mobile Regional Qualifiers. And we do apologize for the long pause that we have. I know a lot of you guys has been waiting for the chat, but we do have an explanation. We already given it out on the chat as well to help out the community who has been waiting. But briefly, it's just because that both of the teams are put in a server wherein they can play in a fair match, in a fair battle right now, wherein like there are no differences in terms of ping. And Callie, I think you could have more of the details out there at what happened on the background.
Yeah, first and foremost, ALMGHTY did win that first map, so that's that. So the reason why we actually went back and had to go for a break is because both of the teams are actually playing on an unstable server. So with that being said, we did try to search for whatever server is going to be the best for both these ends to have a fair play. I mean, Hong Kong is not really good for ALMGHTY because of the lag spikes. Same thing for Jakarta for Blacklist Ultimate. So Singapore server is not actually one of the best things that you can actually use because they say it's a home advantage for the Singapore squad. So therefore, the Bangkok server is going to be the server we are going to duke it out. So now no more reasons. The game gonna continue. AMT and Blacklist Ultimate gonna fight in this search and destroy. And well, it's going to be a big one, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely a big one. I mean, it started off big on Hardpoint. This time, search and destroy, and the rush is on. Good position coming from Blacklist Ultimate right now on a 1-3-1 split, but it's head on to this control room for the team of ALMGHTY to start the show.
Well, hey now, as we go and kick it up, it's going to be the first blood lighting up for Incendio and Shut Up. And despite of the servers, things are going to still continue in the hands of AMT. They still got that momentum, but FDX finally shutting things down. Gonna get that first kill for Blacklist up against Jet Pro, but they still need one more to tie up the numbers. And well, for AMT, there's kind of calculating their aggressiveness, not really able to push that bomb just yet because it's been dropped in the hands of Jet Pro right through that B bombs. But Jabin, this one's a huge one, and he needs to win this. And Shut Up just waiting things out. Jabin now on the push, just waiting and crawling, but Shut Up now off an alpha angle, expose himself. Easiest kill in the first round. We got a 3v3 in here, but Irfan J looking to hunt Jabin down. Oh my god, this is just huge back and forth play. So we are gonna see Incendio dropping FDX, Jabin you winning one against Incendio, but Irfan J on the tower gonna get that lined up, a 1v2 with Tin, the final player for Blacklist International Ultimate.
Yeah, and you saw Irfan J in there really going for the hunt after Incendio has been taken down. And that is one thing that you want to have on your team. You have one getting your back and getting that trade as well. Unfortunately, they have been, or Blacklist right now has one man advantage or against them, but Irfan J just clutches this against Tin, and I guess this is expected for Irfan J for this fight, but ALMGHTY gets the first point at this hill. And so far with the rotation that we've seen, like everyone is going head on, especially for the side of ALMGHTY. They need to slow it down because Blacklist International Ultimate has a lot of angles that they can take on this point. Even if they had the first point from the search and destroy, they need to make it work to their favor, waiting for the mistakes of Blacklist International from the game.
AMT is going to have the second floor control, which is going to be very beneficial. But if you would want to create that push at the B side, you need some snipers to back you up and get those initiations. And for now, not going to find any at the moment, but Heaven dropping Skirt could be a big one. Now they could open it up even more. They could play for the trades with the numbers that they have. And Heaven have a prime shot in there on the right side, dropping FDX. One more in the boxes, but Tin will be there for the cleanup. 3v4 now. Jabin is this user, Neptune.
Yeah, Jabin will be able to win that fight, but Shut Up takes him down. It's now left on a 2v3 situation in favor of ALMGHTY. AG falling for that against Shut Up, and Tin trading them off. Another one might be coming in. It's a good thing that they backed off from that area. Tin right now flanking once again. It is back to 1v2. Shut Up and Irfan J going in for that bomb. Rotation might be done and expected by Tin at this point, but not on this backside. They went in control room straight into Alpha, and Tin might be on the expected side because no one saw him moving in from Alpha towards that mid of the map.
Yeah, Tin is going to have the element of surprise here at the moment, and while it continues that way, AMT's got 30 seconds to push this bomb, and right now the best case for them is actually the B side. But the moment Tin gets the opportunity to move into the catwalks, that's where he gets a little bit more spot and a bit more advantage getting this Peacekeeper to work. But then again, timing is everything. Shut Up needs to get handled, but he gets gunned down. AMT takes a commanding 2-0 lead. They always win those 1v2s, making full use of those number advantage, playing for those trades, and wow, great start for AMT in here. But if you're Blacklist International Ultimate, you gotta find a way to get FDX ongoing. You know, he's still got 1 kills, but this is the guy you eventually want to rely on, especially if you would want to take down Heaven or Shut Up. And right now, needs to get it ongoing. For now, AMT is going to be on the attacking side for the 3rd time and still looking to have the same exact setup pushing that B side.
Incendio might be revealing his position with that trophy assisting takedown, but Incendio is being cautious right now on the movement that he have. FDX doesn't have that much of the angle to get to make those snipes work. Irfan J right now and the rest of ALMGHTY slowly closing in. Bravo is a target, and it is not just one, but all 4 other members of Blacklist waiting for them. AG making that initiation. Tin follows up against Jeff Bro, and we are left with 2 members from ALMGHTY right now. Heaven in a gunfight and takes down AG. It is now a 2v4 situation. Heaven flanking onto the other side, and no one has been seen just yet. Trap might be set and triggered by Blacklist at this point.
Yeah, it's a play for retake here for Blacklist International, by the way. They're just waiting for AMT to settle down the bomb plant, either at the B or the A side. And well, for AMT, the best choice, that A bomb site, get them a little bit more hide around in the map, especially on the rocks and maybe that 2nd floor that they could totally use to take these players down. But for now, they got a bomb. They got to put that bomb down. And jabbing with the huge nade against Irfan J. A properly timed one, and now AMT falling down one at a time, scared to just pick this final kill up. Incendio back on death's door, jabbing with the pickup, and now we do see Blacklist get their own round. And you know, I did say that they need FDX to get those first initial picks, and well, not really what they did there in the 3rd round, but they actually wait for AMT to initiate the attacks and just wait them out, get those initial kills and those good angles, very off angles that were used, and well, it totally worked. And now they just find, oh wow, FTX now first blood.
Yeah, and they just need to get that initiation on to the win, but Shut Up goes in for the 3K, and they're turning the tables against Blacklist International Ultimate, and Shut Up is still onto the hunt. And as he goes in, straight into Heaven's door, another kill from Shut Up, and this might be an ace coming from this guy. Let's find out the backstab possibility. Jabin traps him, and Shut Up is down, bringing the game on a 1v2 in favor of ALMGHTY, and Jabin will be sighted and taken down by Incendio.
A good play for ALMGHTY, taking this team down in a couple of seconds, and the pressure all came true, and the one player single-handedly Shut Up, scored 4 kills on that round. Truly the MVP, and giving this team that 2-round lead advantage that they still are gonna continue to come up with. But the good play for numbers there for AMT, you know, they always win those 1v2s, and well, going to be very useful if you would want to take Blacklist International down on this S&D, pull up with that 2-0 lead. Right now, trophy systems are down, so no more Godlane's gonna come true here. Irfan J would pick up the first blood, and the bomb gets down. A heavy 4v5. This seems to be AMT, just locking things down in every angle they take. But finally, we do see some ingress made. AG taking down Heaven. We got a 4v3 now. Numbers in favor for Blacklist. Great job by Tino on the back as well. Huge double there. Now the GS can go for the push and play for trades.
Yeah, play for trades. FDX going for the kill against Irfan J, and is now left to Jeffro right now. And there goes Jeffro for a double, but Tin takes him down. And there goes 1 point for Blacklist Ultimate for this game. And we know that you've been asking about the maps right now. There are a little bit of error in terms of what was shown earlier. So with the maps that we have, it will be Slums for Hardpoint, Summit for the Search and Destroy, followed by Raid, Firing Range, and then Standoff. That is the sequence that we have for this series. But as we look at the game, it is a 3-1 Blacklist Ultimate catching up.
Oh well, this is one way for you to go to the defensive side. Just wait, take what the defense or what the offense gives you, and a great job waiting it out, you know. But they have sent out one player already around the enemy lines. AG on this flank, he gets the first blood against Shut Up, so one less sniper to worry about. Incendio making a risky play, gets punished with it, and Blacklist International Ultimate now having great numbers. The bomb is down, 30 seconds to hold on to. AMT Jeffro not gonna have a lot of ingress there, a lot of angles to take into consideration, and Blacklist just gonna take this wing, gonna take that 3 rounds straight. And of course, we're switching the sides in here, and well, let's see who's gonna be better. It's still a close game. AMT now starts on the defending side.
Yeah, defenders will be almighty, and this time Blacklist Ultimate has a chance to change the pace of the game. They're taking it slow the moment that they get in onto that mid line and just waiting for this Blacklist to move in. Jabin right now just waiting and initiating with a grenade, but I don't think any kills will be done just yet. Jabin getting in position probably to go for a takedown onto that long A side, as well as a backup being done by Tin. But there goes Jabin being spotted, and initiation with that nade to take that guy down. That is shut up right now, waiting for him, but Tin gives him that distraction.
And well, for Shut Up, he's already got 8 kills in the game. And well, for Jabba, he's gonna have 6 right on your screen. And the player that's been doing majority of the damage for Blacklist, it's gonna be Tin with 8 kills. So you got Jabin and Tin just working it all. Good performance for them so far, but we need to see more from Scared. This guy scored double digits on the playoffs on day 1. So he has a lot of things that he can really offer into the table. But for now, it's gonna start things slow. Blacklist is really taking their time, a long offensive take, but now finally they are making the difference. They take the first blood against Shut Up with that sniper from FDX, and now he can score one more against Incendio. Take a look at that timing. It's just perfect in here. Now Blacklist going in for the push. They are going to execute almighty in here down to their final 2 players, and well, they're just playing this one like a film at the moment. Untouchable at this 4 consecutive wins that they have.
Irfan J tagged up and taken down by Tin, and a quick takedown as well against Heaven by Jabin. This is the first time that we've seen on this Search and Destroy that Blacklist Ultimate has taken the lead, but how far can they take this up this game? Almighty really need to change up their tactics right now, because they are being caught off guard by Blacklist Ultimate on every approach that they try. And as they rush in the same position, well, not so much, because it is a 3-1 or 4-1 split coming from Almighty. They are going in for the takedown against Blacklist. FDX right now will try to take a peek, but no one's been seen just yet. Heaven also waiting for that position, but as we can see, the advantage being taken by Almighty. It has been traded and reversed, possibly by Skurd. Skurd right now going for the 3rd frag, and there we have it, left to 2. Skurd taking 2 down or 3 down from Almighty really changes the game.
Yes, Kurt getting warm now is going to be very useful, especially in this Search and Destroy. He currently leads the team in total kills in S&D. Now he's starting to be like himself. Just needs to find a little bit more kills in here. But that's not going to be that easy. Heaven and Shut Up now looking to get that work done. But they come up empty as Jabin and Skurd takes the final 2 blows. Blacklist International Ultimate, they are so great at playing the time and rhythm in their favor. And Almighty gets impatient with the way they actually hold onto that offensive side. So great job so far for making AMT make some errors in the game. And not only that, Skurd is slowly getting into it, got 4 kills on that last round. Is going to be very beneficial for this team's success in every S&D game mode that they're going to play on this best of 5. Well, for now, things are going to slow down a little bit. A very crucial round for Blacklist International Ultimate. They win this round, they're going to reach match point. But here, AFT, you're going to have to try to stop them and remove that momentum off the side of Blacklist. But that seemed like it's going to be a hard task for them, because Blacklist has been pulling away with the first bloods. Then going to get that first kill. Shut Up will be that first death. We get a 5v4 in here, still in favor for Blacklist.
Yeah, and there goes attack with that stun, and FDX right now lost opportunity for the kill. Jeff Pro holding back into the gunfight. Heaven goes in for the kill against FDX, and here comes the rest of the teams of Almighty rushing in. But earlier, Callie, we've seen them use the same approach, and they have not been changing that. This time, it's making them are working onto their favor. Heaven goes for the takedown, and Alpha right now will be rushed. It's only a split being done by Skurd as well as this guy called Tin that might make this work. And Skurd gets another one, taking down Incendio, putting the fight on a 1v2. Jeff Pro turning his back, and there goes the trade-off. It is now 1v1, but Irfan J clutches this and still has plenty of time for the defuse.
And there you go. 10 seconds is left. Make that a bomb defuse down for AMT 5 and 4. But to those who just watching right now and confused why we're playing S&D Summit, we have the map graphics earlier wrong. So the current order should be Hardpoint at Slums, S&D at Summit, Control at Raid, Hardpoint firing range at map number 4, and Standoff search and destroy at map number 5. So right now we are currently playing the exact map. So as we go along, it's going to be round number 10, 5-4. Blacklist has the opportunity to get that match point, but can they do it? A goal of engagement is coming through on the bottom side of the minimap with number 1 and number 3. And while AG will not be able to successfully get the earned kill at the moment, we're going to see more defensive action for AMT in all 3 lanes. So kind of a good defensive take them for them for now, but they gotta find a way to get the first blood. They did try to find the one right through P4, but not really able to get and confirm that at the moment. And well, for Blacklist International Ultimate, it's going to be 45 seconds already passing by. The question is, where are you going to put that bomb down? And maybe a play for pick is important, but then extends himself too much. And Shut Up was there for the cleanup. We got a 5v4 now. But Blacklist, it seems like the B is the best choice here. That A stack is just currently in for AMT's defensive favor.
Yeah, defense is not that much apart from how it has started already in this round number 10. FDX trying to take a peek, getting information as well in the mid. One will be showing, but a miss on that sniper will be crucial. And FDX backing off with the backup coming from above. Jeff Pro right now getting information as well, and pre-firing Shut Up goes in for the kill against FDX, and we are now on a 4v3. Oh, a loss by Blacklist in there. Irfan J Incendio, and finish it off is Heaven. That is what we talk about when we call a comeback. You don't go slow, you just go fast, and this team of Almighty now is moving fast in half of each round, and this might be throwing Blacklist off game.
Yeah, a lot of actions happening off camera, but most of the attacks happen right through the catwalks and at the bottom side of that minimap, right through the snows. And again, talk about the first blood there by Shut Up, and the follow-up for the 3rd kill at that last round. Truly was the dagger for Blacklist Ultimate. They did have a 2-round lead, but now they are starting to look slow and unsteady. The inconsistency is affecting them at the moment, but for now, a great start at round 11, dropping Shut Up. The key player of AMT now down. Can they capitalize on the number advantage? It seems like they're going to do a bit more than that, but Jeff Pro step up greatly with that drop against Scared. And well, a little bit of a mixer in the matchup, but we get a 2v3 situation. Incendio and Heaven down as the final 2 players of AMT looking to work it up against Blacklist as they look to find a way at that A-bomb site. That sniper from Heaven could be very useful up against FDX.
Yeah, Heaven right now had a good position to go for the kill, but has been taken down in there by FDX, and here comes the rush. Only one remains. Incendio right now going into insane stuff, trying to hit the leg, but will be missing, and he is now hunted by the team of Blacklist. He will be waiting. The bomb will be planted right there. That might be the opportunity that he has to distract the team of Blacklist. But there goes the kill. Incendio with a god nade, putting it on a 1v2, and all they have to do is wait, and there is the 40-second mark already for Incendio to make the move.
Oh, he gets one more player down, but he got caught while he's going down there. AG, great timing, great bait and switch, a play for a trade. Blacklist now takes the match point. Again, we've talked about us wanting to get that 20-round overtime that we currently need and earn, and well, this might just be the map, this might just be the game. But before we even talk about that, AMT needs to win this round number 12. Blacklist in prime position to get this win so long as FDX continues to convert those first bloods and create the opening picks that Blacklist needs up against AMT for now. Incendio, oh, and I think he spots the barrel there, but he will not decide to go for the push. So great discipline so far for AMT, but that could be the game there. But for now, 30 seconds passing by, and Blacklist just really knows how to push. They are calculating their aggressiveness, but an overextension made by FDX will now give them that 4 players left. So more covers, more angles to take care for AMT. Just gotta capitalize on the number advantage.
Yeah, man. FDX right now, he has been cited already earlier and he didn't back off. And I guess that was a mistake by FDX at this point. Once you have your position known by the opposing team, you need to back out in there and reposition. And this is what the team is doing right now. They're trading off their position, especially for Blacklist ultimate side, because they don't want to be caught off guard, especially with the man disadvantage. Incendio just waiting for the peak on Bravo, but everyone's heading into Alpha right now. Information might be relayed right here by this guy of Shut Up, and the shot right now against J-Bin will start this off.
Good use of smoke there for Blacklist to cover down the ground to the bomb site, but Shut Up is just too good. Irfan Jays follows it up with even more shots to come true. And now down to their final player, scared too many angles to hold, but it takes 3 players down, but Irfan J on the flank. Wow, what an engagement. Scared scores his 10th kill for the game, but AMT gets the bomb defusal. 6-6 now. We are going to activate overtime. You gotta win by 2 rounds in order for you to win this series. So it's gonna get scrappy from here on out. Every round we are going to switch the sides, and here at this round number 13, it's Blacklist entering on the defending side. So let's see what kind of angles are they gonna take and what kind of setup are they gonna use. And it seems like it's going to be one aggressive one with AG dropping Shut Up on the catwalk. So that's that. We get a 5v4 early. Blacklist just needs to wait it out, wait for AMT to initiate the offense, and well, FDX will be there to clean one more player down. A heavy 3v5 for AMT.
3v5 indeed, and this is heavy for AMT. They need to make it through, take 2 down to balance it off, but with angles being taken already with Blacklist ultimate, it will be difficult for ALMGHTY to push through. Incendio right now taking the 2nd floor, waiting for anyone for Alpha, and this might be the information relayed for everyone to rotate into that side. Irfan J taking peek as well, but no one will be sighted just yet, and this is an off angle. No one will be waiting because everyone understands from Blacklist Ultimate that Bravo was the initiation, the initial push that ALMGHTY is doing. There goes the tag, but the takedown has been done by AG. It's now left to 2 members of ALMGHTY, Jeff Pro and Incendio. Incendio, still no information as to where the rest of Blacklist is, but Incendio has been spotted. The drop shot will not work, and he needs to back out from this fight. Incendio takes down Sin, and Jeff Pro traded.
The longer this takes, the more AMT struggles here. Blacklist is waiting around where the bomb is dropped, and number 1 AG is gonna wait for that moment. Number 5 could get the kill here up the top, and now the rotation is late. The no trades are not gonna happen just yet, but finally Scare on the top floor gets it to go. Gives Blacklist the advantage point here at this game. Now, can they win this to end this round and get that 1-1 overall in the series? So far, it's not going to happen at the moment, but a good first blood again. Maybe from AG or FDX could totally turn the tides for this team. And for now, AMT starting on the defensive side. What kind of setup are you going to do? Nades are not going to get anything, and right now they're just playing it slow, taking what the offense will give them.
Yeah, they need to play it slow right now. There's no need to risk anything from this fight, especially for the side of ALMGHTY. 76 is the scores. Match point for Blacklist Ultimate. If they make this through, they would get that 1-1 on the series point. FDX, a little bit too patient right now into this area and waiting for that peak as well from the sides of Shut Up. But no one is making any early moves, and we are counting down to almost down to the last minute of the game. And that 1 minute will be a trigger for the attackers to make their move. But Incendio started it off with a good flank right now. A good backstab possibility coming from this guy.
Yeah, we are seeing some initiative from AMT. They are not afraid to take the risk and go big. To go big or go home at this round. You know, they lose this, it's over this round number 2, and it's map number 2. And while it continues to be that way, AMT still just waiting. But this flank right here is a deadly banger. He finds the first player on the entry now. That should turn some heads. Blacklist on now. Not checking their flanks, and Incendio with the double. Looking to get 1 more here. He gets 1. He gets the second. Oh! 4. Wow. 2 doubles there. That could be 1 more. That could be ace. That could be ace. Incendio now going on the hunt. He's hunting this player down. Zigzags. The punching glove to end.
Oh,
my goodness.
Ace for the insane Incendio right now, and that's what we're talking about. Once you are stuck on a stalemate, Incendio makes that move. He makes that decision to extend, but not on a risky extension. He makes sure that he will not be tracked that easily, getting the information as well as the position, and he make that pounce. FDX starting it off against Jeff Pro, and it is now a 4v5 right now. Blacklist in winning in terms of numbers, but can be easily be traded if right now, especially with the rush that's being done.
Oh,
Javen
Incendio
will be the trading spot. Incendio once again going insane.
Incendio's got 14 kills at the moment. He's just been so good. Every time he aims the crosshair, he's been able to line up the shots, but finally, Scared will be able to even things out here. 3v3 in heaven now. Time for his turn. He's got 10 kills already in the matchup, but he's gonna get traded by Thin. Good play for the height advantage there, as they do have this team's actually locked down. Shut up needs a good one here. Incendio gets shot down by FTX. Scared there for the cleanup. 8 and 7 once again. Good back and forth trades. The moment you want to end this, I think it's time we get that round 20, man.
Okay, looking forward to that round 20. I mean, I know a lot has been waited already, but this wait for that the 20th mark really is worth it, especially with these two teams who has been fighting it off not just now but even from before, and this is a chance for both teams to show off and to show up in this game. Jabin going in for that push, but the smoke has stopped him on his heels and might be seeing Shut Up in there, though Shut Up tagged will not be down just yet.
What?
And Shut Up takes down against Jabin only with half HP in there. He will not be faltering. He will not be scared. Not scared. Takes down Jeffro with that grenade.
Irfan J needs this huge. There it goes. AMT converting some shots, and Incendio continues the lighter. Now to the final two players. AG converts one, converts
Oh!
two. Good big gunfight there, a massive one, and now look at how things were turned around by Blacklist, but the flank gonna kick in. Clutch King Irfan J gets one more. You're going to activate one in closing that gap down. Very important with this KSB. Looking to get the punching gloves. Oh my goodness. 3 seconds left, and Blacklist wins this round. And well, AG comes there till death do us apart. Blacklist will be able to get that close one there. Irfan J just came in a little bit too late.
Yeah, a little bit too late. Well, 5 seconds too late. He has less opportunity in there to go in for the clutch because of the timer as well. And a good play by Blacklist in there to play for time. Blacklist Ultimate taking this second round of the series to a tie, 1-1 right now, and we've seen a little bit of support right there as well from the last guy of Blacklist, just kneeling down while the bomb is being attempted to be defused, and that is respect coming from Blacklist out there, not just killing because they know that they have the game already.
Oh, well, they can see it here. 9-7, Scared, 18 kills. You know, I talk about how this guy performs greatly for Blacklist International in the SND. And, well, he did that in here with 18 kills. But talk about the huge, massive step up by Incendio with 15 kills. Well, an ace was just performed and actually one of the best plays and highlights in this SND. But, you know, it's been 50 minutes, and finally, Blacklist gets their first map win here now, June.
Yeah, I mean, though Blacklist gets that win, I'm pretty sure fans out there, or like players out there, is still stumped on how Incendio made that play earlier on that A. I mean, the MVP might be given to the winning team, but Incendio at this point is MVP. This is what we're talking about. This is what we love about these guys, these teams. They put up all the effort and they show up into the game. But the actual MVP in terms of the winning team is Scared. And that is also contributed by the 3 kills that he done earlier back to back to back. I mean, this guy is never scared, though his name is Scared.
Yeah, he's not scared at all. He's not afraid to back down. He made a lot of big plays for Blacklist, especially in the mid-game where they were down by a couple of players, and he was always there to even things out for this squad. and he never just seems to fail, you know. Every time he steps into that S&D game mode, he is there to perform for Blacklist International Ultimate, and that's what you get from the Eastern Finals MVP, man. 9-7 on that Summit Search and Destroy. Now we move into raid control, and this is actually one of the keys to victories. If you are AMT, right now they are undefeated in the game. It's going to be them actually having 8-0 in the map win-loss. So that's that. And you take a look at Blacklist International Ultimate, who currently is having a rough time playing controls. But anyway, this is the swinger. The game swinger for both these ends. Who wins this might be able to win that map number 4.
Yeah, I mean, who wins this will reduce the pressure from their side, because as we can see right now is 1-1, and who wins the raid control, the third map, will bring it a 2-1. And at some point, for some of the pro teams, pressure brings in the best in them, but we'll have to see right now, because like even if Blacklist will be able to manage to take a point, it's still a perfect match for this team of Almighty in terms of control. So we'll have to find out what tactics Blacklist Ultimate has to take down and like to break that record that Almighty has. And here comes the push right now. Javen in there trading off, and together with Skurd bringing in to a 1 life deficit. There goes the second deficit right now, traded by FDX. Capture being done by Blacklist Ultimate, and there's no perfect time. Incendio right now is also going in for another flank, possibility for another 3 kill right there. And there goes the second Incendio hiding off. Laundry is the only area that he hasn't checked, but he needs not to risk that.
Yeah, great job right now by AMT from recovering back into the matchup after dropping their bodies right through the B control point earlier. But still, they don't have any control over that. But they are worrying about the spawn shop getting enabled in here. Right now, Heaven gonna be way behind enemy lines. Irfan J takes control of this laundry. So that's that. Now they are in for that spawn shop. They are now able to win their gunfights. And take a look at the massive drop in numbers from Blacklist.
Yeah.
Down to their final 16 live counts. They need to break the spawns. And one way for them to counterattack that is actually very smart to move in at this A control point while AJ is on an off angle. And well, the A control point, that's exactly where you want to be. Hardest point to control, the hardest point to attack, but they're gonna full stack with 4 numbers, adding 1 player to guard the perimeter on that mid map. And well, they've been successful getting the first segment done, winning a couple of gunfights, and now they are bringing the damage, but they are costing some lives in here as well. They gotta be a little bit more efficient, but they get picked apart one at a time. But they did 2 segments done in here. Now they just gotta pressure a little bit more. Blacklist, now that their final 9 live counts, 30 seconds left. They will take the attack at the B control point. So this is a 50-50 in here.
Yeah, I mean, they doing the switcheroo in there, moving from Bravo to Alpha to Bravo once again to go for the capture. And it is up to Almighty right now to put in the funnel and go in for those lives. As we can see, it's already cut in half, 14 to 17 or to 7 in the lives. And Irfan J makes it a little bit lower. 5 left for Blacklist Ultimate. 10 right now trying to defend, but there goes the Hunter killer drone, killing him in an instant. It was a hit. 3 lives remaining, and Blacklist Ultimate not looking good despite of all the effort that they have put into play for that Bravo push.
Yeah, great divide and conquer play by Blacklist International Ultimate, you know. They are able to make sure AMT got a ringer when it comes to predicting where they might be at, but now they're down to their final 2 live counts. They just have to slow it down. They still have 45 seconds, and a good play for Tin could turn the game around, but not when Irfan J and Shot Up gets those front attacks to happen right through the swimming pool. And AMT gonna get their first round win on the defending sides. Now we switch. So Blacklist gonna have a little bit more advantage here at this round number 2. They will be immediately getting that control of the kitchen and on the laundry's control, getting that B oversight locked and loaded, but they gotta capitalize or not. AMT is gonna pull away with the kills. We start to kick things off with Tin getting that first blood, and Irfan J is there for the trade. And at the moment, it's 29 to 28. But look at the way AMT takes the attacks in here. You know, they extend 2 players on that Vance, and they put Jet Pro on the statue, having that height advantage equalize on that laundry side. And well, it's been totally useful for this team. They get 2 parts done already, and that really throw up Blacklist International, you know. But the good thing that they now have the flank to happen, and they did have good defense, but AMT had far more better offense, so that'd be 2 segments done there.
Yeah, with all the destructions being done in there on Bravo, 2 members from Almighty has been sneakily being on Alpha already. No information just yet, and no one has been detected that because of the pressure being done by Almighty on Bravo right now. One more tick, and everyone will be heading in to A, and the battle still continues. Lives left once again from Blacklist Ultimates puts them in a disadvantage of 5, and there goes a God Nade, but still continuing on. And I would say, Callie, Almighty has had the killing game already played out in control. Not only do they have great control of each point, they can play it onto those lives, and that, even if they have the disadvantage, can turn it around against them.
And the best way right now for Blacklist to defeat AMT is use those operator skills, but it's such a big risk, you know. The life counts are totally dwindled already, and the damage is already done. AMT just needs to clean it up a little bit more, and this should be another round win. Not on the defensive side, but on the attacking side, where it seems to get a little bit heavy and winning the game. They just make it seem so easy, you know. The perfect package in here. You got shot up using that right click MMR, so you got that long range engagements. You got incentive with that Peacekeeper, having a long range attack, and of course a good mobility off of that. And AMT just removing Blacklist easily. 2-0 now in here. And if you're Blacklist, you gotta play as a team. Same thing that AMT's been doing in the last 2 rounds. They just are having it rough, you know, and it's really a bad thing when you have all 5 players actually having no double-digit kills in here. The closest is Scared with 9. The lowest, Javin with 5. Not good in that gunfight. They need to step it up.
They need to step it up, and step it up they do. They go into Alpha this time. No engagement happening on Bravo yet, and this might save up on the life of Blacklist Ultimate. There goes the takedown by FDX and Tin right now, bring the favor to them by 2. Here comes AG waiting on, and Alpha going in for the second tick once again. This might be the momentum that Blacklist Ultimate needs to get this win onto the fight. Lives right now, not too risky for Blacklist Ultimate. It is balanced on the 25-25, but the capture is still ongoing on both points.
Yeah, better initiative by AMT, but good recovery made by, of course, Blacklist International Ultimate. And although they did have some captures down the B control point, having makes things a little bit harder, but finally they do break it, but not to the point where they're gonna get it easily, because right now Jeff Pro is just showing in the God bombs, and well, he's been able to control it single-handedly. Take 3 players, make it 4 players down, and we'll talk about that Sparrow efficiency. Gonna be very beneficial for AMT. Now you're starting to see the reason why this team is 8-0 in the Stage 4 Garena Call of Duty Mobile qualifiers. You know, they really are one of the best, not the best, but they are the control kings at the moment. And well, they have the opportunity to strike here one more time, but Black is giving up a great fight, and now they're starting to win their gunfights.
Yeah, the gunfights being won right now. 3 life deficit in favor of Almighty, and AG right now will be that guy who will be taken down in here. The rotations being done by Blacklist Ultimate is similar to what they've done earlier. Though they started off in Alpha, Almighty, knowing that tactic already, they have been rigged and they don't want to let go of any points anymore. They are just focusing on to that kill. And shot up right now, going for the kill. And Irfan J, even with a backstab, will still be surviving. 5 lives, make that 2 that quickly, and another one being done. Even with a Sparrow, that could have been GG, but there goes Irfan J from behind, cleaning this up, and this is a good 3-0, maintaining the record of Almighty in terms of control.
Yeah, with that round, with that map win, that going to be 9-0 now in game mode control, 100% win rate. And just to give you guys a good proof that they're the ones playing, there you see all 5 players showing their phone on screen. And well, that guy in bench is something very, very phenomenal, man. This guy's been effortlessly taking the players down in spawns. And not only that, that mid-map control that he actually initiated earlier was absolutely a performance. But talk about how this team has been using control as one of their biggest playmakers, you know. Well, for Smart Omega, they have that SND. SND wins the championship, but right now, AMT Control wins them the games. And look at this, you know, Jet Pro with 20 and 9, Heaven with 20 and 12, both players combining for 40 kills. And take a look at Jabin right now on the other side. On the bad end of things, you got Jabin with 7 and 18. That's a double negative. That's exactly what you would want in a respawn game. So maybe they need to see more actions from him. But looking at the highlights, AMT was just popping off right off the start. The mechanical capabilities was just felt right off the get-go. And Shot Up was there for that sniper, that long range. Incendio, good in that mid-range. And Irfan J and Heaven just basically sewing up the players one by one on that KSP. And every time a player falls for Blacklist International Ultimate, it gets a little bit harder for them to make an ingress. And your MVP for this game in this Control is going to be Jet Pro with 20 kills and 2,616 deaths. We've talked about how the impact of Heaven and Shut Up is in for this team. And well, this guy has been able to transcend his team more than as an objective player. He's out here racking some kills as well, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, he has done a lot already for this team, especially with like starting from the acquisition of Jet Pro. I mean, he has been a good addition already to ALMGHTY. And as we look back onto the best of 5 series that we have, 2 already on the side of ALMGHTY with firing range Hardpoint. This might be, well, I would say still a chance for Blacklist Ultimate, but we're going back to respawns. It might be a pull trick, a trick to being losing that first Hardpoint on Slums, because from what we've seen previously, Slums is, though mostly efficient, is ALMGHTY. Blacklist Ultimate has done great strides as well in that map, but going in onto firing range, this might be a chance to see if Blacklist is just messing around with that first hard point, because they need to get that point.
Yeah, you know, they can afford to mess around. You know, what's on stake here is the chance to be the representative of Stage 5 for Garena region. And well, they need to get it ongoing. A chance for them to force a map number 5, and for ALMGHTY, a chance to end the series and to be able to play in the championship. And now as we go and kick it up, you know, first Hardpoint is going to be the most scrappiest sale. And taking a look at the setup right now, just withstanded by AMT. They get the white warehouse control. They also have that Americans control with number 5 in yellow, but finally will be able to get shut down. And now we are seeing Blacklist now fighting, but Heaven still having a good off angle. And you remember, this guy currently drops 40 kills per game, 40 plus kills per game. So right now he's the player that Blacklist really needs to shut down. And for the moment, Hardpoint still in the hands of AMT. Irfan J doing that OBJ.
Yeah, OBJ being done by Irfan J, but will be taken by Javen, who has taken that tower to his advantage. Still, Blacklist has taken this point of the first P, or the P1 that we have on this Hardpoint, but they need to balance it off right now. And as you mentioned, scrappiest P1 now we have is in firing range because of how open it is and very accessible from all the team. But once we switch it to that P2, there's only limited entry that can be done. Who takes this might have the highest point in this game.
AMT got a good spot right now. They got the P3 control. AMT is holding off their grounds, but finally they get shut down on the mid map. And now the pitch play and the split spawn attack now about to come through for Blacklist. Jabin now stepping up greatly, getting that huge double. Now they are trying to control the mid map for the moment, not really attacking at that P2. And well, they gotta get in there fast. You know, they have already made an ingress, but they stow it down, and that tiny lapse in air could just cost you more points in the game. And Irfan J continues to lock it down, fully streaked up already, and he just might be the bane for Blacklist in this match. Take a look at this scoreboard, 64 to 18, and AMT is guaranteed to get more time on that P2. Blacklist just give this team a lot of points. Now they got to make amends on that. They did have that early rotation to P3, but I don't think that gives, you know, AMT's got a lot of things in their bags already that they can use to take these players down.
Yeah, but as we can see, it's only 2 left in here on the next hill as the Blacklist takes over. 1 will be left right now, but the aggression of this team needs to be held. There is no chance in there to be sloppy in terms of taking the spawns as well as the rotation. You need to be careful on how you can approach this white warehouse. Ooh. Big mistake being done in there, and Blacklist will still take over this hill. But here comes ALMGHTY taking it back. Two members will try to go for the push, but the backup is coming from ALMGHTY. But still with two openings of this white warehouse, it is very difficult to push and easy to control. Blacklist Ultimate might have a chance to catch up on the points of ALMGHTY.
Right when we thought Blacklist is slowing down, they have finally made themselves back into the matchup, and that huge solid hill at P3 is the game changer for them. They are in striking distance at the moment, and they just need to win a little bit more gunfights in this P4, but for now, they will not be able to get that. They might use that spawn for the moment with number 4 and Jabin trying to route around the back. And well, that could be useful, but they get successfully taken care of by AMT. 71-81 as we open up this P4. And this one's a solid hill currently in the hands of AMT. Take a look at the defense right now. 3 players inside the point, 1 guarding that jungle, and 1 is safe holding and safeguarding that anchor spawn for this team. Blacklist in nowhere to get that attacks to come true at the moment. They just gotta slow it down a little bit and maybe use those operator skills to create the plays. And for now, FDX gonna be the point man as they try to create the break. They get flushed down one by one. AMT just too strong, but finally AG and the crew, they will be able to reverse the spawn. So finally, they get the attacks that they want. They are able to get that break, but not for long because AMT is trying to supply the chain in there with Heaven on the mid-map, but finally, Blacklist winning more gunfights. So that's what this team wants. That's what they get.
And that's what they get. 9 seconds remaining into this hill, and they need to make rotations already onto that open area. We'll have to see how well can these teams get a hold of that hill, because once we cycle back, it will be a trade-off once again. But good positions being taken by ALMGHTY at this point. 1 on auto repair, 1 on the tower, but the trade back will not be happening, and Blacklist will be losing it. Capture will be inevitable, but done by ALMGHTY at this point. We'll have to see how will Blacklist respond to this hit.
A better map control for now for Blacklist, you know. Jabin is going to be in the white warehouse, taking 1 player down, but the trade now going to happen for AMT with Jeff Pro now holding this ground. And AMT going to get a little bit scrappy inside the point, and Irfan J gets the double. Now AMT, nice recovery made. They now finally make their way at the auto repair shop while Blacklist continues to give themselves that favorable area to control and makes things easier in that gunfight department. 14 seconds is left, and if you're Blacklist, you would want to have the control in the next hardpoint already. And well, they are scrolling in the time inside P1, and they're not in a bad position at all, but they gotta move, they gotta act fast. Depth Pro gonna be there early for AMT for P2, and well, this is something that Blacklist shouldn't be able to falter, because they failed getting P2 already. They need to make amends, and for now, they are able to get that auto repair shop, so that's 1+, but they gotta supply in that P3 and contest,
Yeah, and Irfan J as well as Incendio holding that next hill, as 1 will be waiting. It is 10 right now who might be going in on to that entry point, but Jeff Pro will be caught off guard, will be taken down even before approaching command center. Here comes the hold, but Japan will be taking Irfan J down, and there goes the hit. The push right now of ALMGHTY not being traded in there by Blacklist Ultimate, still taking the points out of this game. 20 seconds remaining, and Blacklist starts to fall 1 by 1. Early rotation needs to be done in the white warehouse right now, and that will be by Skurd. Skurd taken down in there with the Sparrow, and this is back to the money hill that we have on white warehouse. Less entry and more defense oriented. This is ALMGHTY making that work for them.
Yeah, Irfan J should drop the, could be useful here for that Access 1 Goliath. They now are able to pull away. They just need to win more gunfights in this first 10 seconds to win that hold. And Jabin will try to use his will to kind of break through. He's going to get 2 players in there, but not enough for AMT to get bullied out. But now they are trying to attack from the flank, but they soon would get cut off. AMT just playing this like this a film P2 to P3 chain. Blacklist can't seem to respond, and to make matter worse, that X1 Goliath from Irfan J is not even invested yet. Now they are on their final 50 seconds in heaven, locking things down in the Woodhouse. FDX, they gotta get in. They gotta get in fast, or else this might just be the end.
Yeah, this might be the end for Blacklist Ultimate. 104 to 214. That's a lot of lead being taken by Almighty, and there's no playing around. There's no tricks or tactics that can take down Almighty at this point. Getting close to the end mark with only a few seconds from this hill. They need to make that rotation, but Blacklist is still onto the other side spawning, and it might be a long run, a long road for Blacklist at this point. Shot up right now, cleaning up, but Tin takes him down, and it is now left to 22 points remaining for Almighty.
The hardpoint opens up and AMT is gonna be there. And if you're Blacklist, you gotta contest this point. This is it. This is the end. AMT is looking to close this down in 4 maps. Tin standing his ground. He's gonna find one player in the window and FDX there for the assistance. Right now, AMT is making their place right around the jungle. So that should be more time in the hands of Blacklist International Ultimate. But Heaven is able to break through. But Heaven will be shot down by Scared. So a nice hold so far for Blacklist. They're gonna get it through. And AMT, now is the time to actually think about what are you gonna do next. 20 seconds is left. Are you gonna continue to barge your head at this P4, or are you gonna set up greatly for this P1? And well, they will have the auto repair shop, so they get the power position in their favor. And Irfan J is gonna be rocking alive in this P1. And well, it's going to be an open map, but it's going to be quite a risk in here once its power gets to kicked in. But Heaven now gonna find a way to make things matter worse for Blacklist as he throws off a lot of kills there. Triple kill on the bomb, and the hardpoint opens up, and AMT, they will not put their X's1 Goliath in the hardpoint, and this is a very smart thing, but finally it goes down, and he falls for the bait, and Blacklist there, going in, working, using that operator skills to get all the angers that they need, and AMT still not able to claim time.
Fire is on Blacklist Ultimate right now, making sure that they will not lose any points anymore. Going in onto this P1 cycle, they need to make use of the power position and take down Almighty one at a time for them to catch up to the point. And this is what they're doing right now. No one can enter the house of Blacklist, as we can see Almighty being pushed towards backyard right now and being cut down in their approach. Irfan J, good position right now. Opportunity for him to take this point, bringing down to 10 remaining. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. It will be cut off right there, but with how close this is, Cali, this is looking GG for Blacklist Ultimate. Almighty might have this already.
And now, you know, a chance to be a Stage 5 representative is on the line of this upper bracket final, and Blacklist will continue to fight for it. This is GG's for both ends. This is an important hard point. If Blacklist gets the hold, they will be in striking distance, but look at how AMT supplies the chain inside the hill. AMT, they will shut down Blacklist in 4 maps, being the first team to represent Garena in Stage 5.
And that was GM3 story untold, retold, and rewritten. This is what we have for the team of Almighty, taking Blacklist Ultimate down in 4 maps. And well, regardless of where you put this team, I mean, this team has, like, not only has they performed, but improved a lot. They learned how to start it off with control, made that hold of that mode, and it's just up to them to improve as well on the other modes. They were able to make it. Hardpoint lost that search and destroy, but got control, and back to Hardpoint, they will still maintain whatever lead they can get against Blacklist Ultimate.
Yeah, Irfan J played a huge shot off of that, you know, 45 kills in the game. 3 minutes and 2 seconds in that hard point, the super soaker that AMT needs to pressure Blacklist in every way possible. And just talk about how the total team effort was just allocated in here for this team. Every player has got 30 plus kills, and they did all the work, not just by one man. There's no I in Almighty. It was a total team effort in here. And well, seems like the story of AMT continues on the next stage, and as we previously mentioned, you know, this might just be the final run for Heaven, as he's gonna be retiring from Call of Duty Mobile. And well, it's a very sweet story for them at the moment, as they continue to build up the narrative. You know, after failing for a lot of time in the Garena major event, they have finally broke through the curse of being the Kryptonite having Blacklist International as their kryptonite, they've been able to break that curse, and well, they did it in a surprising manner. 45 kills for this team, for this player right here, Irfan J. 6,475 points here, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good showing for this. Well, this is the first time. Let's not kid ourselves. This is not the first time that we've seen Irfan J in MVP, and this guy really is one of the best player. I would say all of the players in Almighty is the best. The same in Blacklist Ultimate, just that the team is a lot better this time on this series. And imagine that was like on 4 maps, 3-1 in here. Almighty really showing up and redeeming themselves from the loss that we have, or that they have against Blacklist previously. And this is the movement of Almighty towards that next stage.
And yeah, 3 maps is just more than enough for this team to win out of the 4. So they take the hard points and they also take control. And what's surprising here is they actually lose hard point, and they lose that search and destroy at Summit. So that's one of the interesting facts in here, knowing that SND is more of the Almighty thing, and while that Hardpoint is going to be more of the Blacklist thing, and it's kind of flipped around today, and it seems like it's another Freaky Friday. And well, that's it. Your first stage 5 representative for Garena Regional is going to be the one and truly AMT. Truly deserve it here, man.
Yeah, and for those of you guys, for the support as well as the patience that you have towards this broadcast, this is the gold. This is the gold crate coupon that we have for you guys, and we love your support. We love the patience that you have, and make sure that you're ready for the next battle that is at hand, because this will be quite interesting, Callie.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting because it's going to be a rematch of Garena Master Season 2 and Season 3. It's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate going up against Smart Omega. And man, for Smart Omega, they had it rough on the first day of the playoffs, losing against Almighty, but having to win back-to-back best of 5s. They are creating that true underdog story down there below. And it's going to get freaky and getting nasty in there, man. I smell it.
Yeah, I mean, they took the long road, but they proved to us that even if they went in on the longer road, the harder road to take, Smart Omega can really bring it against those teams they are against this time. We are going to see what they have to offer against Blacklist Ultimate later on. But so far, that was a great showing. Let's take out the long pause. That was a great showing from this team, with the performance from Hardpoint going into Search and Destroy, and then momentum being captured by Almighty for the remaining 2 maps. That was Almighty over on that series, and Blacklist Ultimate. GG's for them, but they need to step down a little bit for the next stage, for the next battle right there. But we will be right back for the next series. Callie and I will be back after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is a Call of Duty Mobile Garena Regional Qualifiers playoffs. We're in. We are going to see two teams from the Philippines, Smart Omega as well, Blacklist International Ultimate, battle it on for a chance to step in on to that grand finals. And as your casters, I am Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is Cali Gaming. We're going to bring you the hottest action right now. But Cali, what is your read on the situation from both of these teams?
It's going to be a map 5 in here for me potentially, but it could all go down to map number 4. Same thing at what we saw against AMT and Blacklist International Ultimate at that upper bracket. But, things are going to be a little bit more aggressive in here, just knowing that AMT and... Oh, no, not really AMT, but Smart Omega and Blacklist International Ultimate knows how to play it aggressively. So... Well, for me, it's all going down to that map picks and what kind of operators that this team bans, because that's where things get a little bit more exciting in the response game mode, Neptune.
Yeah, it really gets interesting, especially with the Graph Vortex in there being pulled out, being banned into the game. And we were talking about that. The area of effect of the other operators being used right now is so beneficial, especially on the respawn mode. So we like to see what will be happening on the maps and modes later on, and how will that affect the gameplay. I believe there's still the same strats that might be done by Smart Omega at this point. But let's introduce the team that will be going against them. It is Blacklist Ultimate, J-Ben, AG, Tin, Skirt, and FDX. Though they have that loss against ALMGHTY, they can still make up for it on to this next match.
And Blacklist International Ultimate actually is a far better respawn team compared to Smart Omega. So right off the get-go, their case to victory secured the 2 hard points in this game and maybe take away the control later on to be able to pull off the unimaginable. But this team coming off of a loss against ALMGHTY for sure will still have that hot trigger in their favor, so they are warmed up, but that morale could just be a little bit in the bottom side, But again, we need to see more actions consistently from Tin and Scared at the moment, because right now this team faced their greatest threat yet. This team going up against Smart Omega, they have lost twice in the grand finals of Garena Masters Season 2 and Season 3. And right now, the best way for them to come back is claim that final representative title for Stage 5 for Garena.
Yeah, I mean, but one question is, how can you come back against the Comeback Kings? Because Smart Omega is also well known to turning the tides to their favor on the later part of the game. So if that is still the same strategy that will be played by Smart Omega as we introduce them, JC, Idra, Rage, Risky, Candy, and Whoopi. I mean, they need to put a good read on the tactics of this team so that Blacklist Ultimate can play it better than them. But speaking of tactics, I mean, it will be difficult, especially with the 2 coaches that's been being pulled in by Smart Omega right now. So we'll have to see if that is one thing that they can read from Smart Omega. Blacklist Ultimate, I mean, we need to see a little bit more from them, especially on the respawn mode. The score line that they have earlier, not so much of a great showing from this team, especially on those hardpoint maps.
And for Smart Omega, Rage has been one of the biggest playmakers for Smart Omega overall in that respawn gameplay, where he scored 54 kills up against ABC Esports in that hardpoint number 2 in their best of 5 series at that lower bracket round number 2. And well, as much as we'd like to see Whoopi pull off once again with amazing strategies and of course unique mechanical capabilities, this team actually wins with total effort. The moment that you think they are gonna get ram over is the moment that you're gonna lose the matchup. So if you're Blacklist International Ultimate, as long as you don't get that 3 wins, you never get complacent, because that's the perfect opportunity for Smart Omega to take you down. And well, although Rage continues to play great, Idra was the playmaker actually up against ABC Esports. To win the match, he scored the final 3 kills, 1 with the nade and 2 with that Peacekeeper in that hardpoint. Oh no, in that S&D. Match number 2 at Raid up against ABC Esports, where he clutched it up. So maybe a good effort for Idra on the S&Ds could help this team boost even more win rate percentage or Smart Omega up against Blacklist Ultimate.
Though we understand that when they come into the game, I mean, there's such roles, definite roles for this team that need to be taken. And SND has already have some set roles. They just need to I would agree they can mix it up a little bit and also give in a little bit of showing from some of the members of the team. But with the roles that they're taking right now, I think FDX just needs that extra eye in the name of Jben in terms of sniping, so that they might be able to get information, especially on SND. But we are going to start it off this time, and no surprise, Kali, we still have the grab Vortex in there taken out, but Sparrow has been taken out as well by Blacklist Ultimate.
And well, it's still going to be a threat, when you have that Purifier in that close range and that Annihilator open up in response. That creates the difference. And actually, Smart Omega has been so great using those two meta operator skills in the game. Removing the crowd control, operator skills in Gravity Vortex, and using an attack over enemy will truly help this team since they're more of a late starter, And well, moving into that map number 1, it seems like Blacklist is going to start off greatly as they will be picking their best map yet in terms of Hardpoint. They're going to take us into Takeoff Hardpoint. Blacklist map pick there. Omega will be picking that defender side. And that map number 2, Summit Search and Destroy, is actually the best map that Omega actually takes down Blacklist International Ultimate. For those who don't know, this is where Smart Omega had their winning moment going in back-to-back champs of Garena Masters. Rage at If you guys remember this one, type 1 in that comment section. Rage with the flank on the catwalks to take 3 players down for the win at stage 3. Garena Master Season 3. And well, enough with the history and talk about facts. Again, Smart Omega has a shaky Hardpoint. But with this Gravity Vortex gun actually banned, it makes them have a little bit more playing out there in the game itself, Neptune.
Yeah, I would agree, especially with the points we're in. It's only a few entry points on takeoff that you can use to go for the hill. The Grab Vortex really puts in a toll, or it was been used as a gate to pull everyone away from that hill. And with them taking out, like, they can just rush in, Purifying in hand, and they just clear the area. That would depend on how the position will be made by those defending those hills. So we'll have to see what will work, what will be missed by these teams right now. And as we can see, this is what we are seeing, how focused, as well as they're getting a little bit more of that motivation for the team as they prepare for the battle at hand.
It's going to be a tough challenge in here right now. One more loss, one more. If you drop this playoff series, you'll not be able to advance to stage 5. So a lot of stakes in this game, You would want to take this victory for you to play on that championship and, of course, be the second representative of Garena in that World Championship 2022, where $2 million prize pool is actually on the line. So a lot of things that can really be allocated in this matchup itself. But, for Smart Omega, they're not doing it for the money. They're doing it for Kia, for the honor. That stage... The stage 5 at 2020 wasn't really able to be successfully hosted. So they had a major downfall at that 2021, but they're out here having the chance to strike and get back from where they were at to be the kings once again. But what stands against them is actually a tough opponent that they've been having trouble with ever since Garena Master Season 1. But that soon was actually changed, after Smart Omega defeated Blacklist Ultimate twice in Garena Master Season 2 and Season 3 for the championship. But everything can just spiral out of control. Things are going to get a little bit messy in this game, but it's all about how you prepare for these big moments right here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know how far they have been preparing, because if you imagine, like, stage 3 is not that long ago, and they will be jumping in here stage 4, and they are back against the teams. I'm talking about Blacklist. They're back against the teams who took that crown against them. This Smart Omega team right now has put in a lot of gameplays as well, wherein it put us on the edges of our seat. Blacklist International Ultimate right now has been putting us on the edge of the seat, even from the Garena Masters. So this might be a long preparation from Blacklist Ultimate right now to prepare themselves to go in onto the world stage. But Smart Omega will not be letting that go easily.
Yeah, of course, And well, it's going to be a total bloodbath right off the start. Takeoff is going to be where we are going to play at, and it's not something that Blacklist, or it's something that Smart Omega really have a successful win rate at, as we load up the takeoff, Smart Omega's gonna have a 40% win rate from stage 3 to stage 4 here at the playoffs. And you take a look at the stats of the boys of Blacklist International Ultimate. They play this like their baby, 7-0 at this takeoff map, coming off a dominant and a comeback victory against WDC Freestyle, which is their recent match. But hey, looks like we're not going to see the pause strat in here. We're going to see that live strat happening. So we're going to be waiting a little bit more. And this thing going to get a little bit more spicy.
Yeah, we just saw in there Smart Omega dropping off from the game. I think this is more of a test for them to see, and they are seeing a little bit of inconsistency in terms of how it has started. And this is part of the rules as well. You have only an amount, like specific amount of time to make that work, and making sure that the pause will not be happening once a kill has been done. So we'll have to see what was happening in here onto the end once we have that information. But hopefully it's not that long compared to earlier, and we will be back on the game once again.
Ping situation is actually very important, especially when you're trying to engage in the gunfights. So it's very important that before you enter a game, you're going to be able to find ways to actually have a stable internet connection. So, well, things are going to get a little bit more spicy for this ends. But there you go, for the chats that wanting AG scam to be seen. There you go, Blacklist International Ultimate already up as we load up once again to take off Hardpoint. And well, to ask you a question, Neptune, what do you think is gonna take this first map?
Oh my god. Well, first map, I would say. First map, take off. I would say, like, with the Graph Vortex out, it's a bigger possibility for Smart Omega to win this map, because they've done that already on the lowest point of the game, and they were able to turn it around. So that would depend on what will be the approach of Blacklist Ultimate in the start of this series.
Oh yeah, as we go and move it all along, ladies and gentlemen, this is it, the lower final. First game, take off Hardpoint, and Blacklist start to kick things off, winning their gunfights as they move in around that mid-map, the scrappiest hill of all. Risky is going to be there for the 3 in a row, and they will be able to score in the first initial time in the game, while Blacklist International Ultimate will try to create the break. Whoopi is going to be here popping off early as well. This team has been kicking it off right from the start, so let's see if they are going to continuously do it.
Yeah, good push right now being done by Smart Omega to push everyone from Blacklist Ultimate to Visitor Center and from their spawn. Good rotation right now to cut off and split up the approach of Blacklist Ultimate, but it is not working. The chase is on, and there comes Blacklist Ultimate going for this hill. With a few seconds remaining, they can take advantage of this, and they need to be ready as well. And a good plan by Blacklist Ultimate as well to spawn from that Special Forces base, because they have an easier path towards that P2.
And now the Hardpoint is going to open up in 4 seconds, and Smart Omega is going to be there early. Blacklist International Ultimate going to spawn deep. Now, they might be able to attack right to the mid-map and maybe right through the back stairs, wherein it's going to be Smart Omega just swarming them with numbers. Blacklist, they're going to get gunned down, but finally they are able to create the ingress, and they will be able to break the hill, but not to the point where it's going to be an initial and ready up hold in here, because Smart Omega is going to have then limited reinforcements, having the favorable spawns in their favor. Smart Omega will be already having 8. Risky popping off as well, getting that Predator missile locked down already here early at this P2. Blacklist International Ultimate doing a great job holding their ground, and that's it. Final 20 seconds should be favoring Blacklist International Ultimate. And if you are Smart Omega, are you gonna go and contest here for the final time, or are you gonna send your players on that P3? It seems like they're going to do the same exact thing, and they're gonna do it.
Yeah,
they're going to
right
do the two things here. I'm surprised.
Yeah, they need to do that, because they need the scrap points as well as to take care of the spawns that they have. But I'm just surprised at FDX right there surviving that P2. He was not taken down there with the multiple frags that he has made. Smart Omega right now trying to go in for the push, can be for the kill against AG, but still the hill has been controlled by Blacklist Ultimate. Jabin right now on the 2F, and this good position. We've seen this play already for some of the teams who challenge this team, but Jabin will be taken down. Early Purifier used to make sure that this is clear. Smart Omega Whoopi right now cleaning house, and still with the backup that they have, they will not be taken down that easily. One by one, Blacklist Ultimate just walking in to their deaths.
Yeah, good operator skill investment there by Smart Omega. Aether and Whoopi just were able to find a lot of good kills inside that hill, and they were able to buy some time inside the point as well. So that's a win-win situation in Blacklist. They're going in for the hunt in here for the final scrap time, which is not totally gonna be very efficient. Right now, they need to send their players already on the next hill because that's going to be P4, another potential money hill that could just be accumulated by Smart Omegas. Already in there with 3 players, and Blacklist continues to fall for the bait, and Omega continues to chain the hard point from P2 to P3 to P4. They are evenly perfect. Right now, they bring out the operator skills once again, and it's been the detrimental here. Blacklist can't respond in here.
Yeah, I am Blacklist right now having a so difficult time to get those hills. And Smart Omega right now, I think they will not be playing the late game anymore. They want to start it off hot against Blacklist Ultimate just in case. It has been turned around by Blacklist Ultimate. They can get better scores by the end of this game. Adra right now, Hunter Killer Drone, but will be taken down there. Good thing Whoopi's on the second floor to take advantage of that hill that they have. Now, let's see on what we are going to find out onto the push of Blacklist Ultimate, because they're trying to bang their heads right there on that entry point, but they are being taken down one at a time.
And they're attacking individually, you know, and it really even hurts because Smart Omega plays for trades. And that first initial set of hard points that we have, and if you're Blacklist, you're currently down by almost a 100-point lead. And I mean, that's okay. They were able to come back against WDZ Freestyle, but you can't afford to do the exact same thing twice. So P1 should be in their favor. They got to take and allocate more players on that mid-map. And of course, that second floor situation. Well, FDX is going to go down and he's going to get taken out. And the next thing you know, Smart Omega holding up the power positions. Kendi, 3 in a row. Can he make it 4? And well, he's going to do that exactly, dropping jabbing. But now contests are coming sure on the Blacklist International Ultimate side, but not really able to contest heavily. You know, they get in their brief momently and they get shot down by Smart Omega, who's been able to line up all the gunfights at the moment.
Yeah, lining up the gunfights is what Smart Omega is doing right now. We'll have to find out what they can do. Can be for the backstab in there and clean up, but FDX is just waiting for him. AG, on the other hand, will be traded as well, and this is why this P1 is so scrappy. It's mostly the trade-off is happening, but once they get into that P2, it is some teams take this as a money hill because they know how they can defend as well as take on the spawns, flip them against the opposing team, and they can get a lot of points in here. So we'll have to find out what will be happening, and will this be the turnaround that Blacklist Ultimate has been waiting for?
Yeah, the timing right between the enemy lines, and he's cutting them apart. Scare with that huge 2 kills, and now they're able to get the break that they need. And well, they just have to stand a little bit more. Smart Omega spawning deep already, so if they get one more gunfight to connect here, they might be able to score this huge money hill. But Risky is going in for the flank, but a great trade from AG, checking the back, and wow, Tin exchanging fists, gonna get one, but Whoopi now creating the play. Already 30 kills in the matchup. He is just logging things down of the off-front battles for Smart Omega, being that main offensive player. And well, for FDX, he's gonna get shot down immediately, but scared once again. There for the backup, getting that huge straight kills to just pacify things and not give Omega that time. But well, they fall down, and the scrap time favors Smart Omega, and they're not in the worst spot here either. They got 3 operator skills available to break that P3, where they're able to cast the most with that Purifier. And well, Whoopi has been one of the key players for this team. Risky and Idris stepping up greatly for this squad. 4 seconds left, a pinch play coming through. Number 5 in Idris going to take over the generator response, and this is just a lockdown. ALMGHTY is just playing this like a film. Blacklist is going to be the only player alive. The same thing with FDX. They're going to use that Purifier to bully out Omega at the moment, and that buy them some time to get the reinforcement that they need. So now they get a solid hold.
Solid hold by Blacklist Ultimate right now. Only a few. 74 points needed in here. And with the 35 that already have it, they continue to hold this point and defend it with their lives. They might be able to catch up that quickly against Smart Omega. But we'll have to see what will be the response to Smart Omega right now. So far, not so much, because for each entry, they have been cut short by Blacklist Ultimate. Even Risky and Rage is being taken out of this fight. And I think they will be letting go. Scrap points even will not be taken by Smart Omega. Catch up being done by Blacklist Ultimate.
Yeah, catch-up being done in here, but to make things matter worse, I think I saw Finn with that Gravity Vortex invested earlier. Was able to take one player down, so that could just be it, you know? 174 to 141, and well, we are going to continue up the rally inside the matchup, and you can see Blacklist fighting in that hard point, but can they stand? Smart Omega's got the favorable spawns, and now they are on it on the attack. Idro on the flank, but Tin with that Predator missile. They get it done immediately, and well, they stand on the point. 20 seconds, 20 points for them to actually catch up and might be able to take the lead on this P4. But let's see though, because right now Smart Omega is falling off and Blacklist fending on the mistakes.
Yeah, fending on mistakes right now. Blacklist ultimate a little too close onto the points, and still Blacklist taking over this hill. It's a good thing that Candy, Idra, and Risky was able to go for the frag and clean up. But Tin on the other side is still managing to go for those kills, and the rest of the teams has just been waited and now has a chance to go for the push. But Smart Omega, stronghold coming from them, especially as Risky taking this corner. No one can get in just yet, but there goes the push, there goes the break. FDX and Tin combination.
Yeah, Blacklist though, trading it down. They are just doing so well after struggling in the first few hills. So we have, and this is going to be the third reason that we are gonna see in the game. And P1 gonna get controlled initially by Smart Omega, and well, they do not have any sort of power position at the moment. Whoopi is going to be able to route around and maybe find a kill or two to get them in that power positions, but at the moment, none. Blacklist is winning everything. AG and Tin continues to secure all the kills while AG is going to be in the point with 54 seconds left. Take a look at how well Smart Omega dropped their bodies to sacrifice and make sure that they get a foothold inside the point, but Blacklist is still good in here, man.
Yeah, Blacklist is still good, getting that points a little bit tied up right now. But Smart Omega really need to go for that chain from P1 to P2 to get this points and to get this win in this map. Only 17 remaining on P1. They need to be ready on to that launch area to go in for that P2 stairs. And Whoopi right now is one left in here, but the scrap point will be given out to Blacklist Ultimate as they prepare for that next hill.
Yeah, and they have us XS1 Goliath to actually just to try to read off Smart Omega, but let's see if that's going to stand. Right now, it's going to be Omega just dropping off their own XS1, so we got the Transformers is trying to transform that game. Blacklist now got the stand, and Rage will be there with that Annihilator, making sure that Blacklist will not have enough supply of the attacks coming through. Enter now locking things down at the back, and now they are going to attack up front, and that XS1 got shot down. Indra now 18 in a row at the matchup, 37 kills. The guy is just insane, and Whoopi's got 39, make that almost a 40, but Jabin turns on him, gets him out. 30 seconds left, still a lot of time to fight for, and Blacklist International Ultimate, they might just be able to take the lead, but Risk is gonna be there to stop the attack for the moment, and last 20 seconds left, and if you're Smart Omega, get that final contest and move on to the next, and well, they're doing that exactly. Number 4 in Risky setting up the generator spawns while Rage is going to attack inside a point, successfully getting one player down before Teen gets that kill. 214 to 214, we finally see Blacklist get that lead. Neptune.
Yeah. They have the lead right now and heading over to the next point. And you asked for Idra to pop off. And this is him popping off 40 bombs already in this game, tied up to Whoopi. But Whoopi will not be playing it slow right now. Like, he would like to get those kills and set up their spawns against Blacklist Ultimate. But as we look at the position being done by Blacklist Ultimate, they are taking over this hill. No rushes just yet being done by Smart Omega until they have everyone into play. But one by one, Blacklist takes down Smart Omega, and this might be a chance. This might be the opportunity, but the waiting game is a little bit too long, and a lot of points being taken by Blacklist Ultimate right now, bringing them close to that finish mark. It is now 8 points remaining before they take the win. Smart Omega takes it back against them.
And well, it's just a scrappy fight in here, but Blacklist now only needs 5 more points for them to be able to get the win. Tin now hiding off. He gets that huge 2 kills with a follow from Scared, and they get the map number 1. Supposed to be the map number 1 that Blacklist needs. But well, a Gravity Vortex was used, and we have the proof to back it up. And Blacklist Ultimate, great bounce back there. But the winter disqualification will favor Smart Omega in your Neptune because of they using a banned weapon, a banned operator skill in the game.
Yeah, I mean, despite of the win being done by Blacklist Ultimate right there, Still GG's for them. They use an operator, no matter how short it is, no matter if it is like it's clear enough. It's clear enough that we have that band, and they even had a chance to to repair or to fix their loadout earlier on. So Smart Omega right now will get that point, and Blacklist Ultimate will be down with 1 point. Unfortunate for them, and hopefully for the next match and upcoming match, even after this one, they need to be careful in setting up their loadouts, because that is important. Understanding what you can pull out and not pull out is one thing that can bring down any momentum that you have in the game.
Yeah, mechanical capabilities is going to win you games, but if you don't prepare at the banned maps and the banned weapons that actually line up, you're not going to get any wins, especially when you use a contraband weapon. And well, nice try for Blacklist Ultimate, but same thing shouldn't happen twice, because stage 5 is what we're fighting for here. It's a big moment, and they have already won the first map, but that gravity vortex was just it was that could throw up their momentum. They thought they won that first round, and then they would be discussed that they lost that. It's going to chew up their cycle for the moment. Looking at the highlights, Smart Omega was actually finding ways to get their attacks to come true in the matchup itself. Well, they had a great lead, almost 100-point lead, moving it all along, and then they lost the situations, losing the map controls, and Blacklist finally waking up. And it was, I believe, Teen that was popping off. Same thing with FDX to line all of the situation in their favor, but unfortunately, things are not going to favor Blacklist International Ultimate. Once again, for those who don't know, then use a gravity vortex. Look at the bottom side of the screen. The skill band of Smart Omega is gravity vortex. So you use that gun, you are disqualified at the specific mode that you use it to. So with then using that gravity vortex gun at the take of Hardpoint, it's going to be Smart Omega taking that win. But valiant effort for Blacklist for winning that game. But well, you gotta stick to the rules, man. You gotta stick to that rules.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Probably they didn't read it that properly, because like some of the letters from gravity vortex gun, because it's so long, couldn't fit. So that might be the case. I mean, we don't know. We might need to get feedback as well as what they have to take on there. But yeah, I mean, rules are rules. You need to abide by it, and that is what it is for. We've seen so many times that the rules has been broken, and even the community would like those to be implemented. So there you have it, guys. The first map, no matter how much the point was, because of one simple mistake, it still goes to Smart Omega right now. And we're going to jump in onto Search and Destroy Summit. And as you mentioned, Callie, this is one advantage that Smart Omega has against Blacklist Ultimate. They have played this and won this so many times right now, where you will have to find out what Blacklist Ultimate has in a response for Smart Omega.
Yeah, Smart Omega is going to have their cards favored in this match, but Blacklist International Ultimate, they can still change the narrative in here. It's not yet part of the past. They are currently in the present, and they are here to dictate what's going to happen in the future. So now, first blood in for Blacklist. A great start. FDX once he gets up and going, he is hard to stop, and he gets that first kill now for Blacklist. Looking to get a bit more, but Indra steps up hugely. And now the trades are just falling off one by one. A little bit of a mixer in here. But, it's an equal 3v3 matchup we have on this first round.
Hydra in there tilting the balance right now to their favor. Smart Omega has a 3v2 advantage, and AG will try to go in and balance it off once again. Can be risky going against Jabin and AG. Risky going for the kill against AG from long distance, and Jabin right now going for the flank, but he needs to be careful too. Smart Omega will be waiting for him, and he still needs to get that bomb. The rush is on, and there goes the flank. Risky gets the kill, and it is 1 point for Smart Omega.
Yeah, Jabin, that's had a lot of angles to hold there. He had to worry about the player inside the warehouse and has to worry about the player on the forklift. So too many angles there to take into consideration. And the best thing he could have done is maybe avoid the situation and then move into that mid-map. But not really able to move it all along. The game just happened so fast. You barely got time to think about what type of player you're going to do. And now FDX will be shut down by Whoopi. Great angles by both ends, but Whoopi wins that gunfight 5v4 here, Neptune.
Yeah, 5v4. Make that 3v5 in favor of Smart Omega. Skirt right now is here. Going in onto that edge platform. No one will be sighted just yet, but he's a little bit too far. He's just getting information just to make sure that both ends are clear. But from the full squad of Smart Omega, either Alpha or Bravo is cleared. They need to make that ingress and that kill to turn this around, but no one is faltering in their position. Smart Omega right now will just be holding and buying time against Blacklist Ultimate.
Yeah, and now Whoopi in an off angle in here. Power position hold on to. Now the reinforcements are going to come through. A beautiful bait and switch could just happen here. But number 5 in blue on the top floor. He gets the first pick against AJ.
Nice.
Now it's things just going worse where Blacklist all along. Scared will be there to kind of equalize some things, but they still have to kill 2 players in here to equalize the numbers. And well, they're doing a great job just slowing down the pace and waiting for Smart Omega to initiate. But this team is not buying it, you know. They are wasting the clock as well, and both teams is doing the exact same thing. Of course, the attackers have to create the initiation because they have to put that bomb down. And the bomb is not exactly where you want it to be. In that mid-map where Whoopi is holding off the angle. Now, that's going to be information passed down. And you see Omega turning their heads. That's going to be Idra on the top floor dropping 10. The bomb yet to be picked up. Skirt in the mid-map. A triangle in the defense. Just initiated by Omega on the defensive side. That's it.
Yeah.
2-0. Favor for Omega.
Yeah, and like dropping that bomb in the middle of the full squad of Smart Omega, it's very difficult to push through, especially with the remaining 3 or 2 members that we've seen earlier. So hopefully they will be careful, especially for the bomb holder at this point. And Blacklist Ultimate just needs to take Omega taking advantage of the speed that Blacklist Ultimate is using. Thus, they are being taken down, but the reversal has been done. 2 down already against Smart Omega. Blacklist Ultimate is getting their chance for that push and for those kills. Rage rages on, but misses a shot. Might be ganged up by a few members of Blacklist, but was able to get against FDX.
Yeah, great turnaround with Blacklist just barging their head at that B side. They know that playing slow is going to get them, so they had the initiative to put that bomb down. So adaptability is on point right now. They put the bomb down at this B side. You just have to worry about one more player. And that's going to be risky. He currently has 2 kills in the matchup for Smart Omega. And well, if you're Blacklist, you just got to wait it out. But risky. What type of angle are you going to take? What kind of push are you going to make as he moves around the second floor? Riz is going to fight, but the first player, the first line of defense shot down. Needs to get one more, and Scare's going to be there for the hunt. 2 players backing him up, and right now, Risky going to have too many angles to hold, but he wins 2 anyway before he gets shot down. And Blacklist takes their first round win. It did take them some time to get that trade, though.
Yeah, Blacklist right now trying to turn the tables, and actually from the previous round, that was similar to what we've seen earlier on a 2v5, 2v4, and Blacklist Ultimate needs to slow it down a little bit more. I mean, they don't need to be rushy at this point, but Whoopi will not be scared as he takes down Skirt in there with a quick scope. And here comes a Javen just waiting, but everyone's against them. Candy sees him first.
Yeah, it's a great way for Whoopi to shut down one of the playmakers of Blacklist International. With Scared down, that's one less playmaker to worry about. 5v3, numbers game in their favor. But for Blacklist, you know, you gotta think about where you would want to put that bomb, and it seems like they're going to push it at the A side. And well, I think Rage knows this guy is gonna be there. He threw that nade, and so that should be information set out. The bomb down at the A bomb site, and it's going to be AG putting that plant. Idra now will be able to take Tin out. Things are looking worse. Right now, they need a solid hold. Maybe a good kill from AG might be turning the tides around, but not that I'm aware of, because Omega's about to take the multi-angle hit. They have taken one player down, and Idra with the slide. Nasty. Gets that kill. And there it is. That third defusal for Smart Omega.
Yeah, Idra already has that information, and the split up being done by Blacklist Ultimate right there. Use the secondary for his information to make it concrete, and then he knows that he can slide and take down the enemy because there's no information of him rushing in from that side. Idra did a good play in there, even if it's a man advantage. A good playing on a 1v1s would really make that win in this fight. A Skirt will the double kill with a god nade in there against Whoopi and Risky. risky. This might be a turnaround for Blacklist Ultimate at this point. The third one being brought down. And the last one for Name of Rage. Blacklist Ultimate rages on. Quick as that, they bring it to 2.
Yeah, the attention to detail by Skurd, lining up that cook name and having the perfect timing to back him up. Again, he is the playmaker for Blacklist. He is that baby maker, that playmaker for Blacklist in terms of the S&Ds, and he's already got 7, leading this team and leading the lobby in total kills. And right now, he's going to use that nade to make the push once again right to the catwalks, where he's going to pressure Candy right to the barrels. And for now, the first blood is going to be converted by Smart Omega. So let's see if they're going to find ways to actually cancel out the push that's about to be made by Blacklist. FTX has been that good player that can just initially line up some kills, but for now, it's just going to wait it out. 30 seconds already passing by, and for now, Omega just waiting what the offense gives.
Yeah, they need to wait right now, but Blacklist is already down with 1 member. They will be waiting a little bit longer.
Whoa!
There goes the kill by Whoopi against FDX. And you don't want to be in the crosshairs, even peeking against Whoopi at that point. Same goes against FDX, but the quickest response will get that win. As we are now down to 3 for Blacklist Ultimate. It's not looking good for them. They need to balance it off, but none from Smart Omega will make that mistake of being traded. Here comes the wait, and here comes the rush. Whoopi right now on second floor. AG might have been spotted already from across this control room, but Rage also have that information. There goes the takedown by Whoopi against Skurd, and it's now left to 1. Jabin right now. No rushes can be done. Jabin goes in for the kill against Idra, and Jabin for the dance, but will be stopping the music right now as here comes the stop to this fight. Jabin, the only one remaining against 3 members right now, Kali.
Jabin, a little song in the dance as he finds Risky. Is gonna find the conversion there, able to damage him a little bit, but Rage on the back. And Smart Omega will be switching sides, having a 2-round lead here. A great start, honestly, for Smart Omega, but Blacklist a little bit more refined on how they take that bomb sites, Most of the time, they were able to use the aggressive attacks to actually outgun Smart Omega, but they weren't really able to use that time and time again. It seems like they're just slowing it down, but that's not going to happen. You got to play by your own personality, and now they are starting off aggressively, and this is what you want if you're Blacklist, This is what you're good at. And now that they're finally executing, they just need 1 more player to kill, and that's going to be Idra. 6 kills right now at the moment. Nate's going to be cooked. They're not gonna get any kills whatsoever. 30 seconds passed already, and they're probably thinking what happened to his teammates. Well, everybody was gone down with Blacklist as they tried to make their way towards the second floor. And Idra, oh my god, this FHJ, that's the one that oh my, okay, never mind. No kills made whatsoever. And well, Idra stays alive, but the flank now gonna come true, and FTX and Tin will team up to get that information and that execution.
There's not much that you can do, especially if you're left alone in there against a complete squad. And the FHJ has been pulled, but the bait has not been taken by Blacklist Ultimate. And the way Blacklist Ultimate is rushing it alternately for every round that they go in is sound, because none of Smart Omega is expecting that once they put that into play. So we'll have to see how much more can they play that rush gameplay. AG right now is again on Candy on the backstab as well as on that trail, but AG might be the bait that Blacklist needs to go and take another frag in this game.
Yeah, great job by Blacklist again, playing aggressive. That's what this team needs in Skirt, able to follow up with the kill dropping Rage. So 2 players done and dusted. 3 more to go. And Blacklist International Ultimate, they are now trying to play it passively, but it's still aggressive, you see. FDX will be able to take down Whoopi, Japan dropping Risky, and Idra. Once again, a replay of what happened earlier. It's a 1v5 situation. This time it's holding that KSP 45. Not much you can do with the amount of players that Blacklist Ultimate has inside the round. And he just needs to get this one at a time. He spots the first player, has the reposition, now on an off angle, but FDX once again there for the cleanup. Now we have a 4-4. The game is closed, it's tied up, and Blacklist finally waking up. And you already know that aggressive personality is the key to victory for this squad. And they just gotta keep continuing doing that, because that's been the winning formula up against Smart Omega in this Summit S&D.
Yeah, but so far, like it would depend on how much you can use that gameplay because so far, Smart Omega can smarten up and go for a counter against that. This time, Tin has been taken down already, and the lead has now on to favor of Smart Omega. And Rage right now on a waiting game. AG spotted, tagged, but will be getting away. But Jabin will not let Idra get away at this point. Balance right now on a 4v4. Risky, just getting some information. Missed that timing and lost that hit. Might have been another kill for Smart Omega, but here comes the jump onto the other side. Tower spotted already from the inside and in a risk of being taken down. Jabin tricked and pulled Rage and Candy for the kill.
Oh, well, that's a good bait and switch there. Jabin got fooled, and now FTX has to clutch things up, and Rage will stop him before he even acts. And it's going to be Omega still continuing up with that lead, 5-4. And this one's pretty huge. This round is monumental. Whoever gets this can have a bit more fight in them. Omega wins this round. That's going to be match point. Blacklist needs to win this to not make sure that they are going to snowball out of the loss. And now, First Blood going to matter a lot here. Indra with the nade and a bit of a switcheroo with that Peacekeeper. They get the 4 kills in the first 20 seconds. All down to Jabin holding off an off angle. Not in a good spot. I mean, this guy probably thinking what happened to his teammate as well. Same thing would happen against Eder earlier. Will he get gunned down immediately? He started off with that nade. And the huge lineup of gunfights with that assault rifles was the detrimental. 28 seconds left and Jabin has already been spotted. Look at number 3, Rage, turning his head on the mid-map. Could just get the landing blow, but Idra will be there for the cleanup. And talk about Idra, man. He stepped up greatly up against ABC Esports, scoring 13 kills. Now up against Blacklist International Ultimate has 10. This guy has been locking it up, you know. He's looking like his prime self.
Yeah, I mean, Idra right now is back into the game, even from the previous series that we've seen. It got a lot of kills in there, even if they lost in terms of points, but due to technicality, Smart Omega win. Still showing from both his teams, the momentum has still onto the favor of Smart Omega right now. And they need to be careful. They don't want to lose the lead that they have because Blacklist Ultimate right now, though they paused from, sorry for that word, they paused from going in for the rush. And I hate to use the pause word anymore, but they stopped from using for the rush right now. This might be the advantage of Smart Omega in this game. It is now them going in for that pace, and they might be able to go for that kill. And Whoopi did that in there against Kurt.
Yeah, Scared is that playmaker that Blacklist defendedly needs in this match. And with him out, this is the perfect time for Smart Omega to claim this, but Jabin with the God nade, dropping 2 players. Risky and Candy is out, but the bomb has been planted, and Whoopi will get his own frag, follows up with the same scope, dropping AG, a madman, looking to close out this round and this map. Interlock takes one down, a 1v1 situation, and Whoopi then things up, but then with the huge streak kills using the smokes and Blacklist stays alive, but what a mixer!
Redemption for Tin on this SND, bringing it 1 point lower lead against Smart Omega. And a chance for them to go for the overtime right now. And Blacklist Ultimate has to defend. They need to fortify the defense that they have against Smart Omega right now. No more mistakes. They are up here to bring this game to a halt with that overtime. Smart Omega Rage going in deep, and will need to put a little bit of ingress in here to start off this fight and initiate with that first blood.
Yeah, first blood is key to victory here. You get that first blood, you get the man advantage, you startle your opponent. And Whoopi's been so great with it, you know, getting the first blood in the last 2 rounds. But if you're FDX, you need a shot here badly to set your team for success. And well, it's not really going to be very beneficial for them because they are waiting for the plant to happen. Well, Smart Omega is just slowing things down. But for the moment, I love the take for Blacklist, you know, not kind of overextending. They really know what's up stakes in here. And, you know, every mistake that Smart Omega sees, they might be able to feed off of that. And, well, they're trying to reduce that. And they're just waiting for that bomb plant to happen. A good play for FTX or a good play for Scared could just turn the tides around in this map. But you already know Whoopi He is that playmaker. He is that first blood reaper. He's not going to spot the first initial players at the moment, but now as he scopes in, he is looking to move around that enemy lines, but he's not going to find and push greatly enough for him to get taken down. The bomb will be put down, and that's going to be 45 seconds. Blacklist 5v5 retake. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Whoopi right now in for the first blood. AG has been taken down already, and Whoopi will still hold on to this position. Rage right now leading the pack in terms of the backstab and possibility for Rage to go for that kill. FDX right now just backing off, but FDX takes that kill against Kendi, and the Jabin out against Whoopi. Risky traded off FDX and Skirt as well. The double from Risky at this point, bringing it to a 1v1. Here comes Jabin for the push, but no one is seizing him from that tower. Jabin for the kill, and the 1v1 starts.
And there it goes. The game ends, and Smart Omega bought the time. Although they get shot down, that was a distraction, and I was fooled. And well, it totally worked, you know. Smart Omega now has the opportunity to end the series in that control game, but that's not where the story ends for the moment. A great play back and forth for Smart Omega, you know. Whoopi, the first blood reaper. Hydra, the game changer. And well, we did see him get a couple of kills with that nades, you know. And again, that Peacekeeper on that mid-range. God definitely gave this team a little bit more fight and a little bit more action. But talk about how Risky step up for the big moments, you know. That last round, he was up there on the tower. And nobody from Blacklist Ultimate was expecting him to be there to begin with. So they tried to take the attacks on the ground floors. They thought they have the height advantage because they have the green control room. But what they met was just a guy that's up there on the tower. Risky, although he only scored 2 kills in their Neptune, was really able to create the difference. That's a big kill from him.
Yeah, no one can get higher than Risky at that point. I mean, he's at the highest point in there, fixing up some electricity from above out there, just bringing out that information as well as the gameplay from that height. But it was a good showing from both these teams, and I would say Hydra is one of the guys that really changed it in this match. Hydra really popping off in here together with Whoopi, just brought in the fire to this team, and as we called it, MVP right now, 11 kills, 1378 on the points. Hydra is here, alive and kicking and still on fire.
Yeah, he's gonna have his second MVP, and it's going to be a back-to-back, by the way. The last SME that they played was against ABC Esports Game 5. And he was there to score 13 kills. And here, up against Blacklist International Ultimate at this lower bracket finals, was able to pull up a huge 11 kills to give this team that close 7-5 victory. And now we are off to something that's bigger. Stage 5 on the line. Blacklist trailing by 2 maps. They gotta win 3 in a row and initiate that reverse sweep, or else it's gonna be all over. And as we load up to firing range, Smart Omega in a prime position to take this game away. Can they execute for the last time to advance to that grand finals facing AMT?
Yeah, I mean, the last time these teams has played off separately has played off is mostly against ABC Sports and also WDC Free Slot. So we'll have to find out how this team is going to play control this time. There goes initiation, but the trade-off of the lives. 1 minute 16 left in there, and those attackers need to go in for that push on Bravo, and that is what they're doing. Good hold up right now being done by Javen, but he will be taken down in there on to this fight, and AG trades them off. As you can see, the lead right now in terms of live is on Smart Omega, but slowly capture being cleared up by Smart Omega once again, bringing Blacklist Ultimate to their knees. Good trade-off in there with those kills. Chance for them to take over those points.
Oh well, that's going to be great for them at the moment, but they shouldn't be able to get complacent, you know. The next thing you get this A control point is the moment that Omega will try to come in you deep in that spawn and take you down. Risky is one part of it, you know. He is always the player that will push at that shower spawn on the defensive side and will initiate the attacks, being the distraction while either Kemdi or Whoopi tries to take the players down. But a good hold from Blacklist at that A control point. Now they extend the lead, they extend the time, but that life count department is not really gonna be that wide yet. So right now they gotta fight tooth to the nail to get into this B control point, while Smart Omega is doing a great job holding up the power position. Blacklist is gaining grounds at their spawn, so that's kind of one of the problem that you're gonna see here. If Smart Omega does not deal with that, we might see a spawn trap enabled here for Blacklist International Ultimate.
Yeah, and here we have it. I mean, good positioning coming from Risky in there in the corner of backyard, not being seen, and even taking down two of the members, but Skurd clearing two members out there, still not giving them that ingress towards that Bravo. But in terms of life count, it is the lead being done by Blacklist Ultimate, slowly thinning down in there by both teams. Now, it is up to the timer. It's down to 1 minute. It's up to Blacklist Ultimate to go in for that push, but no push happening just yet. They don't want to risk the live advantage that they have, and they need to be careful as well not to give up on those points.
Yeah, Whoopi tried to play slap and he gets shot down, and AG with that back-to-back kills gives his team the opportunity to capture the B control point and dwindle down the life count of Omega in this round number 1. But they still gotta capture the point. Whoopi and Nita's gonna follow it up, but 2 more life counts for them. Now they're gonna try to slow it down. Kendra wins a huge one. Now they're slowly advancing in the map. 2v5 situation in there now.
No.
Trying to take a hold off of this cheeky angle of the copy. AG now picks at the corner. He will spot in there, but he gets shot down. 1v4 situation. Omega has to play the time, but Whoopi caught in a bad situation. A ganged up play for Blacklist, and they get nasty with it, dropping Whoopi, winning that round number 1. A great offensive take, taking away the defensive round for Omega. Now we switch sides and they have more fight in them. Jabin already popping off as that 2 score streaks earned up already using that right to KMR.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist Ultimate is one of the teams who has put in control on the attacking side. Thus, on the defense, they know the tactics as well on how it can be done against them. This time, Smart Omega traded off with the kills, Risky and Ray, and they're going for the slays with 4 lives advantage against Blacklist Ultimate. They go in for the capture against Alpha, and we are down to the last stick. And Jabin will try to go in for the offensive, but no, it will not work for them. Everyone will be funneled into that B. Team deathmatch might be triggered right now.
Yeah, Smart Omega took 30 seconds just to capture 1 control point. They stacked 3 players there, so the push, which is a little bit faster. And now, very efficient in that take, by the way. Only cost them 4 lives. Now, as they try to make a push around the B side, the problem here is, where are they going to push? Are they going to push right through mid, or are they going to go to the jungles? And this is the best time for you to actually use that operator, but not with Risky. Jabin was able to sneak past around and get that kill and convert that. Blacklist still on the life count disadvantage, but they are slowing it down. The defense is strong. They're holding off in good angles, so that's 1. They just got to work where Smart Omega might be able to push, and AG gonna get good read off of that. And well, I'm just lost for words. Blacklist is just playing this like a film. Although they are down in life count, they know how to play it. But Smart Omega is slowly making the push. They've already made their way towards B, and now this is not good if you're Blacklist. You're losing time and you're losing your bodies as well. And Whoopi gonna try to get that kill morally on this auto repair shop, is gonna get the spawns initiated, and that's more damage dealt for Blacklist.
Good distraction being played by Smart Omega right now, making sure that they can capture at least 1 out of the 3 ticks from that point. Good Freddy Minazal coming from a 10 right there, balancing it off, closing it down to a 13-12 on the live. Good trade off by Skurd right now with a double Annihilator gameplay coming from this guy, and they need to clean up a little bit. But they need to make sure that they will not be caught off guard as well. Positioning on Bravo needs to be prime. It's a good position being taken by Tin right now to cut the approach of Smart Omega.
Great bounce back, by the way. And you know, Blacklist International Ultimate now has 4 players stuck in that B side, while number 3 in yellow skirt is going to line up the attacks right to the auto repair shop. So that's hype control already in favor for this team. They just gotta get that timing correctly, but Jabin will not find any kill with that Predator missile. That's gonna truly hurt this team a lot, and Indra will not be able to escape with his life. Thin, good angle, good read. Well, right now is about to get traded in, and Rage is there to clean up that auto repair shop, and one at a time, we are seeing that clock dwindle down. This might just be a play through elimination or a play through a hold of that defense for Blacklist. It's a stand down as we move in around the map. Oh, Rage are gonna go and line up the attacks, but Blacklist will be able to flank them and gonna get a lot of kills, and they are able to convert. Omega is spawning so far away. 3 seconds is left, and Blacklist a beautiful 2 minutes and 20 second hold. And there it is, 2-0 now. A chance for them to force that map number 4 is currently now in their favor. They just gotta compete one more time. This is GG's.
Yeah, this might be GG's in there for roadmap by Blacklist Ultimate. One chance for Smart Omega right now for that one shot of that point, but Smart Omega right here needs to be careful as well, because from the gameplay that we've seen earlier, Blacklist Ultimate on the defensive, they know when to time their attack, their rush. They have the advantage in terms of lives as well as the time ticking down. That needs to be done as well by Smart Omega, and how can they counter that against Blacklist, we'll have to find out. Ticks being taken, but will not be converted in there. But Blacklist Ultimate towards Alpha, good hold in there. But Indra in a takedown as well. So lives in favor of Smart Omega by 2.
A better disciplined tech here for Blacklist right now. They are not wasting their life count, but they gotta act fast here. 48 seconds is left, and Smart Omega slowly getting a move right through that woodhouse. But it's a good thing that Whoopi will have to back away there to just try to make sure Blacklist are gonna push. And only one enter, and that's going to be right here at the jungles, where Jabin is gonna be the point man, but gonna fail on the attacks. And now Thin is going to be a huge playmaker here, but the trades are gonna line up for Smart Omega. They do have the opportunity to capture this A control point and extend the time. Although they are down by 1 life count, it's not that huge of a difference. And with AG creating a big play back to back to back, they are in good hands at the moment. But Whoopi would try to take the attacks to happen through, but there's no players there for the reinforcements to help them. And well, a control point could just be a control for Blacklist International Ultimate.
Good read by Javen right now, waiting for Rage for the perfect moment. Whoopi and the rest of the teams right now is in awe and in shambles to go and defend those points. Alpha right now being taken by Blacklist Ultimate, bringing everyone to Bravo. But Blacklist Ultimate has the lives advantage at this point. Indra trying to cut down that lead that they have, but unfortunately for them, trading them off in there, and it is looking like a 3-0 by Blacklist Ultimate right now, with only 5-4-3 on to the life points, and still counting down. 2 remaining for Smart Omega, but the battle still continues, but it will end this time for Control. 3-0, Blacklist Ultimate gets that point.
Yeah, great bounce back for Blacklist Ultimate, by the way. You know, after dropping the first 2 maps, they have finally won their own, and in a dominant manner as well, knowing that firing range is actually one of the better maps of Smart Omega. This is where they were able to control ABC Esports on that lower bracket round number 2, and they were able to get the most out of it by initiating the spawn trap. And well, for Blacklist International Ultimate, they did a great job preventing that to happen. And with that good play right there, that could spark a momentum to turn to their favor. And they just gotta need to convert, you know, do things one at a time. With them taking this control, we're moving into another hardpoint. And although they did lose the first map, it was a win through default because Stin was able to use the gravity vortex, but they were actually able to win the match itself. So they are in good hands in here right now. And if you are Smart Omega, you got to win this map number 4. You don't want to play a game 5 up against Blacklist International Ultimate in that S&D. And now looking at the post-game breakdown, it was a solid effort for AG to be the top fragger in this team. That operator skill, that annihilator that he invested at the 3rd round, it's really dwindled down the numbers of Smart Omega, and they were not really able to fight back after that. 23 kills and 13 deaths, almost a 2.0 KD in there. And well, great efforts for Blacklist. Just gonna need to get one more to force that game 5.
Yeah, Blacklist Ultimate really showing a great engagement as well as control in control, no pun intended. But I mean, it's a preparation that they have. They understand that they might be battling Almighty on this mode, and this is their response. Though it is a smart Omega that they have right now, they understand the defense as well as the attack winning conditions, and they are putting that into play. AG right now, the MVP from Blacklist Ultimate, 23 kills, 2779 on the points. This guy really has been on fire from the start of this competition, but we'll have to find out what more can Blacklist Ultimate as well as AG show against Smart Omega. We are jumping off onto our map number 4, and this is back to the hard point. Now, we understand earlier, we understand the situation that happened earlier, and you already explained that, Callie. It is a win in terms of the games, in terms of the matches of Blacklist Ultimate, but because of technicality, Smart Omega gets that point. We are now brought in to Slums Hardpoint. Now, we've seen how much Smart Omega returned after the second hard point, but in Slums, from what we've seen earlier by Blacklist Ultimate, this might be a difficult fight that Smart Omega has.
Yeah, it might just be difficult, but you know, Smart Omega, they would not really be able to create the same mistake twice in here, man. And although they did lose against WDC free slot, same thing happened for Blacklist International Ultimate at this same exact map up against Almighty earlier, where they lost 250 to 177. Always outbeaten on the map control, losing the junkyard and the fountain spawns for P1 to P3. Right now, that needs to change. Now, a chance once again for Blacklist to force that map number 5. But if you're Smart Omega, a chance for you to end this series and advance to that championship is on the line. And well, here we go to kick things off. Blacklist International Ultimate will be able to have a little bit of a control on the bottom side of the map, but Omega will win the gunfights initially, and they are good to go, claiming the first 10 seconds in this matchup.
Spawns right now being flipped by Smart Omega against Blacklist Ultimate. Statue still open right now, and they stepped off that hill. They want to control the spawns first, and Smart Omega also wants to get the point later on. But how open this is on the Statue's side, it will be taken back by Blacklist Ultimate. 22 seconds in there, and rotations, early rotations coming from Smart Omega. I'm quite surprised on what is happening right now. Though the spawns is against them, they want to push a little bit with the points for that P1, and that is what Whoopi is doing right now. And Whoopi for the second will be taken down by Tin in there, and the clear off with the final scrap point will be captured by Smart Omega. But as they prepare in on to P2, Blacklist Ultimate already in the spot.
Yeah, good spot here for Blacklist International Ultimate. They get the good spawn, and right now Whoopi was able to create a pierce right through the armor, and now the Kings are gonna go down. Omega Whoopi now swings one more time, gets that huge double. And right now, Smart Omega still trying to battle right through spawns, which is going to be very important in this one-sided hardpoint hill. And they are doing it as a team, and even using that smoke grenades to cover their footprints. Now that they're able to hold to that should spawn the team right through the right side of the map as they get in and win more gunfights. There's still 30 seconds in this hard point that they can still accumulate, and now they're starting to attack. But even though they do have the one player Whoopi in the right side of the map, they can't seem to spawn right beside. So it's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate. Good gunfights, able to stand their ground, and now they will be able to claim that scrap time, and Omega will move on to the next hill. Quite a risky take for them, honestly. And you see Blacklist raging up with that momentum. They got two players to initiate the flanks, too many angles to hold for Rage, and he gets shot down. The hardpoint opens up initially, and it's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate right in time to get their attacks ongoing and even have this P3 spawns in their favor. These guys are nasty. They know what to do.
Yeah, they understand the spawns, how important it is, especially on this hard point, and to prioritize the spawns just there before hopping back in onto that hill. But unfortunate for them, spawns already being taken by Smart Omega at this point. But the block by Blacklist International Ultimate, preventing them from moving into the hill. 75 to 28 already in lead of Blacklist Ultimate right now. Spawn prioritization being done by both teams, but the hill capture needs to be done as well by Smart Omega. Otherwise, they will be left in there in shambles to catch up later on.
Yeah, Whoopi is the only player alive in there at the hard point for Smart Omega. Right now, they need to contest, and it's important that they get this because right now, Blacklist is in a very good spot. They have a very huge sum of lead that they just continue to build on through. And although Smart Omega opted for an early rotation at P4, they still get bullied out, and it's the same thing all over again. Blacklist International Ultimate winning majority of the map control, while Omega seems to win that gunfight. It's obviously gonna matter if you got that unlimited reinforcements in the hard point, and it's Smart Omega just really struggling to get that, and Blacklist just being on point. Well, same thing will not happen here though. As we open up, Omega will have the fountain spawns, but that soon would be broken. Just take a look at how poetic Blacklist International Ultimate takes this game, you know, chaining P2 to P3 to P4. They're claiming all the time, and we need some answers if you are Smart Omega.
Yeah, I need some answers. I mean, Blacklist Ultimate right now going in for the surgical approach, slicing through towards that hill. Smart Omega earlier has been left with awe with how Blacklist Ultimate is going for the rush. But this time, it's a good thing that Smart Omega ganged up on this hill because they need the scrap points to be able to catch up against Blacklist Ultimate. Also, rotation can be done by Smart Omega to start off the spawns, but early rotations already done by Blacklist Ultimate right now. But still, winning the gunfight is important, and from what we're seeing, it is Blacklist taking over those gunfights.
Yeah, 42-point lead right now for Blacklist with that map control that they were able to initiate. And still, they are able to get their attacks ongoing, and they're sticking to their strategies, you know, still able to spawn at the right side of the map. But Smart Omega showing some fight now, able to win more success in the gunfight department. Well, obviously, Whoopi is having 18 kills at the moment, but Risky needs to stay and survive. Although he is the anchor, he needs to win more gunfights for this team to get supplied inside that hill. And well, Blacklist International Ultimate, great job at clearing off the perimeter. But well,
nice.
Smart Omega just keeps sending over players all over again, and they are not that able to get their attacks ongoing there. So a good P4 scrap time for Smart Omega and a major hole at this P1. And now they will be able to make comments and get that P2 rotation in their favor. They got number 2 and Candy holding off that power angle. But if you're Smart Omega, you gotta get that adjustments already, because right now it's going to be Blacklist flooding that point. And well, good investment by Candy using that Purifier. So they pacified things at the moment, and Blacklist spawning deep. Smart Omega has the opportunity to reinforce and get that defense knocked down, and they do so in your Neptune.
Yeah, first time that we saw them on this P2, Smart Omega has been pushed out and taken out by Blacklist Ultimate. The response right now, especially with the skills that they can have in here, has been moving to the favor of Smart Omega right now. Indra with a double with that Pretty, and Blacklist needs to hustle. They need to make work as well, rotate towards that arches to get that spawn. But unfortunate for them, 1 or 2 member of Smart Omega has already taken that. It's a good thing they were able to break the hill with 25 seconds remaining. The lead is still going to the side of Blacklist Ultimate. Smart Omega right now, they have to make a decision whether to take the hill or go for the rotation, because rotation is being done right now by Blacklist Ultimate to go to the next hill.
You know, for Blacklist International Ultimate, they fought that hardpoint to the nail, but came up with empty attacks. They weren't really able to score some time. It's a total shot out by Smart Omega, not even giving Blacklist some time inside that P2. So that's one great thing. But this game is still close. Blacklist International Ultimate will be having the fountain spawns, and Jabin will be spawning his team right to the back. But Candy spots Sympathy reaction. Just a bit better for Jabin, but risky there for the trade. And now Smart Omega wins that fountain spawns with huge play from Risky. But Scared tried to hold this ground on his own single-handedly, will soon get taken down. And right now a pinch play for Blacklist International Ultimate onto the Jackyard within, redeeming himself in the matchup. He is out there kicking, opening up the hill for Blacklist International Ultimate and bullying out Smart Omega. But here is the hard part. Omega has unlimited reinforcements, judging that they have the favorable spawns, and they do so have a hard time breaking the hill, and it's going to be a part of Scared and of course this guy's ability to time the attacks correctly. 21 kills in the game already, and the game continues to get close. 156 to 142. We see that lead change once again. This B4 here is going to be important. The Nexus 1 Goliath took it into consideration, and Jabin will lose that gunfight in range. Will be able to enter, but AG will be able to rob it. Now Omega needs to call the cop, because the but Agnes 1 Goliath got robbed, and an opportunity for Blacklist to take this game away is now in their hands. Can they stand up against Smart Omega?
Grand Theft Goliath has been pulled by Blacklist Ultimate right now, taking out the defenders from that hill. Blacklist Ultimate gathering up the points and the slays, still not stopping for this team. Smart Omega is now left in shambles, 3 and 2. This is split that they're doing, but they cannot still break through this hill and this garage right now. This is a good part for Blacklist Ultimate to take the lead as well as take the win with 24 seconds, bring them closer to that 250 mark.
And well, right now, Smart Omega's contesting, but that's not enough. They gotta get in. They gotta get in fast and remove the Blacklist International Ultimate players contesting that hill. But it seems like Blacklist is just too strong on that P4. An error made by Smart Omega by dropping up that Access 1 Goliath prematurely costed them a lot of time inside the hill, but a good major bounce back at this P1 could be very beneficial for this squad, and you know they got robbed, so they might just be angry, and Whoopi now trying to take things alive for Smart Omega, gets that huge double kill, but that's not enough to make the ingress. They gotta get inside this P1 and of course make sure that they secure this P4 rotation, and Smart Omega now on the hunt, but they get bullied out. This is now Blacklist International Ultimate's turn for the comeback. 211 to 153. The score is narrowed down, but Blacklist wins more gunfights, which means they better have map control in their favor, which they truly have. 280 to 153.
Definitely, they have good map control against Smart Omega right now. And even if they lost this map, this hill, they might be able to move in onto the next hill with greater control. Only 28 or 29 points remaining from Blacklist Ultimate to take the win. Initiation right now being done by both teams, especially with the spawn. It is now left to this guy Skurd for the rush as well as a flip, but will be taken down in their end. Will be ganged up. It is Smart Omega taking the lead in the spawns as well as to the hill. This might be a chance for them to catch up because there's a lot to catch up to that 222 point.
Oh yeah, man, here it is. 222 here for Blacklist International Ultimate. They are only a tad bit closer to that end goal. That Access 1 Goliath will be dropped in by Blacklist, and right now they're gonna get stopped by the tactical utilities. Smart Omega buying some time. The operator skill from Kendi gonna burn 2 players down, and the Access 1 Goliath shatters. Smart Omega now drops the bombs. They get 2 players down in the rotation. A great hardpoint hold will be more than enough for this team to get back right through it. Kendi, huge back and back effort plays. He's able to get the Goliath once again, and he continues to burn these players down. 20 seconds left. A money hill guaranteed for Smart Omega. Should they get this scrap time, we are looking at a 222 to 222 point gameplay in this matchup, and well, you are guaranteed for a show. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Blacklist and Smart Omega battling it off here at P4.
Smooth like butter and sweet as candy. He has survived that fight and got a lot of kills. Smart Omega right now trying to catch up on the points, but Blacklist Ultimate will try to make a hold onto this hill. Good playing by Whoopi right now to get those spawns, and the grenade being thrown by Jabin, taking down Whoopi, but Jabin responded against Idra as well. The takeover of the hill has been done, but Blacklist Ultimate, no mistakes need to be done. Smart Omega need to be smart as well, but how can they have? They need that Goliath, and it is rushing through, paving the way into this next hill, but Jabin is just waiting. Purifying hand still taken down in there by the Goliath, but Goliath will explode out of control. 3 points remaining. Blacklist Ultimate sealing the deal right here, and Hardpoint has been won.
Wow, what a massive investment with that operator skills. First and foremost, it was Jabin's Purifier. Second was the damage dealer, you know, that Hunter Killer Joan to shut that Goliath down, and we have ourselves a banger of a series. Game 5 gonna get accumulated, but if you're Blacklist International Ultimate, though, you have already won that map. You should have won that map number 1, but they lost through a disqualification because of the contraband operator skill that was used. But hey, they make up for it here at this map number 4 where Tin redeemed himself. You know, he was the guy that activated the gravity vortex earlier, but he scored most of the time in that side, that hill, being that super soaker, and also having 34 kills and 35 That's in the matchup. Well, although it's a .97 KD, that's still totally enough for Blacklist to get the opportunity to win this matchup. And I mean, the robbery of the Goliath at that P4 here, the play from AJ to disrupt the players at that back alley was more than enough for this team to get a solid 60-second lead against Smart Omega. And I believe that was just the rain down of fun play for this squad. But well, for Smart Omega, a great bounce back for Kendi, but a mishap with that XS1 Goliath at the end. Then, gonna be that MVP, 34 kills, 5,431 points. And well, he really redeemed himself. He really redeemed himself out there. Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with this map and this mode and on Blacklist Ultimate already, showing has been seen earlier, but not so much from the fight. I guess this is redemption really not only for Tin, but also for the rest of the team of Blacklist Ultimate. 2-2 right now. And the dream is still alive for Blacklist Ultimate. We are now heading in on to Search and Destroy raid. And I would say the smartest and those who take time in this map will get the win, whether you're on the attack or the defensive. So we'll have to find out how well and how close can this get on Search and Destroy.
Who lives, who dies, who lives to tell their tale. A chance to be able to advance to the grand finals and to be the second representative of Garena is on the line as we load up to raid, search and destroy. You obviously will see FDX and Whoopi kicking it off here with that sniper. First Bloods, again, are going to be very beneficial. And for now, Whoopi holding up that great angle at the head glitch right through the bombs, destroying the trophy system down. And once again, he misses the first shot, but that right continues to miss. Not exactly good right now. Blacklist already made the ingress, but Whoopi shots one player down. So now there should be players coming through here all along. 30 seconds left in this matchup, and now the push comes true.
Can we get it? Oh yeah! For Whoopi there. Initiation of the game. In right now with a spray with only a few HP in there. Blacklist Jabin has survived, but Whoopi still challenged, scared from that fight. Jabin is in here recovering from that gunshot, but will be backstabbed by Whoopi. This is starting to show up as a Whoopi show at the moment.
Yeah, he is the best sniper from COD M Garena for a reason. 3 kills in this first round, and he's holding only one angle. And right from that bounce site was where he delivered most of the damage. 55 seconds left. And again, patience is virtue and Smart Omega reaping their reward. Blacklist made their way at that A site, came in empty-handed. And well, great start for Smart Omega, but you know, Blacklist is gonna return that favor later on as we go down at 40 seconds left. It's going to be FDX going into the driveway. Not entirely sure what the play here is. I mean, it's better you play for trades, especially with AG holding that bomb plant. But when you try to attack and play individually, that's not going to get your team. But maybe that's a play to distract these players from Smart Omega to put their attention at that B side. But that soon will not actually be favorable for Blacklist because AG got down and FDX now has to pick that bomb down and having to worry about Whoopi, who's going to have 4 kills in this first round. Great start for Smart Omega. They just have to be consistent because Blacklist will continue to come at them and break their will.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like a Whoopi show right now. 4 frags in there out of the 5 members being taken out by Blacklist Ultimate. And we'll have to find out how well can this be played right now. The push for Bravo is afoot for Blacklist Ultimate, but they need to slow down. Risky taken out in there by FDX, and Rage will be moving in towards a Bravo. Information has been relayed, and less of Blacklist right now will go in for the push. And we'll have to see how well can they go for the ingress on this Bravo. FDX taking the second floor as well for more information. No one has been seen just yet.
Yeah, Whoopi once again with that car bomb with that nade. Perfect timing with that nade, but now will not be able to find any kills at the moment. But Jabi now extends out. Gonna get Kendi picked at the moment. Well, it's going to be the tactical utilities here for Smart Omega that will do them some kills, but not enough when you get Blacklist attacking this B side aggressively, but Rage still surging forward. Gets the first kill, flies through against AG with FDX now with the pistol. He could just let this blow in here, take that head disadvantage, but scared just too good with that Peacekeeper. Blacklist takes the second round.
Good bait and switch being done by Blacklist Ultimate right now. Trade-off of points between these two teams. I'll have to see what rotation will be taken by Blacklist this time, and they will be going for the split right now. It is a 3-2 split. but they hold off on the back end. It is FDX taking the lead, taking this mid map, but they might be going for the face-off against Risky, and Risky is just waiting, taking the risk, but calculated it is. Rage right now is in there on the other side as well, going for the good position, but a trade-off. Whoopi once again for the kill, making his 6th, and Whoopi still on the roll, no backing down for this guy.
Oh yeah, man. First Blood Reaper continues to reap everybody out there in the field. Every round is guaranteed to get at least 1 kill there, but FDX trades that First Blood, dropping Aether. Now we got this game equally tied up. 4v4. Battle for that stage 5 second spot to represent Garena. Risky just holding its ground, just sitting like a duck, but finally Scared will be there for that clean. And now, here's the problematic part, you know, Blacklist International Ultimate has already made their way through that mid-map. They get that mid-map control, they get access at that B side and that A side. And Rage, playing off a cheeky angle, spots AJ, now extends forward. He got scared up there. Kendi loses the gunfight as well. Everybody gunned down, all down to Whoopi. He misses the first initial shots, and Blacklist International Ultimate now surging forward, down to Whoopi. Can he get it through? He gets stunned. Now the bomb should be planted. There should be players going in for the hunt here, but not at the moment. They respect Whoopi and the range that he has. There it goes. The bomb planted now, 1v3.
Whoopi right now just waiting. The double stun against Whoopi right now not being taken advantage by Blacklist Ultimate. Whoopi getting a little closer. Seeing Skirt in there. Proning to his death, and Whoopi right now going in for the Peacekeeper backstab, and the Whoopi show continues on a 1v1. Fake right now coming from Whoopi, but a hit against Tin might be happening. Sniper will not be working for him, and he needs to go for the defusal. Tin right now will just be waiting, but the distance is not that far. Tin and Whoopi on a 1v1, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. It's all a loss right now for Smart Omega. Time is running out, and still Blacklist Ultimate test the points.
Wow, great and a very smart play there for Tin, by the way. He was on a 1v1 situation, but he bought all the time, taking use of that head disadvantage and having that high mobility rate just really threw out Whoopi in there. And well, great start for Blacklist International Ultimate as they took the 2 out of the 3 maps, the 2 out of the 3 rounds that we have at the moment. Smart Omega needs to shuffle that defense down a little bit, and they are going to make some adjustments in here. 3 players in that B side, 2 players going in that mid map. And again, FDX needs to control the players and where they might be defending from. And same thing for Scared. This 2 duos actually going to be a very important factor in there. So long as they get that going, they will be able to score all of these rounds. And now the push coming through at this B side.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, the good hiding spot can make a change in this game. FDX taking out Kendi in the process, and Rage taking out Tin as well. Rage has been taken out by Skirt, and Risky traded off as well. A trade-off by kills by both teams. Bring it down on a 3v3. Skirt still not over, but was able to get away, and Whoopi is still alive and kicking at this point. Javen right now, opportunity for the kill, but the dance is on. Javen takes Whoopi down.
Yeah, great initiative there for Javen to pick up the back attack, and well, it's really caught Omega off guarded with Whoopi down. The key playmaker is out, and it's all down to Risky and Aether to create this place. The bomb gonna get put out of the A side now, and a good nades could just pull through here. Oh, speaking of the devil, Risky just got it. He's got eyes in his veins, but Javen still on the hunt. Got a head disadvantage, could just pop out of nowhere and get the kill, and Risky down. Javen playing like a god right now, holding off Omega with the plays, and Risky is down, but Aether will be there to trade. AG now extends forward, and they get that kill. There it is, 1-3, 2-round lead for Blacklist International Ultimate.
2-round lead. Smart Omega now being brought down, being pulled back in this game. Best game mode that they have jumped in so far at a loss with 2 points. But we'll have to find out what will be the response of Smart Omega in this game. So far, the initiation is not being done from the previous one by Smart Omega that easily. FDX takes down Whoopi in the process, and this might be a great loss for the Smart Omega team. And Blacklist International Ultimate right now just waiting and pulling back from any approach. They don't want to rush, though that is where they are strongest. They have to wait for the time. They need to be patient and take one down first before they go in for the plant. And they have plenty of time. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining.
Rage needs that huge gunfight there, wins it, has to back away. Now we have things equalized, Risky with a big one. Scared there for the trade as well. 3v3 situation, Jabin. I don't know where he's coming from, but he knows. He always gets those conversions done. Like a magic maker. Well, it's all down to the final two players here. Kendi and Rage gonna get spotted. And you know, Kendi's having a rough time getting the engagements to come true. Still has 0 kills in this 5 rounds of action. The bomb gonna get planted once again at this A bomb site, and Blacklist really knows where to locate all the kills and all the rotations as they are able to have the man advantage surging here at this round number 5. 38 seconds, the 2v3. Can we see Smart Omega get this game? And of course, this round all comes down to this.
Yeah, it all comes down to this right now. It's a 2v3 situation. AG getting this heady into play, but the split right now into that Tiki might be an advantage that Smart Omega has. There goes Kendi seeing one. There goes the hit. Kendi for the kill, and another one against Rage. 1 remains, and the defusal can be put into play with 7 seconds remaining. J-Bin going for the spray. 1 takedown, 2nd takedown, brings Blacklist Ultimate to their 4th win.
And well, you know, people calling Jabot right now. He's currently Juggod with the way he was been able to silence down Smart Omega in the game itself. Well, talk about the back-to-back efforts there for Jabin. First, controlling up the Tiki spawns, and now trying to read off the last 2 players of Smart Omega on that A bomb side as they went in for the defusal. Great play there for Kenny stepping up with that huge kill, but Blacklist has just been playing this like a film. And now it's going to be a play for a retake, a 5v5. Kendi now spots AG. Well, that guy will not overextend. Again, Jabin on that Tiki at the bar is where he's deadly at. And Omega is not trying to attack from that swimming pool. They're trying likely to get the attacks here at the swimming pool. And well, AG gets the first blood.
Kendi has been taken out already. Risky going for the cut. Pish as well, and Rage and Risky combination really rages on, and it is now in favor of Smart Omega. They might be getting the second, but Jabbernaut is back, taking out Rage. Idra right now, possibility for the backstab, but here comes Idra for the kill, and Idra responds, goes in for that defuse, but no time remaining. It is 5 points for Blacklist Ultimate right now. Smart Omega left in shock, left in awe, and left down in there with the 4 points down.
Oh, well, you know, Blacklist International Ultimate, Jabin has been playing so great, man. I don't know where he got this energy from, but man, when the team needs him the most is where he'll pick up the pace and win it. I mean, 3 plays back to back to back was just executed there for Jabin, just removing the players on the bomb plant. Well, Omega, if you really would want to have that stage 5, you gotta win through this situation that you're currently at. 1 to 5. Look at that defense made by Blacklist International Ultimate right now. A 1-2-2 defense. They control that mid-map. So that should cancel out the sniper that will try to play this mid-map, but Whoopi still gets away with the kill. FDX, key sniper, officially out. Smart Omega just need to take things one at a time. But one small error could just throw it off. And Blacklist International Ultimate, just that one error will get them somewhere, and they will be able to get that win. Well, 1 minute passing by already, and Smart Omega still undecisive. Where are you going to put that bomb down? Are you going to follow it with 1 more kill? Risky now trying to open things up. As soon as he pops up here, AG shuts him down. Good off angle. Now we got this 4v4.
4v4 right now, and a little too deep right there for Smart Omega. Skirt right now is in here slowly moving in onto Laundry. Seeing 1. Tin takes down Idra in the process, and Idra has taken AG as well. Skirt right now going for the flag, and 2v3 makes that 2v2. Rage takes Skirt down. Tin goes in for the kill against Rage with a backstab being done by Kendi. We are back on 1v1, but Smart Omega, Kendi makes it sweet. They take that 1 point against Blacklist Ultimate, and the dream is still alive for this team. No match point just yet for Blacklist Ultimate, and Smart Omega slowly popping off right now. Good momentum for them, hopefully, because it's a lot of points they need to take against Blacklist Ultimate from this point.
Yeah, a great angle taken there by Blacklist to play for that retake, but a better offensive performance for Kendi as they go in for the attacks. And well, for Rage, off angle here once again, he's going to spot FTX. This control right here at this laundries are going to be very beneficial. Nades are going to come out, not going to spot Rage at the moment. The defense at that B bomb site is where things get a little bit messy. 45 seconds now here as the bomb gets down. 5v5 retake.
Skirt right now going in for a sketchy approach right here in that center. We'll have to find out who will be initiating this game. Slowly, good push onto square center right now. 1-4. The split taken by Blacklist Ultimate, but Whoopi takes AG down. But Tin and FDX takes 2 against Smart Omega. Responds by Rage right now, but FDX will not be surviving that fight. One left.
Whoa!
I mean, no one left in there for Blacklist Ultimate. Brings it to the 3-5. 2 more points to go and make it a tie. 3 more points to take the lead for Smart Omega.
Yeah, man. Well, for me, great defense at hold for Smart Omega, but Blacklist, that was just too aggressive right there. They could have played a little bit more and maybe used that smoke grenades to cover their distances. And now AG overextends. They have the lead. They have the momentum. They just gotta wait. But that play right there gives Smart Omega that man advantage on the first 20 seconds. 5v4 situation. And not the moment to ask here. Your PLU. Are you going to continue to play passively at this coming rounds, or are you going to play with your true personality? And well, for Smart Omega, Whoopi has been a detrimental 10 kills in the game, Rage with 12, and as we tried to push around this B side, Blacklist actually got this game contained. I mean, they got 2 players defending A and 2 players around this B side at the mid-map that could actually initially come in there with the fast rotation, but not for the moment, you know. 1 minute left, and Kendi now puts the bomb down. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, another fight about to break through a 5v4 in this one.
Yeah, Javen right now for the push. Takes down again Rage and balancing it off on the 4v4. FDX right now trying to make do with a sniper, but Smokes will be able to cover them up. AG, on the other hand, will be in the backup and Skirt flanking backstab against Kendi. And FDX right now has an opportunity for the kill, but the van covers up this one guy. But Whoopi takes in. Risky gets a double, and it is now left to FDX. Whoopi cleaning this up, and a 4-5 right now. Great comeback being done by Smart Omega. 1 more point to tie it off.
Oh, well. Smart Omega, that defense, that post-plant defense is just exquisite. They got 2 players locking down the laundries, and Whoopi in that art room is just deadly. He's just art right there itself. This game is freaky, man. And well, we are going to continue the B side, but no first blood being drawn yet. And now, an early bomb site take here for Smart Omega from 2-5 to 4-5. A good nade from AG to drop Rage. Now they get the man advantage on this retake. But can they do it? You know, they struggled twice on this retake at this B side. Can they finally get that match point? One more player to worry about is going to be Whoopi, who's going to be on the art room. But well, let's see how are they going to take this. 35 seconds left. They better act now. They better act fast.
Yeah, better act fast. Indeed. Here comes Kendi. Opportunity for a takedown, but turned around in there by Kendi. And AG will be left in shambles. Good thing that Kendi will be out by Javen, and Zin follows it up against Idra. It is now a 2v3 situation. And one goes down for Smart Omega. Whoopi right now is going to run. And there we have it. We have a match point for Blacklist Ultimate. The role of Smart Omega has been stopped.
A chance for Blacklist to finally end the series and claim the final title for the Garena Stage 5, representative for Garena. And well, here we go. Can the Comeback Kings come back, or is this the end of the journey? Blacklist has the ultimatum. Can they finally end it? Here we go, round number 11.
I'll have to find out how much pressure this team has, especially in this game. A lot is on the line, especially for Smart Omega, and Blacklist Ultimate need not to be complacent at this point. The pressure, the venom, the poison of Smart Omega is still poisonous, is still active right now And all Blacklist Ultimate only needs to do is make that mistake. Smart Omega Idra taking that peek. No one is budging an inch. They don't want to make a mistake of losing and giving a chance for either team. But here comes initiation, getting close to that 1 minute mark, and that usually starts things off. Jabin onto the other side, just peeking on towards this garden, and no one is still moving. But as we can see, Smart Omega heading in onto Square Center.
Is this the final push? Or are we gonna see more rounds? Blacklist has been able to contain the B bomb side now. But can they do it one more time to close the series? Whoopi says no, not today, ladies and gentlemen. But still the bomb is ticking. 40 seconds for Blacklist to rotate, and AG drops Whoopi, the key playmaker, out. Smart Omega has to stand. They got 4 players still. They got the power position, but they're gonna stand. They win the couple of engagements, and they will be able to successfully drop the 3 players down. 1 more player to worry about, and this should be a round win now for Omega, with Idra locking it down at that map.
Still not over for Smart Omega. They gets back a point, bringing it to 6. They will be on an overtime, and Blacklist Ultimate needs to be a little bit careful right now. No deep pushes, no early engagement at this point. No mistakes needs to be done by Blacklist Ultimate. But Smart Omega right now going for the rush, and there goes the kill. Whoopi once again. Let's get an oh yeah as he takes down Tin. But Jabin right now going in for that, and another Whoopi hit, and there goes the kill. Risky for another one. 2 left in here for Blacklist Ultimate, bringing this close to that overtime. And AG is left all alone, crying, and not so much to do, because this is a failed attempt for them for that push. 6-6 right now. Let's bring it to OT.
Overtime, ladies and gentlemen. This is where things get a little bit spicy. And well, I'm kind of losing my voice, but it's worth to lose the voice for, ladies and gentlemen. 6-6 on the score. What a massive comeback made by Smart Omega, but the fight is not yet over. The stage 5 is what you're aiming for, and both these teams want it. 6-6 on the scoreboard. You gotta win twice. You gotta win with a 2-round lead. And for Smart Omega, Whoopi has been the detrimental. He takes 3 players down to the last round. He gets the first blood on this map. Oh well, the first blood Reaper continues to reap. This guy's freaky.
Let's get an oh yeah once again. Whoopi's in there on the roll. 17 kills already. Imagine that just for this guy. But FBX needs to put up a little bit showing right now. He needs to get that snipe on, because the 4v5 is something that you don't want for your team. Tin right now getting peek as well on the Tiki, but no one will be spotted just yet. And with that frag being done by Whoopi, everything will be slowed down. Whoopi trying to go in for the peek as well, but Risky has already taken his spot onto this basketball court. An FDX and Jabin combination. This might be the factor that can take this around. But no one is going for the push just yet. As Alpha is occupied, they might go in for that Bravo plant.
Anything that could go wrong could just go wrong here. Anything that could go right could just go right. Expect the unexpected. 30 seconds left. BLU, they gotta move in. They gotta move in fast. Maybe number 3 in range could win a good gunfight here to just make sure that they got a good number advantage. But yes, he wins 1. But Blacklist makes the push at the B side. Number 5 in their first on the line of defense. 15 seconds left is the time to beat. And well, Risky about to make a risky play, extend towards that mid-map action. Opens their engagement, and Risky could just get the kill there. And now he goes in for the hunt. 1 more gunfight to win for Smart Omega in that mid-map action, and Risky creates the play. Scared gets down. Risky with the triple. Omega with the lead.
They have the lead. A chance to go for the win, and a chance to go for the final battle. But it is early to say, because Blacklist might have a response right now. Attacker will be Smart Omega, and Defender will be Blacklist Ultimate at this point. Chance for them to take this pace a little slow right now. There's no initiation being done by Blacklist Ultimate just yet, but still, it remains on who will win and bring this far as to overtime.
Stage 5 is what's on the line here, ladies and gentlemen. You win, you advance to the grand finals and claim your slot. You lose, you get kicked out. This is the end. This is the journey. And Smart Omega, they've been so successful on the attacking side, but they need one more huge gunfight. But after that, the gunfight will be the first Blood Reaper. He is insane. 18 kills in the matchup. Now they have the match advantage here. They also have the number count in their favor. Are they gonna finally end it here? A couple of nades coming through. Whoopi, can it connect? It won't. And now the decision will be made. They're going to the South Beach. A bomb site is where they're trying to take that heat, and Jabin will be the first to quick to know. And well, Smart Omega, the longer you think, the longer you second guess. And well, Rage, prime position to take advantage of this wheelbarrows. Ladies and gentlemen, this could just be the round. Here we go. Omega opting for the comeback in this search and destroy. Raiden Whoopi gets jabbing down. Keep playmaker out, and it's just about to happen. Things falling down, and Rage on the wheelbarrow, scared. Is not go for that push at the moment. Number 4 in blue, Risky. Off the risky take, he goes and backs away. An open plan about to happen, Drew. 24 seconds left, and Whoopi still able to cut through. Here one more time, they're able to get the contest, and now Risky gets one down. Rage with a beautiful 2K, then falls down. He is the playmaker, but he gets knocked down. And Omega, the comeback kings, they've done it once again. Here surviving at the best of 5.
They say alive. Smart Omega pulling the best comeback in this series, and this is not just a show. This is not just a fluke. This is for Kia, and this is what Smart Omega is all about. They go into the world stage, but it's not yet over just yet. They still have one that they are going against, but this really is again showing for the Smart Omega team. All I can say, Blacklist Ultimate, you had a chance, but unfortunately, it has been lost. The Comeback Kings remains here.
And you know, Smart Omega finally is able to claim the second slot. And not all because of the team wanting to secure it for pride. They want it for honor. And they have served a great purpose and to serve their great coach, Kia, who passed away last year. And well, a massive turnaround for Smart Omega Internet, Tune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this really fortifies the name, the Comeback Kings. But like, these guys need not to make the hearts of the fans out there beat so hard. Though it's not expected from showing that we've seen earlier, especially as they are so low into the points on the early part of this game. But this might have been part of the plan. Blacklist Ultimate has taken the lead in the search and destroy, making it so difficult to come back. But this team of Smart Omegas brought it to a different level. It's not just one, twice, thirds, but multiple times that they have pulled out this magic into the trick, and the comeback is still alive and kicking. And well, can I get a for the whooping right here? Whooping, get a whooping. Everyone out of there. 20 kills on the search and destroy, 23-52 in the points. This guy really is something else.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, once again in the chat, can we get an from Whoopi? If you enjoyed the classic MSP showdown here at the lower bracket finals, and well, you know, Whoopi,
it is what it is. Smart Omega gets in to that stage. I mean, a lot of excitement, a lot of battle has been seen at this point. A lot of heartbreaks, even a lot of heart attacks in all of those suspense moments. But it has been brought in to a close for who will be heading onto the world stage. We are now seeing Smart Omega as well as ALMGHTY battling on later on. But I mean, so far, Callie, that was awesome of the showing by both teams in this series.
Yeah, everybody was just holding their breath, just opting and wanting Smart Omega to host that comeback. And the underdog story here is they really are the comeback kings, man. WDC free slot up by 2-0 on that lower bracket round number 1. Omega with the reverse sweep. And then they just had good work up against ABC Esports. And here, they were down by 4 rounds. And to the point where you think Smart Omega is gonna wave their goodbyes to the journey, well, they find their way back. And for those who just saw a treat on that game, you also get a treat for this Special Ops 5 imprint.
Yeah, imprint that character into your game right now. Imprint those codes in game right now for you to be able to redeem that. But so far, what is imprinted in our minds is how awesome the game has been shown by all of the teams for this playoffs. And I really couldn't get over for the best sniper in the Philippines, whooping there, popping off time after time, getting 20 frags in there on the search and destroy. I mean, that was really a guy that has turned this around for this team, especially when it is important.
Yeah, he gets that first blood all the time with that SND, and then he able to follow up with those strong attacks at that B bomb site, man. That hold in that art room was just art itself. He was able to score in a lot of attacks, moving through around that mid-map action right through the pillars. And, well, the next thing you know, they were able to hold their ground. And once again, the comeback was made, and the nickname of the Comeback Kings still remains true.
Yeah, and there you have it, guys. After a grueling battle, I guess we will need a little bit of break for us to breathe easy, for you to like and share the stream as well, and to take advantage of the code that was offered earlier. But Callie and I is such a pleasure of shoutcasting with you right now. When we come back, I will be joined by the Mustachio AJ right here in the caster desk, and the break will be here for you guys to take that.
Halo, cek, halo, cek, halo, cek, halo, cek, halo, tes, satu, tes, satu, cek, halo, tes, satu, tes, satu, tes.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Garena Regional Qualifiers. This is the road to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022, and the grand finals is finally here. We now know exactly who represents Garena on the world stage. Two of the most eligible teams, in my opinion, who have built the esports scene for Garena Call of Duty Mobile. First up, representing the Lion City, you've got the Divine Almighty, and their opponents in the next series, the Comeback Kings, Kia's Babies, NRX Jeremiah 2911, Smart Omega. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, the best data analyst in Garena CODM, and we are gonna bring you guys the best series of this competition. Both of these teams move on to represent Garena, but who will be the titan between the two, Neptune? The best series of this competition. Both of these teams move on to represent Garena, but who will be the titan between the two, Neptune?
Just like
Years before, wherein everything is just in inception in the tournament stage for Garena Call of Duty Mobile, AJ.
Oh, I'm just so excited to see exactly what's going to break down out there on the battlefield. We just saw Smart Omega live up to their title of the Comeback Kings in that SND matchup. In that final game, Blacklist International Ultimate thought that they had a chance. Now, if only Tin did not bring out that Gravity Vortex gun, it would have been a GGWP. Blacklist International Ultimate would have won, gone on to the grand finals, and they would have represented Garena. And one small mistake cost them that Hardpoint matchup. But valiant effort from Blacklist International Ultimate. They fought back, and in that SND matchup, they almost reverse swept Smart Omega themselves. But Smart Omega, once again, living up to the title of the Comeback Kings. What a furious fight back we witnessed, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's great comeback in there when everyone is at edge of the seat already, especially Final Search and Destroy, when they were down with 4 points and they went back and they're bringing it into overtime. There's a good chance for that team, really, for Blacklist Ultimate to bring down Smart Omega. But I mean, Smart Omega will not be going out that easily. They will be coming back. They will be putting up a show and going in for a good fight right there. And we have seen the result, AJ.
I am looking at the YouTube comments right now. I just want to know exactly which region are all of the viewers from. So can I get a round of hashtags? Everybody hashtag the region that you are from, the region and which particular server you play in. Throw it into the comment section. I just want to see what's the crowd like. And yes, Ganesh, shout out to my whiny little brother. This guy started off in the comment section a little hot, but you know, everybody's just showing the love out there. I absolutely love it. We've got the Philippines in the house. We've got India in the house. I mean, of course, I know Global is in the house. I just want to know exactly where. We've got South Africa in the house. We have got obviously Malaysia, Singapore. Everybody wants to know exactly what's going to break down here. We've got Indonesia in the house as well. Do we have Taiwan? We've got Taiwan. We've got EU. We've got NA. Everybody wants to know exactly what's going to break down in the Garena scene. And we know exactly what broke down, man. I don't know if we're going to be anticipating any pauses in this next matchup, but I just want to put it out there, guys. There's nothing wrong in calling for a pause. Everybody has the right to. At the end of the day, if that is available, if it is a valid reason to call for a pause, you most definitely can use it. Some people use it to break the momentum of some teams. Some people use it because they genuinely want to dispute something. And Blacklist International, they pulled out that wild card. Unfortunately, it didn't serve them up anything against Almighty. Almighty showed that you can go into any server, we will still whoop you out. But this is Smart Omega that we are talking about. This is the champions of Garena Masters Season 3 that we're talking about. There's a high probability that Smart Omega will be able to snatch this away, but we have not seen Almighty play with this sort of fire. And these two teams have been building this scene from the very start of the esports scene here. And, you know, to see Smart Omega as well as Almighty grow up to this stage is just so beautiful, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's so amazing that these teams has shown a lot of showing already potential and I would say engagement is already hectic, but the entertainment that we get as they come back every time to get the win. I mean, Jay-Z, Idra, Rage, Risky, Candy, and Whoopi, Smart Omega is bringing these fights to a different level.
Oh yeah, and each and every single player playing their role, but Whoopi doing Whoopi things. The guy was an absolute beast, and when push came to shove, when he needed to step up, he said, "Say no more, my friends. Say no more, community. I will step up and I will break those that break the code." And he broke them in half, man. His snipes were so spicy. I was just chilling back here in my seat, listening to you boys just scream your heads off in that matchup, and I was just thinking, okay, there might just be a possible comeback here from Smart Omega, but will Blacklist International allow it? And Blacklist International did not want to allow it. Whoopi, on the other hand, didn't care what Blacklist thought about. He annihilated them with those quick scopes.
Yeah, I don't think they were just broken in half, like million pieces. That's what happened right there, because how well this guy brought this team to that search and destroy. And though, I mean, overconfidence might be in there as well, especially with the lead the Blacklist Ultimate has from that search and destroy, and that was a defining moment right there from the battle at hand. They might have been a little bit confident from that fight, but still, Smart Omega brought it back against them. But this time, it is a chance for Almighty Incendio, Jeffro, Shut Up, Irfan J in Heaven to bring it against Smart Omega.
Amen, brother. And Incendio was a beast in that matchup against Blacklist International Ultimate alongside Jeff Pro. We do not have Indonesia representing Garena technically, but we've got two Indonesians in Almighty. I get that as a win for the Indonesian region, because that shows exactly how much of quality is in the Indonesian side. And we've always talked about how Almighty has got the IQ plays, and it's not just the team out there on the battlefield, it's also the management back, behind the boys of Almighty. And they knew that if they wanted to take things up to the next level, they need to absorb some of the greatness that Indonesia brings into the Garena scene. And of course, first off, Shut Up had always been with them. He had been a monster, and they detected that Jeff Pro could just be that missing puzzle piece that completes this team. They brought him in, and what a solid guy this player has turned out to be. And what's more amazing is the fact that Almighty started prepping for stage 5 the moment they ended last year's world champs. How insane is that, man? That's foresight, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's a preparation that you have. You need to put yourself in a position wherein you're already winning the gunfight, as well as taking those strides, taking those positions to bring you to stage 5. But this time, as we look in on, this is a band being put in by Smart Omega as well as Almighty, and no surprise, Gravity Vortex gun will be out, because we know how much damage, especially on that hard point, this has been put in. It is gatekeeping right now once you have that Grav Vortex in your hand.
And for anyone wondering, hey, wait a minute, why are there no banned maps? Because it's a best of 7, Pusanggala! It is a best of 7 for the first time in Garena, and I'm super excited to be a part of this standoff hardpoint. That's exactly where things go down. This was called in here by Almighty. Smart Omega not gonna have any of that, but of course this is gonna be a tough match for them. We have seen the players of Smart Omega hop on into standoff in the past, and they have taken an L before as well in the hands of, I have no idea who they took that L against. Who was it at standoff? I totally forgot, but it doesn't really matter. Oh wait, it was in the hands of Almighty, and now we get a rematch.
It is a rematch right now that we're waiting for, and I guess a lot of fans out there are waiting for this as well, because they are a common fans out there, and I'm pretty sure there are a bit of confused as who are they cheering on, but I'm pretty sure they're happy as well, as both teams will be representing this region for the world stage. It has started off already, but so much in this game. It will be a trade-off, especially with the position of that P1.
So everybody is wondering, hey Mustachio, why haven't you casted? Hey Mustachio, why haven't you casted? Because I was waiting for this best of 7. You know, I am gonna get a sore throat right after this, because we're gonna go get crazy. But 7 to 8, Almighty now equalizing those points, making sure they push this into a lead as well. But this first hard point is gonna swing back and forth, or at least that's exactly what I expect. Smart Omega finally breaks that hill with their manpower, but I believe this is the timing now that Smart Omega will rotate over for the early control of P2. But look at what Almighty's doing, cutting off their passage, and player number 2, Shut Up, wins the fight at gas station. What the foresight by Almighty once again, and Smart Omega cannot execute their plays. They are just given the scrap points. Heaven eats up 2 players who try to snatch away this point from them in terms of control for P2, but that gets ultimately denied. 26-22, close matchup, but strategy-wise, Almighty's winning.
Yeah, Almighty's winning right now at this point, and they will take over this warehouse right now. Risky trying his best to hold off gas station to make the spawn to their favor, but no one from Almighty can let them in that easily, even if a takeover of Smart Omega has been done. 7 will be in there for the takedown as well, but unfortunately for Almighty, they have been spread out already, as well as Smart Omega preparing for this next approach. It's a little bit too early right now for Smart Omega to go for the rotation, but the spawns has brought them early on that point. And also, Almighty starting it off from that man in number 4 and number 5 as well. Incendio and Jeff Pro starting it off early from that rotation.
Wait a minute. Why does Almighty have 1 tick already on that left-hand side? This is the first match because Almighty came through from that upper bracket, which means they have a 1 game advantage. In the past, you guys would have seen a 1 series advantage, which makes the winner at the upper brackets twice to beat. It's not the case anymore. They just have a 1 game advantage, so they start off with a 1-0, which is a much more fairer way to do things out there on the battlefield and easier for Smart Omega to kind of take this beat against them. They just have to equalize in this Hardpoint and then, of course, run away with the rest of the matchups, providing Almighty allows them to Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking back of that. Wait a minute. I remember the meme out there, the video of that kid in it just played in there with your face, AJ.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not, Neptune, but I'll take it, brother.
I mean, like, you're already famous in there. You're putting out that voice out there with that, with the kid in the meme. Like, you can be someone that can represent a meme, even a team, even the whole region right now, AJ, and that will be a great compliment. It's always a compliment coming from me, AJ. You haven't heard anything of an insult from me.
Day, you just called me a meme, bro. I don't know. I've got to think about this, Neptune. We got to have a conversation right after this game, okay? 106-48. Almighty seems to be dominating Smart Omega at the very moment. But into P4, it is Smart Omega that opens it up. But a single player holding the fort here. Can Rage continue to win out all of his gunfights? It seems like he most definitely can. The moment that he drops, it drops by with his own Sparrow, but Shut Up tells him to shut up by kicking him out of the hill with his own Sparrow. 3 players on for the fight for Almighty, breaking the hill once again. This money hill ain't giving anybody no cash. Smart Omega and both Almighty, they are bashing their heads in here. It's equal so far at P4, and as Smart Omega now breaks it right back, that just proves that statement. This is just going back and forth.
Yeah, Money Hill right now can bring them the dough. No pun intended, this bakery on the other side. So we are going to see Smart Omega take this hill right now with 4 man as one from behind to cover. 12 seconds remaining. Good chance for Smart Omega to catch up in the points, but rotation has been done already by Almighty towards Hotel Yard, and that hold by Heaven might be the crucial part for them to take a bigger lead against Smart Omega at this point. Push right now of Whoopi, and there will be working, but against this guy, he needs the help of Kendi to take that Hotel Yard over.
Oh, Jeff, bro, you cannot be losing out gunfights like that. Irfan J brings in the Pretty, but Smart Omega now trying to run away with this matchup. Can they equalize? It looks like this is a huge possibility. And Kendi waste one of that Pretties by taking just the one and only Shut Up out of the equation. He was so far away from the hill that Pretty barely did any difference whatsoever. And he just spawns right back out and takes the hill over. Almighty manages to get this. I would have kept that Pretty for a rainy day, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rainy day. It's just raining pretty out there if you have kept that. But we'll have to see how well can they make do with the small mistakes that they have pulled in this game. So far, Smart Omega trying to catch up right now with the remaining points and time on to that P1 as they rotate over into Warehouse. It is Almighty taking the lead, but here comes Risky. Risking it all will be taken down, but follow up by Idra might be the turning point for them. But there's no turning point. 5-man push being done by Almighty, trying to cut the approach of Smart Omega, and it becomes successful. It's now left to Whoopi right now. Turn around. Gas station has been taken over, and the one guy remains in there. It is this guy of Irfan J, still alive and kicking, but Rage rages on, holding the stairs, and no one can push through.
This was meant to be. And you know how I know it was meant to be? There's no toxicity in the comment section, baby. Everybody is so happy that Almighty and Smart Omega will be representing Garena on stage 5. Just in that comment section alone, it is just so overwhelming. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm tearing up looking at your comments, man. But I want to know as well, is it going to be AMT or OMG? Who are you backing up in this matchup? I know you are happy that these two represent Garena, but who do you think is going to be winning out this series? Because Almighty looks like they are on fire. Throw it into the comment section. AMT for Almighty, OMG for Smart Omega. 183 to 114. The hardpoint now ends. It rotates over to Grannies. The players of Smart Omega have got these spawns, but Smart Omega does not have the hill. It is Almighty that opens it up.
Opening up is Almighty right now, going in and getting close to that double century mark, and Incendio with a great double with that Annihilator. Smart Omega has been cut off from the heels up because they cannot move in there onto this house. Almighty got all the bases covered and is taking Smart Omega apart from this game. It is a huge lead right now by Almighty from this hard point. It's very difficult to catch up.
Most definitely, man. Smart Omega. Yes, they may be the comeback kings, but Almighty is the divine one when it comes to Hardpoint. They want to rip it all away, and Smart Omega better steal those SNDs because you know control is going to go the way of Almighty. They have been just so dominant at that game mode, and nothing can stop them. Nothing can slow them down. Almighty has a 100% win rate at control, and what makes this best of 7 even crazier is you've got to play 2 control matches in the best of 7. 241 to 114. Just 9 more points to finish this off. Smart Omega's looking a little tired after getting out of that battle with Blacklist International Ultimate, but Almighty doesn't care. They want the dub.
Yeah, they want the dub. They don't want the W out here. Only 9 remains in terms of point. Even if this hill is given to Smart Omega, the next hill can be taken by Almighty on that side. There goes a pop-off. Bakery now open with only a few seconds that Almighty needs. This might be a win. And the divine intervention, Almighty brings down from the heavens, and they take that 1 point.
Smart Omega struggles in standoff, but this was always gonna be that Almighty map. We know that this is not the first time. In fact, this is the second time that Almighty has beaten Smart Omega at standoff. This may not just necessarily mean that it's the weakest map of Smart Omega. It just means Almighty is divine when it comes to playing Hardpoint at standoff. They've been in love with this map for the longest of time now, and I'm talking about since last year, even before things became super serious in the esports scene in terms of the prize pool or whatever. You know, this map, this mode was dominated by Almighty, and it continues on in here until today. I believe the Huntsman, one of the teams who could really take the fight up to the players of Almighty, but even then, taking the fight up versus getting the dub is 2 very different things. Almighty always conquers, and they continue to do it here as well. Smart Omega takes the first L, but in a best of 7, we are gonna see many, many L's.
Yeah, a lot more in there, especially if you stretch it to the furthest region of this last fight. But we've seen, well, Almighty usually gets this a win. Smart Omega usually gets the first loss. And that is one reason as well why they are taking the title of Comeback Kings. But this time, knocking on heaven's door, 37 kills, 44-10 on the points, Heaven, the MVP of that game.
I'm like a little child, bro. I cannot wait to see the S&D matchup. I cannot wait for the sniper battle between Heaven and Whoopi. Dude, I mean, you know, real talk. Neptune, you and I been doing this for a long, long time, bro. You know, ever since the scene was first set up. To watch these 2 teams battle it out now, and they get to qualify for the World Championship. It's just so beautiful. It's just so... I mean, no words can express how I feel at the moment, but all of those words will come out when I see that sniper battle.
Literally, I'm getting goosebumps as you say that. I'm not, well, it's a good, I don't know if a good thing or bad thing that I'm not shown on camera right now because I'm sweating like a pig because of the engagement that has been going on. But I had goosebumps in there hearing about that battle as well as these two teams heading off to the World Championship. But we're going to start off. This is Hacienda right now. Search and destroy. Two teams, two chances to get those wins. And we'll have to find out who will get them. Almighty right now an attacker, while Smart Omega will defend.
Let's see exactly who will push out there for the side of Smart Omega. Both teams kind of hyper-focusing on that A site. And the initial frags by Irfan J. The players of Almighty in front in the game of numbers. And the flank is coming through here for Shut Up! And he manages to get the slay on Candy. Heaven takes Risky out of the equation. Shut Up cutting off that flank is just basically the victory for Almighty. There's no way they're going to make a comeback now. But Idra and Whoopi. Idra, one of the strongest anchors in the matchup, as well as an annihilator when it comes to the KSP games. Whoopi gets shut down prematurely. Talking about Idra annihilating, he gets a double before Jeff Pro puts him down. Strong start by Almighty.
And I really love how Idra as well is popping off because we've shown already, we've said already that from the previous match that we've seen Smart Omega, Idra is laying low in terms of performance. But from the earlier matches that we've seen Smart Omega, I mean, Idra is one of the guys together with Whoopi who has turned it around for the team. So I think this is just one key factor. Once we've seen Idra pop off, that is a cue that we'll see Smart Omega takes a win.
Oh, Risky with a double. Pusangala. It looks like Almighty now gonna get snuffed out by the game of numbers. Just a one-man advantage on the side of Smart Omega. Bomb on the way to get planted. Candy shuts down Irfan J. Just a solo player left. And Jeff Pro does not complete the plant. He backs away. Does not spot out Candy, but no trigger discipline by Candy. Doesn't really matter as Rage snuffs him out. Smart Omega squeeze their way back in, and it's a 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 right now. And that quick engagement early on for that round number 2 has really turned it against this team. And this is one of the tactics that we've seen so far, alternating a slow pace, even a fast pace for the attackers, bringing a game to somewhat of back and forth in terms of the point as well. As we're seeing right now, Smart Omega and Almighty, good rotation being done by Almighty on a 4-1 split. We've seen this before, but the defense that we're seeing from Smart Omega spread out in there and then slowly closing in, fitting in like a glove on that alpha. That might be the winning factor, but Incendio changed that.
Whoopi takes out Irfan J. That's a good trade. Back Rage finds one, but gets put down instead. Whoopi takes Jeff Pro. Shut Up trades out Whoopi. Sniper battle, and the double snipe set up by Almighty. Too spicy, bro. Smart Omega now getting left behind 2-1, but nothing that they cannot catch up with. I mean, if they could catch up with Blacklist International Ultimate, bro. Almighty better be careful.
They need to be careful right now. I mean, a lot has been pulled out from the sleeves of Smart Omega, and I don't know how long the sleeves are for this team. I mean, a lot of tricks, a lot of tactics has been pulled out, and it's not yet over. They have been showing a lot of gameplays as well, response to the tactics we're in there losing, but Whoopi starts it off in here for the kill against Heaven, and the Jet Pro right now going for the plan out there. Cuts off a little bit, but continues on. Whoopi will be on the move as well. Might be going in for the snipe, but the two-prong approach for this team of Smart Omega might be the winning factor for them. Backs off in there on to the mid is Irfan J, and the defense will be on.
Oh, GG, man. This is just back and forth trades. I love it when both of these teams take each other on. But now, Jeff Pro solo in there. But that's a GG overall as Smart Omega gets that final slay. Defusal too easy. So whilst we take a few seconds here, just a reminder for everyone and for anyone that is curious, Almighty has got 2 matches won because they have that upper bracket advantage. In the past, if you had the upper bracket advantage, you are twice to beat, which means Smart Omega from the lower bracket needs to beat you in one series, reset the bracket, and then beat you in another series if they want to take the win. But now, in the current format, from the upper bracket, you only have a 1-game advantage, no longer a 1-series advantage. Hence why, although Almighty has just won out that Hardpoint so far. Whoopi's on fire, but it shows to Whoopi. Finally, shuts down Jeff Pro as well. The guy gets taken out by Heaven. That's that one engagement I wanted to see, but we've missed it on cam. It doesn't really matter. Shut up. Beautiful shots. Quick scope strikes down the player of Smart Omega. It's a 1v2. It's all about the angles, and he gets rage as well. Can we find another one? Risky has been spotted out by the defusal. Too sweet. Smart Omega had the time and made good use of it.
Good distraction in there with that guy, though he has been taken down, but the time spent in there well for that defusal. 3-2 in favor of Smart Omega right now, and this is the last time that we will see Almighty on the attackers for the series if it will not go to overtime. But as we can see, they are heading in on to that Bravo, but the split has been done. A backstab possibility happening coming from Rage, and here we have it. There goes the hit just from that door, and Rage starts it off.
Let's see if or not Smart Omega can pull a good lead here. It's all about the numbers now, which they do have an advantage with, and Whoopi makes that advantage even wider. It's Sendio and Irfan J keeping a close line behind each other. Idra spots them out, quick tags, and then repositions. It's all about the game of defense now. Bomb in the hands of Irfan J. Clutch King does not manage to sweep around. Candy shuts him down, but traded out by Idra. Clutch King rotates round. 1v2. No problem at all for the Clutch King. KSP in hand. No striker, no secondary, no nothing. He's playing this serious. Now it's all about the timing. Idra's gonna get caught out here. Irfan J strives around towards the left. Needs to check his right. Does exactly that. Spots the player. Trigger discipline. Idra shut down. That's the Clutch King right there for you. Irfan needs another. Spots out the player. Doesn't really need to waste time with him at all. He needs to focus on the plan. Smart play by the Clutch King. And this is why exactly I've always hyped up Irfan J. His game sense is phenomenal. He knows exactly what to do. Doesn't waste time. Doesn't go in for a ridiculous challenge for kill, but instead focuses on the objective in S&D. I hope in my ranked matches more people would do that.
Risky in there has taken advantage of the backstab, and there goes the defusal right now, bring 1 point for Smart Omega. And though the ideation is smart, but the rotation of Risky a little bit too smarter in there, not going for where he was seen before, but he went in flank on the other side.
Slowing things down, Almighty, not by their own choice. Smart Omega forcing them to slow things down. But Smart Omega themselves, they want to step up the pace, kind of take the lead in here in a solid way. So foul, Whoopi with the wall bang, shut up. Kind of spicy, gets Jeff Pro as well. This guy is a monster. Can he get the third one? Whoopi, Heaven around. He might just be able to shut down Whoopi instead. Whoopi! The third kill! And it's Heaven with the wall bang! What in the world? Whoopi, the best sniper in the Philippines, strikes once again. And Idra takes Irfan J out of the equation. Incendio. I think this one you just need to throw in the white towel, brother. Idra forces him to do exactly that. 5-2, Smart Omega. What a play, Whoopi.
Yeah, I mean, another deserved by you, Whoopi, right there. And this guy really is on a roll. 11 kills already in this match. Heaven not showing up that much because he has been cut off early, especially with the sniper and sniper battle that we've seen. But Shut Up is the one who has been popping off from from Almighty at this point. Whoopi again for that Shut Up. And as I say, comparing these two guys, there's Whoopi just making sure that he will not be shown up in there with those killings.
Yeah, man, Whoopi is just on fire, bro. What a play. 12 kills so far. This guy, absolute beast. Irfan J gets the long flank over, punishes Whoopi for not checking his back, but it doesn't really matter. The damage has already been done. It's a 3v3 to make that 4v3. As Risky takes Heaven out of the equation, it's a 4v2. Game of numbers against the players of Almighty. Idra shuts down the Clutch King himself, and once again, Incendio lonely. He is so lonely, and he gets taken down by Rage. 6-2, Smart Omega on match point.
that was a good song right there. But song and dance will be held off in their match point for Smart Omega once they get this win. A quick search and destroy against Almighty. So Almighty right now on the defender side, they need to make it solid compared to what we've seen earlier on this fight. But Whoopi is making it difficult for this battle. Even Heaven has been cut short in the performance right now, only getting that 2 frags. But Jeff Pro, the slayer of the team right now, might be caught off guard as they are heading deep. But Heaven and Incendio goes in for the initial play, and Jeff Pro for the kill as well.
Yeah, Almighty's mad, man. They want to come back. Aye! Candy and Indra. Smart, quick scope by Candy will be able to punish. Takes a double as well. Eats up the one and only shut up. Incendio trades one back. Once again, Incendio lonely, but he will have to go up against the one and only Idra. Idra tagged up. Incendio tagged up. Aye! Idra! Illegal, bro. That one. The quick flick to the left. Oh, he punished Incendio into the next game. And just like that, Smarter Mega drops Almighty, and we've got a 2-1 now as Smarter Mega start their fight back.
There's no waiting in there. It's a good flick in there coming from Idra. I mean, if you've seen one already and it's a 1v1, no one will risk coming back and being striped again like a thunder. And that, or a lightning, but that is a good anticipation by Idra in there for the final moment. And there's no slowing down Smart Mega. They know the disadvantage that they have with that one map by Almighty already, and they want to make through. They want to break through already out of this chain that they have, and Search and Destroy is where they bring it on. Whoopi, the MVP of this team. And not only that, Idra popping up once again, a combination of 22 kills just from these two guys.
Yeah, man. I mean, Whoopi was a beast. And his quick scopes, his wall bangs, everything about that snipe was just so dope. Whoopi is the man when it comes to just taking the title of the king of snipers in Garena. And yes, Heaven is a great flex player, but you know, Heaven is unfortunately a season behind Whoopi, unless he can prove it to me in the series in itself that he can oust Whoopi himself in terms of those snipes. We've got another S&D matchup, so Heaven does have that opportunity, because we saw Whoopi go from the best sniper in the Philippines to the best flex player to fill in those crucial roles to make sure Smarter Mega goes back to their winning ways after they hit a slump. And you see Heaven doing the exact same thing as well. He didn't want to just be the best sniper for the side of Almighty. You've also got Shut Up. And you know, some of these respawn matches, you've got more respawns in comparison to SNDs. And Heaven knew how important it was for him to put down that snipe sometimes and be more proficient at the gunfight in terms of engagement when it comes to using some of the meta guns. And a majority of the time, in fact, never has it actually been a full-on sniper meta for CODM. And this is where Heaven started practicing and became one of the best slayers on the side of Almighty. But Heaven went back to focusing on his snipes. But it was a little bit too slow because Whoopi got there first. Every single step of the way, Whoopi is just one step in front. Can Heaven sort that guy out in this series? We'll just have to see it.
Yeah, we'll have to see it right now. Wherein we are in control. Sniper is also a gun to use right now from the distance, saving the lives, but it will not be working that well as everyone is just heading for the approach and getting slayed. We'll be right now with the sniper, will be backstabbed in there by Incendio, and rotation-wise, there's not so much. Just every one of these guys banging their heads, trying to attack and defend on this hill. But this time, Almighty taking the lead in terms of lives.
1-2, Almighty in front, Whoopi, Jeff Bro, this is control, and he brings out that right tag AMR to just dominate his opponents. Needs to flank around. Timing, oi! Misses, and Incendio punishes. Fantastic play by Almighty to just make a little bit of a comeback here. Defensive side, down by 3 lives. Make that 2 as they equalize against Almighty. But Almighty just absolutely furious in terms of attack. They need to be able to pull away this B control point at the very least. Finally, one guy is in there to pull it away. Hunter Killer Drone will make it a little bit easier to take the guy out. Incendio shuts down Risky, and the play is just sublime by the side of Almighty. Contest once again for the players of Smarter Mega, but there's just no way they're going to be able to defend this B control point anymore. And look at the overextension by Heaven. He risks it, he gets a slay, but traded out instantaneously. But that one bit of delay allows Almighty to rip this B control point.
Yeah, once you have that lead already in terms of lives, you can take a little bit of calculated risk to turn it around to your favor, and that is what Almighty is doing right now. We have 4 lives, a deficit, make that 5 and 4 once again, but it has been trading off right now between these two teams, but Smart Omega on the losing end in terms of survivability. There goes Candy being stunned as well as being pushed right now. The double combination will be in here, but that might start off by Candy, but Jeff Pro responds.
Ooh, thank God for the pillar inside of kitchen, says Irfan J as he runs away. But Risky still managed to get out there and punish Jeff Pro, who did not get away in time. I guess Irfan just didn't tell him someone was chasing him. 4-6, 2 life deficit for Smart Omega. 1 minute to go though. So a lot of time here for Almighty to get this sorted. They stack their numbers, but Rage doesn't care. Irfan J sorted out Whoopi. Already with the pre-scope, waiting for the opportunity, and shuts down Heaven. Rage shuts down Jeff Pro, and just like that, Smart Omega takes the lead in terms of the numbers advantage. Now 3 lives versus 2. Almighty cannot drop the ball at all. They had such a good start, but now with a opportunity for Smart Omega to make sure they end this. 30 more seconds for Almighty, but not a lot of lives to play. Irfan J trades one out, but Heaven gets dropped by Idra. 2-1. Incendio, big fight for him. Oh, the guy gets away. Bait and switch. Risky still dies. What a play, but what a mistake by Smart Omega.
That was a good turnaround by Smart Omega in there, cutting down the lives to their favor, but Almighty responds in there with Jeff Pro. There are no noobs, just Jeff Pro right here, and here is the showing that they have in this game. So far, Incendio has taken the lead in terms of kills already, but Whoopi starting it off hard against Shut Up.
Irfan J helps out Smart Omega. Takes himself out of the equation. Don't know how the Machan did that, but it's okay. We'll catch up with him a little bit later. Jeff Pro can whoop out the Purify, not the Purify, the Sparrow, and go to town with the players of Smart Omega. Let's see if he does go in for that challenge. B control point now being taken away. Almighty. They do have control of the laundry side here, but they haven't really stepped in to challenge for this B control point just yet. Finally clears off the second quadrant. 1 quadrant sneaked away by Smart Omega. Smart plays.
Yeah, one thing that Almighty has been doing, especially on a defense, is they stick together, and even if they have the opportunity for the rush, they will not risk the live, and they need to wait for the rest of the teams to cover those that has been captured already. Now this time, once Bravo has already been covered, a good chance for Smart Omega to turn this around and go for that alpha push, but it has been cut short by Incendio, and everyone is stuck in the middle. Lives lost already, and 6 in there for the lead, and Heaven still on the roll.
13-20, Smart Omega. Ooh, down in numbers. Irfan J can punish with the Sparrow. Turns the corner. Ooh, pops the player afar. But now sneaks away before he can get punished. Aye, still gets punished. Idra. This guy's a monster. Jeff Pro drops Risky, only to be traded out by Idra. Once again, Idra is on fire, Neptune.
Yeah, Control really is a game that Almighty has, but Idra has a good showing in this match and needs to pop off in terms of kills, but they need not to risk those lives anymore. Idra right now going in for the slay against 2. Another one pops off in there. This might be a death for Idra right now, because he is stuck in there between the laundry and the gardens and no one to back him up.
Smart Omega gains an extra minute in the matchup, but I don't know if it's going to make a big difference. 2 players lost as I am speaking. Whoopi and Candy trade back out the numbers, but the numbers are not equal here. 11-2. And now Almighty just need 1 more slay. Jeff Pro almost flicked around. Candy takes him out of the equation, but Heaven ends the round with 10 lives left on the side of Almighty. Truly dominating. They know how to control these games.
Yeah, I mean, as this is new, and as you mentioned, the preparation that Almighty has done in this series, they have started off studying Control already. From the early times that we've seen Control mode introduced in competitive scene, this is the team that really pops off because they understand how much they can prepare and the winning conditions that they can use against any team against them. They can either go for the lives, they can either go for the time or the capture. Almighty have that set into plan. Thus, 2-0 right now, really good showing for the team.
26 to 24. Rage, Whoopi takes the car out of the equation and takes a player with it as well. Rage slides her around. Fantastic engagements around the square center. This is just pure defense played here to perfection by Smart Omega. But a single quadrant sneaked away already. And look at Smart Omega overextending. Is this a spawn trap that they want to spring on the players of Almighty? That's going to be a terrible idea if they start losing their lives, which they do. But Whoopi and Rage, okay, makes sense. They have got the Annihilator activated. But can they still sustain their lives as they continue pushing on in? Almighty was able to slay them out, 17 to 22. The numbers advantage in terms of lives to the side of Smart Omega now. But they just need to play this slow. They've got the advantage. They don't need to rush in, Neptune.
And there's no need to rush in. The lives is already on to their favor. And Almighty this time will be caught in there with low on the lives. And as they split up, they try to go in for the rush into Bravo. Lives has been cut short once again. Alpha push being done. They just need to win that engagement. And when they did, and they have a chance to step into that Alpha split up as well to go for the distraction. But so far, Bravo is for the taking right now for the second tick. And Alpha as well will be cleaned up by Smart Omega. It is this guy number 5 Incendio who has been holding on, soaking onto this B, and they will be taking it in a few seconds, stopping the time right now. And there we have it. Everyone will be heading into that Alpha, but unfortunate for Almighty, they have lost advantage in terms of lives.
Yeah, man. I mean, they have got a 2-life deficit here, but nothing too much that Almighty cannot deal with. But as I say that, Rage and Whoopi, they shut down Irfan and have 6 to 10. Make that 9. Incendio goes in for the investment on the Annihilator. Heaven and Shut Up, they lose their lives though. Can he continue annihilating? Irfan J flicks around. Can be punished as well as he stops by the door. Of all places, he stops by the door. Idra takes Incendio out of the equation. 3 more lives. Almighty, they should go down now unless Smart Omega messes this up, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that before, and how close can it get? So far, apart from the lives, the time is also counting down, and we'll have to see which comes first. But Jeffro already have visibility of 1, and there goes another life lost for Almighty. 1 more, Shut Up will be the guy, and Kendi will be taking him down. 1 point taken back in here by Smart Omega, and that is a good showing coming from Smart Omega at this point. They understand how Almighty is controlling the spawns, and they counter it, beating them for a possibility of a spawn trap. But unfortunately, it just went in for the killing, and then later on, they just also are pressured with the time. So Almighty is in a back end, especially on the attack, but this time on defense, I think they will be coming back.
Yeah, Almighty back to back now, 4 kills already, and they're just on fire when on the defensive. Control does belong to Almighty, but Smart Omega try to sneak away that A control point. Annihilator investment, great stun, slows down Heaven, and he gets shut out of the equation, and the Annihilator is wasted. And he did take 1 shot there, so the refresh on that Annihilator isn't going to be super fast. Incendio snuffed out. Great flick by Shut Up. It's just spicy. Goes in for yet another one, but Jeff Pro steals the kill away. 7 life deficit for Smart Omega, and that's just getting worse by the second.
Trap almost triggered right there by Almighty, but loses 1 guy from the gym. And Almighty Jeff Pro starting it off, cutting off the approach of Smart Omega at this point. And Hunter Killer Drone might make this, but Irfan J will be stuck between 2 guys of Smart Omega. And this hill will be taken. Even with that Pretty, no one will be taken out just yet. And Kendi is in the dance and still survives.
Shut Up from the back now. Slowing things down a little bit, Idra. Good spot, but turns around the corner. Can he win it? No, Irfan J. Just too naughty. Manages to spray him down. Gets the strike. Shut Up drops Rage. But instantaneously, Risky gets a double, and Kendi goes in for the investment of the Annihilator just for a single kill before traded out by Jeff Pro. Everybody's messing up with the Annihilator today here, Neptune.
Yeah, only 1 kill before being traded, or worse, no kill at all. And that is the one thing that we can say. Annihilator is best in the hands of the worthy, but there's no other worthy in there than Whoopi with that wall bang.
10 to 15, 5 life deficit, 1 minute 25 seconds to go. Smart Omega has got quite a bit of time to rip away this B control point, but with not much lives left on their side, it looks like this should be a victory for the Lion City representing Almighty. Idra Beautiful investment. Whoopi goes in for the Annihilator as well. Just to annihilate Almighty. Idra gets another candy, flicking around. Nobody else is available over at Kitchen. Rage gets a double. Rage needs to sneak away and replace himself with Idra. Oh, he takes the shot but misses it miserably. Goes in for the double challenge against the players but gets annihilated instead. Smart Omega, just when you thought they had the advantage, they drop the ball. And now Almighty back in the driver's seat to drive us to the end of this control matchup. Single life left. Smart Omega hanging on for their dear lives. Candy needs to get this snipe, but look at Almighty slowing things down as well. Shut Up wants to get the final frag, spots the players, doesn't get the shot, and that's too long. Shut Up finally seals the deal.
Even with the trade in there by Smart Omega, Shut Up is just waiting for them to pop in and trying to take advantage of what the angle that Shut Up is doing, but he didn't falter. He just waited because he knows the advantage they have, the lives that need to be lost by Smart Omega to take this win, and they can even risk that that frag even if Shut Up has been taken down. But Almighty still proving us that they are in complete control. No loss just yet from the team.
Not at all, man. Almighty seems to be quite a dominant one out there on the battlefield. And it looks like the players of Smart Omega might have to learn a thing or two from Almighty when it comes to control. SND, of course, we know they can step their gameplay up. They can annihilate teams when they want to. But Almighty just seems way too good, way too dominant, way too smart when it comes to control. And it's not like other teams can't keep up with them. It's just that the strategy of approach by the other teams can't match up to Almighty. And we've always praised the Singapore scene for their IQ plays, very specifically Almighty for their IQ plays. And nobody has ever been able to challenge or change that.
Yeah, I mean, the IQ plays, the preparation that they have, the study they have, even with the sniper versus sniper, I think both of these teams has taken and studied the sniper points or the sitting points of all those snipers, and they can do those wall bangs with ease. But
yeah,
Search and Destroy is really showing right now, and Control is where most of the study is leaning, the homework is leaning towards Almighty because of they understand how to play with off maps. Remember, if when new maps are introduced, they just jump in there and win those gunfights. When new modes are introduced, then they go and win those gunfights as well. They can take advantage of those that are not studied that well, and mechanical skills as well as tactics not built just yet by the other teams, and that's where they take the advantage.
And now we stand at a point where it is a 3-1. Yes, I understand that Almighty has only gotten 2 wins. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the upper bracket advantage where you get 1 extra point when you start the series. So at the moment, it is 3-1. If Slums Hardpoint is won by Almighty, it's a GGWP. We know exactly who dominates Garena for now. If at all Smart Omega wins this, that's the only condition that they can take to continue this series. So will it now end at Slums, or will it be over? Mr. Data Guy, please give me the lowdown of Slums Hardpoint between the two teams.
Understanding the how Hardpoint and how the control of Slums has been done by Almighty, this is more gearing towards their favor. So far just for this stage, preparing for the world stage, they have won against Change World and Dunya Games on a 3-1 and 3-2 respectively. Huntsman as well, 3-1. No loss just yet. No loss just yet on the Slums from Almighty, even against Blacklist Ultimate. Sorry about that. I was reading of different mode control.
No problem.
This time, I mean, they have more advantage in here. Blacklist Ultimate, though it's close, they were able to make it through. And that is what we know about Almighty, how they go in for taking the spawns, flipping it to their favor, especially like after this P1. Once they head into the P2, they went in and take those corners to control the spawns and take it against their opponent so that they can get more points than ever.
Let me just add on a little bit more data into that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. ALMGHTY with 2 victories on Hardpoint Slums so far. And guess where Smarter Mega stands? They stand 0 for 3 matches. Yes, they have taken 3 L's at Slums Hardpoint so far. They have lost to WDC Free Slot. They have lost to ABC Esports. They've even lost to Blacklist International Ultimate. And now, ALMGHTY, one of the greatest at Slums Hardpoint, are looking to end the series on a map and on a mode that Smarter Mega just has not been able to shine. But we know the quality of the comeback kings. We know exactly how they can fight back. Oh, rejecting a hunter-killer drone. Too spicy, brother. But we know how they can fight back when it truly matters, Neptune.
Yeah, and as we see right now, the fight back is starting as they go in onto P2 and clears that off, and there goes the overtake of this hill. But so far, the spawns has been to the favor of ALMGHTY right now, going for the split and the pinch, and Smart Omega will be left in there from Special Forces waiting for their next chance. But with how the spawns has been given to both these teams, the preparation for the next hill is still in favor for ALMGHTY.
Yeah, okay, now I want all of the SMP region to not reply in the YouTube chat. I only want the global scene. I want every other region who's gonna be there at stage 5 to respond in the chat, all right? MSP, y'all calm down, y'all cool out. I wanna know, who do you guys think from your individual regions can take the fight up against Smarter Mega as well as ALMGHTY? I mean, be it anyone, be it Godlike, be it whoever you think, throw it into the comment section. I think Tribe has a strong chance of giving these boys a run for their money. But you know, we haven't really seen a direct engagement, but that's my opinion. You guys tell me exactly what you think in the comment section and whether or not any of those regions will have an opportunity against Smarter Mega as well as ALMGHTY. I see a lot of Godlike so far. I see 1, 2 Tribe Animus in the house as well. I see you, I hear you. A lot of Tribe fans overall as well as Godlike, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe has really put up a showing, especially when the previous world stage has been set up. And well, this is the challenge right now that will be faced by both of these teams that's playing right now as they jump into the world stage. Though it might look that the aggressiveness of Garena might take them by surprise, but the tactics, as we said previously, tactics usually change and turn the table against aggressiveness and the slaves.
I actually agree with one of the suggestions in here. Scars looks like they are quite a tactical team, and I feel like I cannot wait to see the matchup between the almighty IQ from the Singaporeans going up against Scars. That's something that I absolutely would love to check out. But a lot of people think that Godlike as well as the one and only Tribe can take on as well as smash Smarter Mega and ALMGHTY. You know, just like what I've mentioned when we started off the regional qualifiers, that in the individual regions, it's very easy for us to kind of predict exactly who's going to get the dub. But when it comes to region versus region, it's very difficult to make that prediction, mainly because you don't know how those play styles are going to be matching up with each other. Sometimes it's like magnet, you know. You've got north, north, south, south. They repel each other. Then you've got north, south. They get attracted, and then kaboom, they blow up as well. So very interested to see exactly what the mix is going to be at the global scene. But for the time being, man, what a fight by Smarter Mega. This should have been a dominant map, a dominant win by ALMGHTY already. But the fight in Smarter Mega not only keeps them alive, but it gives them the lead.
Yeah, they understand the gameplay of ALMGHTY all throughout for the number of Hardpoint that they played and won as well. So the only thing that Smart Omega can do is study all the off angles that ALMGHTY is taking, take them over as well as control the spawns, and they will be able to take the hill. But this time, as we cycle through, I mean, this is where most of the teams going against ALMGHTY are failing, because this open area is very difficult to to challenge, and ALMGHTY understanding the respawns all like that much, they usually get a lot of points in this hill.
I have to agree with you, sir. Now, the hill wide open as Smart Omega hops on in. Hunter Killer Drone flying in once again. Can it get taken out? No, it takes out Rage instead. And now with that extra advantage by the Hunter Killer Drone, Smart Omega loses the hill as Almighty swoops on in. But an early hold at the back already for Smart Omega. I like this from the boys. And now, player number 2, Candy. He needs to survive. He should not drop the ball. The backup's a little bit too slow from the rest of the players of Smart Omega.
Nice.
And the pincer maneuver will allow Almighty to break that spawn hole, and the players of Almighty, they get the favorable spawns for P2.
They need to rush in onto that hill right now. Backup is needed by Whoopi at this point. Good hiding spot in there. 1 taken down already, but 2 remains. And here comes Irfan J for the rush. Jeff Pro, on the other hand, will just be waiting, controlling as an anchor for the spawns to pop up into the favor of Almighty. Balance in the score right now. And Almighty taking this hill. It is an approach of Smart Omega that needs to be broken. And broken it will be done by Shut Up on the prowl and on the hunt. 1v2 into this hill. And he loses it.
Yeah, if Almighty actually wins this, I don't know if Jeff Pro is actually lagging or he's stuck or he went to the toilet for a little bit because this is pretty much a show match between the two. But the guy's not moving at all. And Smart Omega, even though Almighty has got that favorable spawn out there, or it could just be a super early rotation for Jeff Pro, man. No, he did not. He got taken out. Now, Jeff Pro, where is he going to spawn out from? This will be able to answer our question. Jeff Pro doesn't spawn.
Oh no, Jeff Rose
okay, he came back.
Okay. Well, he spawns in their Special Forces base, but not a good showing in terms of position because that's so far for the hold. And that might bring Almighty to a hold right there, especially with the spawns that they will be taken later on. RNG still giving that a favor because Shut Up spawned from Garage and still good showing for them to take over Fountains and turn it against Almighty. But this time, Almighty have all man in there on the left-hand side of the map, giving them that advantage and the favorable spawns at it.
See, now the Philippines can't be the only ones that complain about connectivity issues, man. Jeff Pro's having some connection issues from Indonesia as well. The guy, can't really jump back into this fray just yet, and therefore Almighty has to take a 4v5 battle. Can they clutch this out? It's gonna be a tough one. Smart Omega, even if you've got a 5v5, it's tough to touch these boys. And now with a 4v5, things are gonna get hot and spicy. Rage drops a double with the Pretty onto Heaven and Incendio. And as their players on the side of Smart Omega take away the favorable spawns for P4 as well. Almighty putting up a fight of their lives. One final victory here for the one and only Heaven. Could have been great for them to hold on to this P4, but he falters, he falls, and Jeff Pro moved a little bit, but no, that's just a bug. He didn't move, and it's 204 to 150.
Oh, there you go.
Almighty, how does Almighty still have the hill when they don't have enough players? Jeff Pro's back!
Yeah, Jeff Pro is back, and map control, that is the answer if and why they are still taking the hill. They know, they understand the map control that they can take. Jeff Pro is stopped once again, and there we have it. It is still a row with that Goliath steamrolling into the hill with 31 seconds, enough time for them to take this win.
Yeah, you see, because Jeff Pro reconnected back, I'm pretty sure he just took a toilet break halfway through, man. He really needed to go. So it's all fine. It's all fair and dandy. Almighty now. Smart Omega breaks the hill. There's a fair 5v5. Almighty can make a comeback if they want to, but Smart Omega's gonna say, hell no, we're gonna take this dub and we're gonna move this on. We want to make sure we activate this next matchup as well. 232 to 157. And the favorable spawn still in the hands of Smart Omega as the hill ends. They do have an opportunity now to close things off. 14 more seconds needed, and Almighty have to get this win no matter what. Jeff Pro took another toilet break.
He has been stopped in there, and he has connected right now. We are going to see Jeff Pro move in, and we'll have to see if they'll be able to catch up. So far, Smart Omega has taken the hill already, but a good fight back by Jeff Pro, and this is what we're waiting for. But is that enough? Is that enough for Almighty to catch up in the points? Because that is a huge lead with 10 remains for Smart Omega. That would be a difficult run for Almighty.
Yeah, and Almighty doesn't care, man. I mean, they won't call for pauses for stuff like this. They're like, it's all right. Jeff Pro can chill. We'll just make a comeback a little bit later on. 173 to 243. Smarter Mega so close to closing this off, but Almighty with one freaking hell of a fight of their lives out there to make sure an impossible comeback is made possible. But Rage, if he wins out this gunfight, it's a GG. He wins it out. And with the final 3 seconds, it's not enough for Smarter Mega to get the victory all just yet. Almighty, early rotation. They hold on to the spawns for B2. Can Almighty rip away every single point from this hill and show us the fight that Allied City representatives have got in themselves? They go in for the investing into the Sparrow. The Sparrow pops off. Incendio pulls out the Annihilator, annihilating Smarter Mega. Final 3 points, but they find none.
Yeah, and they find none. Super Soaker is back and Jeff Pro is in there in play. No one can step in from that stairs. Even Heaven don't want them to enter and knock on Heaven's door. This is Almighty right now, trying to come back from a huge lead that they've taken against Smart Omega. They are only in there needed for 3 points, but still no point given out to Smart Omega. It is 17 seconds needed by by Almighty in this hill as they rotate. That might be the change factor by this team. But Whoopi tried to sneak in from behind. But will Whoopi survive? There we have it. The remaining 2 seconds for the final moment. Whoopi the sneaky guy. GG's.
Oh, what a play, man. Almighty just super duper fired up in that matchup. Yep, it was a great fight at P2. And it's okay, chat. Don't lose your minds. It's just one game that Almighty falters at. These two groups, these two teams, these two brands are so happy, so freaking excited that they're going to be representing the whole of Garena at stage 5 already. A single loss isn't going to phase Almighty at all. But Jeff Pro really needs to look into his connection and sort that out. 16 slays out there on the battlefield, but practically Idra played close to his performance. In fact, Jeff Pro died lesser than Idra, so he outperformed Idra as well as Risky. And actually, the third player there as well. Oh my goodness. Jeff Pro barely played, but he outperformed 3 players on the side of Smarter Mega.
Well, if you're not moving, if you're not rushing, there's less chance for you to die. So, but when he can move, I mean, he can really slay, especially for the final moment. He's one of the guy holding that hill, and he got a lot of slays just from holding 2 of the openings coming from the mid map. And with that P2, that really turns around the game for a lot of teams. But this time, it is Rage who is up in the showing, 35 on the kills, 48, 99 on the points.
The chat is just losing its mind. Rematch, 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 they say. Even the players who have taken an L didn't bother pausing the game when their player was lagging. So it's all right, chat. Y'all can calm down. They are absolutely fine by taking an L in this Hardpoint. And at long last, Smarter Mega has managed to take a dub at Slums Hardpoint. So good on them. I hope this sort of a statistic continues on into stage 5 as well, or else, you know, it's going to be quite difficult. But at the same time, at the very least, you know, the 2 coaches on the side of Smarter Mega, they know exactly what the players of Smarter Mega need to work on. Because if it wasn't for that lag on the side of Jeff Pro, you saw the dominance when Jeff Pro was right back in it, and that P2. I mean, they ripped away every single point, man. When Almighty really goes down toe-to-toe with the players of Smarter Mega doesn't stand a chance against them at Slums Hardpoint. That's a fact, no cap. Now, we move on into SND Takeoff. This is a place where Smarter Mega can actually really fight back. And I want Smarter Mega to fight back because in a best of 7, I want to see 7 matches. This is the only series I'm casting, so give me 7 games.
I mean, AJ is hungry in there for a lot of games. Even if I have casted 3 series already, I'm still hungry to see all those games being played, especially with the performance by all these teams. I mean, I'm not bored at all. I'm just shouting to the depths of my lungs and to the heights of my throat right now so that everyone will be entertained. They will be feeling the pressure as well as the heat of the engagement between all these teams.
I have zero idea why some fans of Almighty are screaming for a rematch. Once again, even Almighty doesn't want a rematch. Calm down, la people. I mean, Almighty has built so much of respect for themselves, and the fans, unfortunately, y'all gotta calm down, baby. Y'all gotta calm down. It's just a good match between the two. All right, both represent Garena. We just want to see who's more dominant out there. But if you, in any chance, think that this is a serious game between the two, you got to be kidding yourself. There's no money on the table for them to go ahead and fight. It's just the qualification for stage 5. They are both winners. Okay, this is just a regular fight between Almighty and Smarter Mega. But Whoopi is taking things extremely seriously. Jeff Pro could not pull off that plant. He got snuffed out prematurely. Whoopi goes in for that strike. But now, 2 players on the side of Almighty stacking that bomb. They back away though. And Whoopi doesn't really have an angle to work around with. Incendio on that second floor. Irfan J downstairs. Incendio doesn't have that information on him yet. Fake plant. Incendio tags him up. Quick scope doesn't get it. Oh, Whoopi unscopes at the wrong time and Incendio punishes.
Yeah, I mean, with Whoopi right now, I think also Whoopi is asking for the last match of the series because so far, I mean, he's the only one guy left. He can and needs to put in a great fight and take a win for Smart Omega. But Almighty is doing the same thing. I mean, even with Jeff Pro lagging from the previous match, they are not phasing because we've seen the members of Almighty in the chat in there, and they don't bother to ask for a rematch as well together with you guys. So it is what it is. And this might be a good show match that we can both enjoy.
Yeah.
All of us can enjoy.
Yeah. And if Almighty wanted it, they could have paused the game. They didn't pause the game because they're like, it's all right. It's just Slums Hardpoint. GG. Even Almighty wants a match number 7, man. What are you all talking about? Smart Mega now. Opportunity. Because they want this to go down to the wire. They really want to put that pressure on their own shoulders. There's a high probability that Smart Mega might be able to rip this away and then goes down into control. But that's a GG as well because Almighty, bro. I mean, who's ousted them at control before? Nobody.
Yeah, nobody has taken down 100% win rate wherever map that has been taken in there. It's 100% win rate for control for Almighty. So they will not be faltering this time unless, like, we pulled in another Jeff Pro, and that will be a GG's once again in control. But that would skew the data overall.
Yeah. At this point, I just want to call the moderators to just kind of start banning people for, just being a little salty in the chat. So that, we can have a healthy chat and everybody can enjoy this matchup between these two supreme teams. Smart Mega. Ooh, Whoopi out of nowhere. Heaven. Sent up to heaven. Irfan J trades out risky. The game of numbers on neither side. 3v3. But Irfan J needs to recover just a little bit. Can be shut up. And it is an opportunity now for Smart Mega to run away with this. On the defending side, Jeff Pro goes in for the plant. This is that A side takeover now. Whoopi circling around. This could be a Whoopi game. But the scope just finds nobody.
And good positioning for Almighty right now. They know the position we're in. They will not be spotted just yet. And even the moment that they plant that bomb, they can hide off. But it might be a little bit too close right now. The defusal fake has been done. And we'll have to see if they will continue it on. Jeff Pro failing that. It goes in for the hit. But the other side has been taken by Candy. And it will continue for the defuse. Plenty of time for them. Smart Omega right now takes another point.
2-1, Smart Mega. They managed to squeeze their way back in front. This should be a match for Smart Mega. They are quite... what's the word to use here? Scary on SNDs. Almighty is quite good as well. But if you look at pure statistics, Smart Mega has got a 75% win rate as opposed to Almighty, who only have a 56% win rate in SNDs. So... based on the hard numbers, Smart Mega should be able to just take this one and run away with it. Takeoff SND is also the place where Almighty has taken an L so far. And guess who they lost to? They lost to Smart Mega. And that's 3-7 that Almighty got against the players of Smart Mega. So no doubt at all, Smart Mega has this in hand.
Yeah, Smart Omega really understood and made this to a point wherein once it comes to SND, they are really well known. But as we jump in right now back into the game 2v2 with Whoopi and Rage, how well a close as well as a long distance can be done. and it will be countered by Shut Up and Jeff Pro. This
Yeah.
will be a good fight, actually a duo match. This will be a good team up.
It will be. Rage. Now, and I don't even think it's AMT fans crying in the chat. It's just some of the other guys from the other regions who want to see a rematch for some weird reason. I don't even know why. Even Almighty doesn't want a rematch. They're like, let it go, man. It's a loss. Chill. Our brothers, Smart Omega, they hug, they chill, they party right after this match. If, of course, they're in the same place. 2-1.
Yeah.
Jeff Pro circling around. It's a 1v1, brother. Finds, oh, does not find him. As Whoopi repositions, high ground advantage for the sniper. Can't peek out just yet, Jeff Pro. Scaffolding play. Jeff Pro, GG. Oi! But Whoopi, he circles around, has the KSP. And now, this might just be the wrong call. Whoopi misses a great opportunity. Bomb planted now. KSP circles around. Jeff Pro gets the advantage. And now Jeff Pro's going to be able to backstab him. But Whoopi has the right call here. Spots him out. Hi, Jeff Pro. Bye, Jeff Pro. Gets the refusal.
Sneaky guy. I mean, he's been sneaking all around. Whether it's Hardpoint or Search and Destroy, he knows the position. And one reason why he went in onto that alpha is because he wants to check if that is where it will be planted. Growth resistance might be a signal right now, but it's a long run with the time that is going against Jeff Pro. Thus, initiation onto Bravo being done by Jeff Pro, and the waiting game and the chase as well by Whoopi has made that. But so far, as we continue on, Rage started us off against Incendio and traded off Rage by Shut Up. And that's what we get when you go for start against Almighty. Shut Up will shut you up.
3-1. Smart Omega. Let's see if or not they can make this a little sweeter so that we can go to a sudden death in control. I mean, it might, for all you know, Smart Omega is going to sneak away the control matchup, man. I mean, that would be the most hilarious thing that we see in this final series, all right? Smart Omega pushing this all the way and then stealing control from under the noses of Almighty. I will lose my mind if that actually happens. Almighty doesn't lose a single control except the final match of the best of 7. Dude, that'll be hilarious on another level, man.
Yeah, I mean, that would be like skewing the data and turning it around Almighty. That would be funny as hell. But well, so far, I mean, it has been balanced off in here. Search and Destroy, not so much of great showing, because I think they're feeling as well on there's no pressure anymore between these two teams. Both of them and will be moving in onto the world stage right now, and they just want to enjoy the game. They just want to show that they can play it against here. But Incendio, as well as the rest of the teams, will be moving in on to that alpha side, but a 3-member of Smart Omega going for the defensive. We'll have to see if how well can they pull this off.
Let's see exactly how is that. Heaven. Angles. Ooh! Hydra trades out Incendio instead. This is just a unfortunate situation that's unfolding here for the players of Almighty. Every time they step on forth, they get snuffed out. But the game, the numbers all equal. 3-2 now. Smart Omega. Let's see if or not they can hold back Almighty. Bomb down on the ground as Whoopi snipes Jeff Pro into the next round. Shut up. Crosshair placement perfect. Whoopi shuts down Heaven as well. This is a GG. Smart Omega should be able to take this.
Yeah, Smart Omega right now in the lead in terms of numbers. Whoopi takes down Irfan J, Candy takes down Irfan J in the process for the final man. It is now 4-2 for this team. And Smart Omega, I mean, this is still showing that they are pristine in terms of SND. And this might be a toll as well. I might say they are both serious in the game. This might be a toll as well of the focus of Almighty in that control map. Because so far, they're not performing that much compared to how we know them previously on the early competition that we're in. Like, when it comes to SND, no one can get that much of a lead against Almighty.
Heaven! Falling asleep in this matchup already. Smart Omega, they're gonna run away with this if Heaven doesn't start hitting those super shots, man. Whoopi already with the 9 kills. Shut Up drops Indra. Needs to step up for the team at least. It's a double snipe setup that might not work out for the players of Almighty, as Whoopi drops shut up as well. 2v1, Clutch King, Irfan J. KSP in hand, needs to circle around. B bomb side, flooded by the players of Smart Omega. Well, flooded with just 2. Whoopi with the secondary in hand, risky. The timing is a little bit off as Irfan J finds none. But the players are rotating into his arms potentially here. Doesn't really happen. And I like the position held on here by Irfan J. So rotating towards the B bomb side or A wouldn't be too much of a chore. He doesn't really need to travel all that too much. Whoopi from up top. And I, once again, love the positioning by Irfan J. He doesn't get caught out prematurely.
Yeah, I mean, he's just waiting for that trigger. He has good view of Alpha right now. Good chance in there. Ninja! No, we're not seeing a Ninja defuse right there because the advantage of manpower is on against him. But Irfan J proving that he is still possibility of a clutch right here.
Come on, Clutch King!
Now moving for the hit. Only a few HP remaining. Irfan J will be left alone in their stairs.
Oh, Clutch King is too smart. Oi, no. Turns around. Gets snagged up. Irfan J turns around. Risky shutdown. Clutch King, Irfan J strikes again.
And there's no breaks really for this guy. He goes in for the clutch. He goes for the gas. And he just revs along in there for the clutch. And there you go. Scores right now 43, a little bit too close. And this is what we're talking about. How Almighty wouldn't get that much a lead against the, like by the enemy against them. And this is Almighty showing up this time. I think they are hearing the fans out there. They want to show up and give a best fight against Smart Omega.
Come on, Mr. Clutch King. What else do you have for us? I just want to see some troll plays from Irfan J, man. I mean, nothing more than I want than that against Smart Omega. And I think if we have a decent enough lead by Almighty, we will see Irfan J trolling a little bit, but they're not in that position just yet. Smart Omega still can punish. Heaven takes Rage out into the equation this time around. And with the secondary and the assistance from Jeff Pro, Whoopi gets shut down, but Almighty puts a rest to that round. 4-4. All equalized.
Yeah, all equalized indeed. Still showing if Almighty is in there, revitalized from that win earlier on. They catch up on the points. And it is left to both teams right now to take the lead. So far, attacker Smart Omega can dictate the pace of the game, but Heaven takes them down in there, putting a halt for their approach. But so far, rotation of Smart Omega a little bit off. They take the bomb from the other side. Indra just lost it at that point.
Heaven and shut up. Back to back, but Kendi trades Heaven out of the equation. Game of numbers to the side of Almighty. Kendi. This candy not so sweet. It's a bitter one. And Jeff Pro eats it. Chokes a little bit. Ay. I lost my screen, but it's okay. Ui, Kendi's still alive. How is that? Oh, wait, what?
I think, I don't know what's happening
We got teleported to the next round, Neptune!
Well, that was a quick match in there. A quick match and good start in here as well. But Almighty already have the point lead at this point. And well, thank you very much. We'll have to see if a little bit of explanation right now. But won't be no explanation needed. Surviving, but has been traded off with a pistol as well. Shut up just shuts him down.
Come on, Whoopi should have gotten that, man. I mean, he whipped out the sniper, no quick scope. Shut up gets lucky with the secondary. Whoopi wasted too many bullets on him. That's a little bit unfortunate. So for anybody wondering exactly what happened, let me explain it to you. Don't worry, it's not a recorded match. It's a so we've got broadcast, right? But obviously this regionals is not being broadcasted directly from the Philippines or Singapore. This is a restream. So there are many other languages. So the English broadcast, or at the least Neptune and I's broadcast, is not the official stream. So we are taking the feed from someone else and broadcasting it to you guys. So that must have just been probably a YouTube catch-up or something. You know how sometimes when you watch YouTube and there's a little bit of a lag and you have to like fast forward it sometimes? Yeah, that's probably what it was. But Kendi this time around, attacking. Planted already. It's a 2v1. Clutch King once again with the opportunity to shine.
Let's see on what he can offer right now. He pulls out a sniper as well as a KSP. This will be quite interesting for this guy, Clutch King, right now. I don't think there will be any trolling around this because they're already feeling the pressure. And with this 1v2 that has been happening, not just once, but twice, Irfan J right now lost sight onto that bomb site, but going in against Risky. Irfan J will move in. Not seeing that guy just yet. Hiding in from behind.
Wait, no.
And the spot is on. Risky in there, taken down. And the title, well, it's still his, but not this time.
I mean, he ran out of time, so I understand the decision making there by Irfan J. Had to take a bet on it, but I really like the approach. It was just a tad bit too slow. Clutch King dropping the ball. Disappointed, Irfan J. I want to see more, but Shut Up takes Whoopi out of the equation this time round. Has another opportunity, but does not shut down the player who slides past him without much of an issue at all. Risky trades out Incendio. Numbers all equal. Kendi has got the bomb here. And what's going to be the play? He travels towards the B bomb side as Rage drops Jeff Pro. And this is a good play this time round from Smart Omega to get this match point.
Match point right now can be taken by either team depending on who will take advantage of the manpower that they have. Heaven right now almost taken down there, tagged up, but the dance is on. Heaven will be taken down. It's now on a 2v2. Kendi Idra from the blue side and the yellow side, Almighty Shut Up and a Clutch King himself. Irfan J, a long flank right now, possibility. Once hearing that beep, might be going in for the kill. And Irfan J going in for the kill. And there goes Kendi tagged up. And only a few HP responded, taking that heady to a different level. 1v2, Shut Up on play.
Shut Up with the 50 Gs, punishing Kendi. And now, Idra, too easy, just storms the front. KSP supremacy, 6-5. Match point for Smart Omega to push us into match number 7.
Yeah, I mean, match number 7 is something that we really like to see. And well, I don't think it's over yet for Almighty. They can bring this to, I guess they have a better chance to bring this to an overtime up until overtimes are spent. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see if how much showing can these both two teams have, depending on how much energy they have as well. Because so far they have been playing for this and Smart Omega back-to-back plays as well. So it might take a toll for them, but not so much. They've been playing all day, like from when they started in the competitive scene, so I don't think they will be taking that fatigue factor.
They've been playing like non-stop for close to 3 years, man. One day of plays, they're gonna kill the boys. In fact, I think, you know, they used Blacklist International Ultimate as a good warm-up earlier on, and Whoopi, nasty shot against Jeff Pro. Incendio trades out Idra, 4-4 now. Bomb not planted just yet. Incendio goes a little bit crazy as he takes Kendi out of the equation as well. Can he make it 3? Denied by Rage. But Shut Up. Good angle, spots the player. Ooh, quick score. Hey, still gets it. Shut Up. Too good, brother.
He knows how to work the dance, and there's no dancing in front of Shut Up right now. You will be shut up. Risky right now going in for grenade hit, but no one will be in there waiting. Heaven waiting as well as Irfan J taking position and to launch center. But Shut Up right now, opportunity for the kill. No one will be taken out just yet. As they continue this on, it is a 2v3, and Risky will be going in for the plant open in here for Almighty to get that kill.
I swear I can't tell if the players are playing seriously or they're just, you know, just teasing each other. It looks like they are very serious. Heaven circles around, spots nobody. It's a 3v2 as Whoopi shuts down Clutch King himself. Nothing to worry about a little bit later on. Smart Omega already with the plant. And 25 seconds for Shut Up and his brother Heaven to get something done with this. They're already at the bomb site now. One goes in for the defusal. The other one trying to make sure nobody else touches him. And a perfect defuse. Perfect defense by Almighty to equalize. And we go into overtime.
Overtime indeed. I mean, as expected, I think they can push this past I think the most that we have is 9 points in terms of overtime. 7-9. That was Blacklist Ultimate against ABC Sports. And well, we'll have to see if that is the case between these two teams, because Search and Destroy, like one mentioned earlier, if Almighty pops off, similar to what Smart Omega has been doing, they can do it on how far they can stretch it for Search and Destroy.
I want this to go to like 19 to 20. I want them to max out the overtime. Come on, can they do it? Shut Up. Good approach for the 50 Gs this time round. Manages to get that slate. 5v4 on overtime. The bomb not planted just yet. The players of Almighty just second guessing their approach towards this A bomb site. They just want to clear out the numbers first before getting there. They're doing a good job so far, but they just want one more, Neptune.
And they need one more before they go in for that rush. And there goes the one that they're waiting for. And Almighty will be moving in for that pinch, for that approach. But Rage right now level too risky for him. And Incendio will be taken out, but Shut Up shutting him down as well. It is a 2v4 in favor of Almighty. Almighty going in for rotation, but is a counter rotation being done by Smart Omega. Risky as well as Idra has followed the approach of Almighty right now and might be catching them off guard with the plan that they're doing.
Circles around. Idra spots the plong, misses that one. Potato, Idra, how could you? And now, as he circles around, he has to deal with 4 Almighty players. He desperately needed that shot, man. Idra, unfortunately, does not get that. Risky, on the other hand, gets Clutch King. That's good enough. But time's running out. Smart Omega needs to get the deed done right now. 20 seconds to go is just not enough to slay out 3 players. Heaven shuts down Idra, and it's all up to Risky now. And his KSP, Peacekeeper. Can he sort this out? Circles around. Shut Up is going to be in a lot of trouble. Bye-bye, Shut Up. One more player gets spotted out. Oh, that's a GG. Risky drops down. 6 more seconds, and he does not get anything.
And time is running out right there. There was a panic jump from that window, and with 2 waiting for you already, I mean, that is already a GG. Almighty takes a lead right now to the race to 8, and Smart Omega needs to catch up to bring this further onto that 19-20 overtime. And Whoopi getting good position right now. They are the attacker. They need the information to which route they can take.
I'm just going to manifest Smart Omega to win this round so that we can just keep this overtime going. Risky. Oi, it's Smart Omega! 2 back-to-back slays. Shut Up and Jeff Pro taken down. And Whoopi is managing to strike hard once again. Incendio escapes, but this is just timing, man. He's just wrapping around. About to spot this one player, manages to get Idra out of the equation, turns around, punished by Risky instead. And Almighty gonna come crashing down. And it looks like this overtime is gonna continue. The attacking side of Smart Omega now. They've got the game of numbers against Almighty, who are on the defense. But the nasty Clutch King Irfan J is still alive alongside Heaven, but Heaven taken out by Risky. Clutch King, 1v4. Can he get it done?
Oh, I have to find out. Unless they line up in here and don't fire back, they might be doing it quick. Smokes has been relayed or shown already, relaying that information for that plant. Here comes the rush, and Whoopi cuts him there. And there goes extension of the overtime. And I think, AJ, this will be going on further. I mean, I'm good with it. I'm good with it. I have no contention.
I am good. I want to see a 20-round win by one of them. Okay, I am goods. Let's go. This time, once again, gonna be the attacking side of Almighty. As they bring the bomb straight up to that A bomb site. Whoopee! Hit mark on him and he repositions. Does not punish any of the players on the side of Almighty on the other side. Let's see. If not, he can rotate round. So far, patience being shown by both the teams in here. Whoopee! This time he gets a hit mark onto Incendio. They're just both playing hit marks here.
Hit mark all the way right now, but Heaven no hit mark in there. Heaven will be slaying with that against Idra. Heaven repositioning, might be getting a good position right now and good backup against Incendio as well, but we'll see. No one getting near to the position of either team. And the approach for Alpha has been covered already by Whoopi and as well as Risky. So they will not be risking it, especially for the hands of Jeff Pro. They need to be careful, but no! Whoopi takes him down.
Good play. 77, Whoopi. Good strike down. And you have an opportunity now for the attacking side of Almighty to push on further, but Candy punishes Shut Up. What a timely takedown. Hit mark again. But it's okay. They managed to sneak away for the time being. It is a 4v3. Clutch King Irfan J still alive out there on the battlefield, but the numbers have been thinned down already. Almighty's taking this attack. Clutch King needs to find that plant somehow. Uh-oh. He's all alone. Lonely? Clutch King is lonely. And Rage shuts him down.
Yeah, I mean, good. Like one thing about Takeoff that I would say, especially in Search and Destroy, there's
Yeah.
a lot of hiding spot. There's a lot of angles that, like position that you can take that you will not be caught off guard on either approach on Alpha as well as Bravo, and that like multidimensional as well. I'm not talking about just the ground. Even the second floor gives you a lot of cover, making it difficult for either side, especially if you're left on like a man disadvantage. So, like, if you can get the first two slays in here, that's the only time that you can get a team moving forward for that hunt.
Okay, Neptune, you and I now together manifest this. Almighty needs to get this win, okay? I want to see the target pushed on 4th to 11, brother. Come on, Almighty. It has to be them right now. Shut up and have it. Double snipe setup. 3K, 2 KSP and 1 Peacekeeper to take the fight up against Smarter Mega. Smarter Mega, the attacking side, stacking launch center. But Almighty has got a good eye on them already. Can they get that first frag? Rage repositions. No risky plays coming through from the side of Smarter Mega this time round. Irfan J, everybody's holding on to the angles. Aye, but Rage gets the first blood. Incendio taken down with a headshot. Nobody traded out just yet. Not playing for trades this time round. Almighty, but as I say that, Heaven shuts down the one and only best sniper in the Philippines, Whoopi. Shut up, finds another, and Rage gets taken down. Almighty!
Oh my God!
Shut up! It's on fire!
Shut up right now, shutting everyone up, trying to go for third, but will be slipping away. Shut up has his position, and no one can cut this approach. Idra, on the other hand, was able to take down Jeff Pro in the process. It is a 2v3 still in favor of Almighty. But as I say that, a double kill right now, and Irfan J, the Clutch King, might be doing his magic once again. Goes for one and goes for the rotate.
Can he get this corner? Approaches. All gets spotted out by Indra, and it's all over. Smarter Mega finishes things off. Almighty got so close. But now we move on into control. The final match of this best of 7 between the two titans of SMP, between the two titans and the representatives of Garena at that stage 5. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. I mean, we were expecting, I guess the limit for this team right now is 9 in terms of target being held on that search and destroy. Overtime aside, I mean, we're expecting a little bit more, but I think Irfan J in there was just, I would say Irfan J was not toying around anymore. He was just tired. He just want to end this and move into control right now where they have great advantage and they want to show off their skills in here as well.
I know, it's S&D, I tell you. It was so scrappy between the two, just playing for trades. Takeoff is one of the worst S&D maps for me personally. Data-wise, I suck at playing S&D at Takeoff. But these two teams just made it look so easy, man. They knew every single angle to go ahead and peak, especially when it came to the clutch moments for, those players. Irfan J, be it risky. Even Rage had his moments. Whoopi and his snipes, just no remedy for all of those snipes. Heaven and Shut Up responding equally well on the other side as well. Later on, you guys will be able to take a peek at the statistics of the snipers, and y'all just got to check out exactly how amazing these snipers are, man. Kendi picks up the MVP. He's holding that invisible throne above his head, the invisible trophy from stage 5 that he wants to pick up. This might just be the dream run when it truly matters. Smarter Mega get that qualifier into stage 5 when it truly matters. They doing this for Kya, and I feel like they might be able to take it all the way, but they have to get through Almighty first if they want to stand a chance to do that. A 1 life advantage, a 1 match advantage for Almighty. If not for that, we might just see this going the way of the players of Smarter Mega. But for the time, 3-2. Technically, with that match advantage, it is 3-3, and it all comes down to Summit control.
Yeah, I mean, when you bring it down to the mode, it's already gearing towards Almighty. But when they bring it down to the map, I mean, we've seen how much Smart Omega understand this map as well. So I would say it's still 50-50 at this point, but based on the record, like control, bringing Almighty in there, gearing towards them with just probably 1 to 2%, not so much against Smart Omega.
Well, let's see, because Control has been the best game mode for Almighty. For Smarter Mega, they've got a 63% win rate. For Almighty, they have got a donut with a 1 in front of it. 100% win rate at Control. Let's see exactly what these teams will be able to do to each other.
As we can see, the split right now coming from Smart Omega, Alpha and Bravo might be an approach, but the split has been done as well, and the kill being done by Irfan J. And wherever he turns, he get that kill, making the advantage to Almighty. Heaven will be going in as well onto the point and to backstab, and it is Almighty ruling this game at this point. Kendi will be moving from the back end. Rage rages on, going for the capture of this Bravo side, but they will be cut short in there. But Jeff Pro as well as Irfan J. Jeff Pro taking the second floor, and they will be backing off right now, saving up on the lives. But Smart Omega, not so much on the saving part, because they are starting to lose them quite fast in this fight. Irfan J going in for the move, and Almighty slays all the way. Only 3 lost lives from them, and they are still for an approach. And Heaven right now initiating what we are be seeing as a spawn trap from Almighty.
Almighty starting things off hot. They are a little furious that Smart Omega did not allow them to dance the tango all the way to the 20-round wins at SND, and therefore they execute their revenge. This time around at Control. A 10-life deficit for Smart Omega that they need to make up for. And it looks like it is going to be one tough challenge, because Smart Omega is on the attack. They need to approach the situation, but they are approaching both the situations at the same time. What a smart plan for Smart Omega, thinning down the herd for the side of Almighty. Almighty goes ham against them, but Whoopi is on fire. Gets that double backup. And now 2 quadrants eaten away at that B flag already. They desperately need to take away this B control point so that they can extend the time. Back to back now for Whoopi. He finally gets slain, but the damage has been done, Neptune.
B has been captured already, and they are off to Alpha. Even with a disadvantage, it's only 5 can easily be turned around right now, but it is not happening. Almighty getting good position to get the slays from the spawns of Smart Omega, and it is now down to 4-3, correction, and Heaven is still in the roll. There goes the backstab by Irfan J. Left to 2. Kendi in trouble. Jeff Pro goes in for the push, and it is now done for this game. This team of Almighty in Control, really a different level.
Cantik macam bunga. Senang sahaja. That's exactly what Almighty's Irfan J is saying right now. 6 kills out there. Heaven backing him up. And it looks like they want to tap out the players of Smart Omega. Can they get this done? As the 2 teams circle around, Smart Omega this time around on the defense, and Almighty with the very furious offense, straight up making a beeline for that B control point, and they might just be able to sneak this away. But one final player sustaining his life, trying to take away at least the very first quadrant, but Hunter Killer Drone sent out by the players of Smart Omega that finds absolutely no one initially, but slays out Heaven, who just spawned out. But Irfan J has been sustaining his life for the longest of time, but that one quadrant is gonna be denied by Smart Omega.
Smart Omega in the lead right now in terms of lives, but is still going in for the cutoff against Almighty. 3 is the lead. 2 is the lead in terms of life right now, and just the trade-off from these teams is really phenomenal. There goes Whoopi for the kill, and the balance has been tipped over once again. They will need to get this win, proving that Almighty can be taken down in the best mode that they have, but Almighty still fighting back. And with the 4 life deficit, they might be losing this fight against Smart Omega. Captures still not being done just yet, just the slays, and early team deathmatch happening, balancing it off with only 1 life deficit.
Don't make me start singing Never Say Never here, Neptune, because Almighty still can make a comeback in here. A good beeline made forth. They want to go and over push their boundaries and take a spawn trap here. Look at player number 3, Irfan J. The Clutch King himself gets bagged, but the game of distraction has been executed to perfection. That A control point will now go to the side of Almighty. Sparrow investment, but Rage eats Shut Up's trophy system instead.
Oh, Oh, good position for Senjo right now, as well as anticipation, and they will continue to slay. As the first stick of that Bravo will be captured, Rage will be moving on onto that edge platform to get their ingress. Irfan J stopping them, but the response by Risky in there is now pristine move by Almighty. They have the first stick. They need two more, but they might be running out of time. The hold of Smart Omega at this point is just that well. But Irfan J, I don't care about your control. We just come in here to take this win.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. They're slaying out the players of Smart Omega. Left, right, center. Control is the game mode of Almighty. It doesn't really matter because they kept the numbers all the way up till now, even though it goes down to the wire, even though it goes down to that final matchup. Oh, but suddenly Smart Omega showing signs of life. Candy stepping it up as well. Risky taking heaven. All of a sudden, the tables have turned. Smart Omega now. 2 more lives. Have Jeffrey and Incendio step things up as well, but the great head glitch played to perfection here by Idra. It's a 2v2. The B control point not going to sneak away just yet as Rage gets shut down by the clutch king Irfan J. Idra slays them out. What a comeback, Smart Omega.
Tied right now, 1-1, and this is Smart Omega responding to the title of Almighty, that they have control of control. First instance that we've seen Almighty struggle in this mode. We might be seeing more, but they might have a backup plan right now. Almighty at this point going for the defense, but will be taken down early in this fight. But response from Rage and Irfan J, and not enough. Still that close and equal in terms of life. Not anymore, Irfan J with that Sparrow.
Yeah, Irfan J is just so annoying with the Sparrow, man. This guy's too accurate. Just flies out there like a little Hawkeye, torturing the players of Smart Omega. 1 quadrant eaten away already by the Filipinos, and now the Lion City representing Almighty needs to fight back just purely through the game of numbers. A 3-life deficit now. They lose the 5th life, which makes it 25. Just 3 lives between them as well as Smart Omega. But Smart Omega making good headway at both the quadrants, both the control points. That B1 needs to be cleared out just a little bit by the players of Almighty. I don't know exactly why they're not clearing out that quadrant just yet. There is a player on standby. Oh, I think he's baiting them.
Yeah, possibility of baiting them, and as well as putting them in a funnel. We'll have to find out how well this play. Almighty had an advantage in terms of lives, but it is the double approach being done by Smart Omega right now that might twist this gameplay that will be played. Alpha right now, 2 ticks already, no contention from Almighty just yet. And with that Bravo, because of how close, as well as how there's only 2-3 entry points in that area, it might be a good plan. But so far, both teams, both points will be captured right now at the same time.
Yeah, Jeff Pro baited them with a D control point. Smart Omega said, thank you very much. Hontoni arigato. And they took the B control point away. Now 1 quadrant left for both of this. And it looks like Smart Omega is going to get the job done. Incendio. Smart Omega has got, oh my lord, 6 lives, make that 4. Incendio and Shut Up, they strike at the same time. 2 quadrants at each of those control points eaten away already. But this is a GGWP. Smart Omega can't really make this now, can they? They need to trade out 12 lives with 16 more seconds to go. GGWP is all the players of Almighty say.
Yeah, and that usually is the risk if you play the double capture going in at the same time. Most of the teams who are winning that double capture are alternating it, either Alpha, Bravo, and then later on they succeed. But they need to win the gunfights. But if you are going for the capture, losing them, time will be running out, even the lives as well. Thus, Almighty take the lead.
Let's see. Players of Smart Omega now. Ooh, opening up quite well thanks to Whoopi, but Jeff Pro and Heaven both stepping up. As we hit a little bit of a pause, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Y'all can just chill in the comment section for a bit. Yeah, nobody called it.
No one called that pause, so don't blame anyone just yet. And as we continue on, it's 26-23 right now in favor of Almighty. Even the match point is in favor of Almighty. Now, Jeff Pro right now going for the slays, and now in the lead of 6, only 4 wasted in terms of live, and it was just raining fire in there, especially as Jeff Pro released that Freddy.
Yeah, I mean, all the languages coming out, but I'm sorry to all of my people from Singapore. 我不会讲华语. Okay, I'll try though. 3 quadrants eaten away by the players of Almighty, and it looks like they want to secure this and say bye-bye to Smarter Mega. With a 14 life deficit, Smarter Mega on the defense. It looks like it's a GWP as Almighty annihilates Smarter Mega at control to pick the win in this best of 7.
Almighty right now still maintaining the record. They will not be faltering in that control. 100% control indeed.
And they are not just the champions of control, but like Shut Up holds up on his screen, the back-to-back champions of Garena. But my boy, being the champion of Garena is not enough. Now the bigger challenge awaits. Can these two teams move on to the world stage and dominate the rest of the world of Call of Duty Mobile? That's the biggest question. And we will have to all wait patiently for that moment, for that day, because it's quite a bit away.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of excitement has been brought in by these regional qualifiers. And now that we know who will be stepping in, a lot of excitement can be taken as well, can be put into planning, into play by both of these teams, because it's not yet over, AJ. I mean, the hard part is not yet over, but let us present you the champions of this series. It is Almighty, Incendio, Jeff Pro, Shut Up, Irfan, Jay, and Heaven finishing this off. And they will still be the Almighty team all throughout this competition.
Lion City representing Almighty, not just your Garena champions, but your back-to-back Garena champions, taking the fight up to stage 5, representing not just the Lion City, but also representing Garena alongside their brother Smarter Mega. And when it truly matters, Smarter Mega finally makes that qualifier as well. This series might have been a serious one, might have not been a serious one, but we will have to wait and see at stage 5 to see whether or not these boys were going ham against each other in this matchup. Because I feel like Control towards the end, Almighty was like, okay, boys, you know what? I'm tired. Let's wrap this up. Let's go. Because it was just way too dominant. And Smarter Mega pretty much, you know, they didn't really go in for the supreme push. We know there's more combat ability from them. But I tell you, Heaven was just playing this on a whole other level alongside Irfan J.
Yeah, I mean, these teams right now, like, really in a good showing, and I would understand for the side of Heaven, because there's because of the chance that he has to continue on in the competitive scene right now. Heaven really has it, or he needs to bring everything that he has. But Irfan J right now being the MVP of that match, 26 on the kills, 36-24 onto the points, and like regardless, AJ, these teams, or both teams really, is an awesome, different kind of monster and a team that we are looking forward to see on the world stage.
I sure as heck agree with that, but you know what? Stage 5 is not gonna be a walk in the park. Stage 5 is filled with bigger monsters. These monsters that were faced at stage 4 were just like they're little monsters that hide under your bed, who try to take away a cheeky scare once in a while. The monsters that await the players of Garena down there at stage 5 are the kind of monsters that eats up those monsters under your bed. They are scary. Multiple regions. India is gonna bring that fight. Japan. Oh, Japan and their strategy. You know, I was checking out the other regions, right? And I've never seen, I mean, you know what we've been begging for the longest of time in Garena, in MSP, for teams to slow the pace down and just play tactically. Yeah, Garena's all about the tactics, right? Sorry, not Garena. Japan's all about the tactics, right? They slow things down to a point where if you're the opponents, you are scared to make a move because you don't know exactly what's going to happen to you. And that's exactly how Scars kind of played their champs there. And it looks like Japan is going to be one of the regions that everybody just needs to be looking out for. And godlike, dude, I don't know what's up with the team, but they truly do look godlike sometimes, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, like all these teams right now is putting in a different taste or flavor,
Yeah.
I would say, into the game. And that is what we love to see moving forward. Once we jump
Yeah.
in the world stage, the excitement has been built before, but unfortunately it didn't continue on, and we were left with East and West. This
Yeah.
time, this is a chance for us to see all those teams together, battle against each other, and like, again, it's not an easy road. Not
Yeah.
even before they jump into the stage, it's not easy because they need to put up the work, study the tactics of the other teams, as well as understand their weaknesses to make them a little bit more stronger for the
Yeah.
world stage. That is how hard it will be, difficult it will be for all the teams moving into stage 5.
Yeah, I'm quite curious to see Godlike take on Smarter Mega. But before we have that conversation, thank you for tuning in to the broadcast all this while. The AK-47 cat party, not the party cat, huh? I've got a party cat, I've got a party dog too, but the cat party is for you guys to claim super awesome skin. If any one of you guys like purple, if you've ever visited, the Indian Square here in Malaysia, everything's painted in purple. We love purple. I don't know why. But, going back to the conversation of Godlike, I really want to see them take on Smarter Mega because they seem to have quite a bit of similarity, In terms of Hardpoint, they falter sometimes. We've seen them drop at Standoff in the past as well. Control isn't really the flavor for Godlike, but at S&D, they become Godlike. Smarter Mega versus Godlike on a Search and Destroy. Ooh, I will lose my mind, Neptune.
I mean, you might lose your voice in there as well because of how much it will be other trade-off.
Yeah.
Like exciting battles, especially for the initial plays. If you're playing tactically, waiting for the timer to run out for the final, I would say 40 to 30 seconds,
Yep.
nothing's happening, and then you just see an awesome slay, you'll just scream out of your brain, AJ.
I most definitely will. But, I have to thank all of you guys. Thank you so much for making this broadcast so amazing. Thank you so much for keeping the chat clean. Thank you so much for fighting against toxicity and making sure the community is always amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on behalf of Garena, on behalf of Broadcast, on behalf of Cali, who has signed up already, as well as Neptune and I, thank you. We love you. My name's AJ. I am the Mustachio down here with the one and only Neptune, the German Garcia, signing off. I don't know if we'll see you guys at stage 5, but fingers crossed we do. Y'all take care. Good night and goodbye.